The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. You know, Matt, I would just like to let you know that when you put the Bob Hope Show on your show, it takes me back to my own days in the military. Oh, really? You expect me to believe you were in the military? Sure, I was. I was part of SEAL Team 6. Oh, good night. Let's just get on with this day in history and pretend the past 30 odd seconds never happened. It's March 4th, 2024. In 1238, Battle of Sit River, Mongol forces of Butukan overcome Russians under Yuri II of Vladimir Suzdal near Ursevel in Russia, ending Russian resistance. In 1801, Thomas Jefferson is the first president to be inaugurated in Washington, D.C. In 1861, Abraham Lincoln is inaugurated as the 16th U.S. president. In 1902, American Automobile Association founded in Chicago. Strangely enough, it's the only organization to be founded in Chicago that doesn't have mob ties. Ow! I keep telling you you'll get the club if you interrupt this segment. In 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, inaugurated as 32nd U.S. president, pledges to pull U.S. out of depression. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. I personally also fear killer whales. I would just like to make that clear. And they are a legitimate fear for a seal, so that speech was a lie. Well, what do you expect from a politician? What do you expect from a politician? If you expect honesty, that's probably the dumbest thing you've ever said, Sid. In 1936, first flight of airship Hindenburg in Friedrichshafen, Germany. That was a mouthful that you couldn't get through. In 2009, International Criminal Court issues arrest warrant for Sudanese President Omar Hussein al-Bashir for war crimes and crimes against humanity in Darfur, becoming the first sitting head of state to be indicted. In 1922, first vampire film Nosferatu, an unauthorized adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula, premieres at the Berlin Zoological Garden, Germany. Really? It was nice of them to premiere it for the animals before they premiered it for the humans. I would just like to thank the people of Germany for their kindness. In 1895, Gustav Mahler conducts the premiere of his incomplete Second Symphony, Resurrection in Germany, with the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. A completed version debuts in December. How lazy was this guy again? Couldn't he have, finished it before premiering it? I'm not going to club you for that one, because I happen to agree. In 1968, Italian boxer Neo Bevertuni regains world middleweight title with a 15-round points decision over American champion Emil Griffith at Madison Square Garden, New York. Last of famous trilogy of fights. Well, I think that went fairly well. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
It makes me feel glad to hang by my knees. It would be awful if I had to sneeze.
Yeah. I'll say it would be. Costello, for heaven's sake. What is that outfit you've got on?
I'm going to join a circus. These are my circus tights.
Circus tights?
Yeah.
That thing you are wearing is nothing but a suit of long underwear.
Long underwear?
Yes.
I thought I had an awful big hip pocket.
Don't take that outfit off and forget about the circus.
Oh, but I can't forget about the circus, Abbott.
Why not?
I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was the world's greatest tightrope walker until he broke his neck.
How did he break his neck?
One night he got up to walk the rope. He was tight and the rope wasn't.
Boom! You please. Talk sense, Costello.
Oh, then I had another uncle in the circus. He was 7 feet tall.
7 feet tall?
Yeah, he used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
Shorty. Costello, what could you possibly do in a circus?
Oh, I like to take care of the animals. I love animals, Abbott.
I know that.
Just consider the elephant.
Oh, what's so marvelous about the elephant?
I wrote a poem about elephants.
You did? Let's hear it.
Elephants are useful friends. They have handles on both ends. When elephants travel, they don't have to pack. They have a trunk in the front and a suitcase in back.
Will you stop this nonsense, please?
But really, I love animals, Abby. Yesterday I was watching a circus parade, and an old mama kangaroo was crying her heart out. So I walked up to her and I said, "Poor mother kangaroo, why are you crying?" And she says, "My son ran away and left me holding the bag."
That's all. I've heard enough.
Ah, big cut. Go ahead. Oh, Abbott, I love all animals except the Wilson Up.
Yeah, well, that's Wilson Up. What's that?
That's a little animal with black fur with a white stripe down its back.
You idiot, that's a skunk.
That's what I said, a Wilson Up.
A Wilson Oh. Costello, you know absolutely nothing about wild animals. Tell me, have you ever had a biting, kicking, clawing wild thing in your grasp?
Yeah, last night at the Palladium.
No.
And I get scratched.
I don't mean... I mean, you don't seem to understand. I mean, have you ever been big game hunting?
Oh, I do that every night on Hollywood Boulevard.
You go game hunting on Hollywood Boulevard?
I beg your pardon. I thought you said game hunting.
No. You please answer my question.
Yes,
have you ever come face to face with a savage animal in the jungle?
Now you're talking my language, Abbott. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious lion.
You went up a tree after a lion?
No, he come up after me.
But you said you bagged him.
I did. I bagged him to go away.
Then what happened?
Then my brother came to my rescue, and I finally brought the lion home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My brother.
With your brother? Costello, if you're so fearless,
around wild animals, you don't have to join a circus. I can get you a job here in the next Tarzan picture with Johnny Weissmuller and Maureen O'Sullivan.
Oh, do I have to make love to Miss O'Sullivan?
No, Weissmuller does that.
Oh, I see. I'm just one of O'Sullivan's heels.
No. That's not. You're going to be the stunt man. You see, in this picture, Weissmuller is supposed to save Miss O'Sullivan. Are you listening to me?
I'm listening.
I said
My tights are falling down.
Pull her up. Come out with those kind of things on. You'll be wearing those kind of tights. What's wrong with you? Now listen to this. Weissmuller is supposed to save Miss O'Sullivan from a man-eating lion.
Yes.
But instead he calls for you to fight the lion.
How loud can he call?
Why?
I'll be in Patterson, New Jersey.
Costello, this lion is tame.
So am I, but I get hungry.
I know.
How much money do I get for fighting the lion?
Oh, what do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Now here's the scene. You're my stuntman, and I'm Johnny Weissmuller.
You're Johnny Weissmuller?
Yes.
You must have left your muscles home in your other suit.
No. I'm just trying to paint you a picture.
Well, don't smear it up in the middle.
All right, well, keep quiet a minute, please. Now, we're going through the jungle on all fours.
Mm-hmm.
First, I slunk through the bushes. Then you slunk through the bushes. Then I slunk again.
You slunk twice as much as I
Well,
do.
all right.
Are you sure it ain't slink? I slink again?
Now, never mind. What's the difference?
A lot of difference.
Will
There's
you-
no joke now.
Will you... Listen, I'm not looking for jokes. Now, keep quiet. I'm serious. I've got you out in the jungle. Now, keep quiet.
And are you lost?
No. Now, watch your step, please. Watch your step and follow me. Come on. Wait a minute. Was that a lion?
Well, it wasn't something I yet.
Quick, peek through the bushes there. Do you see anything?
Yeah, there's a mama lion and a papa lion.
Where are the cubs?
They're playing Brooklyn this week.
Watch out, Costello. Here comes a lion.
What am I going to do?
do whatever the lion does. Yeah, he's staring at you.
I'm staring back at him.
He's showing his teeth.
I'm showing my teeth.
He's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Right there. Suddenly the lion sees Miss O'Sullivan, and he gets ready to spring. Moving closer, Costello, so he'll get you instead.
Wait a minute. How much money am I getting for this?
Oh, what do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Here comes the lion.
Quicksand! Quicksand!
What do you mean, quicksand?
Quick! Send for help!
Stand where you are, Costello. Stand where you are. As the lion runs by you, grab him by the mane.
I mean what?
Mane, lion's neck.
Let him neck. I'm not in the mood.
Look, quick, Costello, grab the lion in your bare hand.
Wait a minute. How much money did you say I'm getting?
What do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Finally, you defeat the lion. There he goes, slinking through the
That's
bushes.
better. Slinking through the bushes.
Never mind slinking or slushing, it makes no difference.
Slinking through the bushes. Even the lion slinks in this picture.
Oh, that's laid there.
Now
Now,
I'm lost too.
Sullivan is so happy she throws herself into the hero's arms and kisses him.
That's what I've been waiting for. Come into my arms, babe.
Wait a minute, Costello. Weissmuller's the hero. You're just a stuntman.
But I saved her life. Why can't I kiss her?
You're not being paid to kiss her.
What do I care about the money? It's the experience I need.
Well, Costello, you finally got a job in the circus, eh?
Yeah, stick around, Abbott, until I get through watering these elephants. Here, Jumbo. Here's your first bucketful. Well, come on, Jumbo. Do I have to stick your head in the bucket?
Costello, the other end is his trunk.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I have a hold of his valise. Here you are, Jumbo. Hey, you, Jumbo. Don't squirt that water all over me, Jumbo. You do that again and I'll tie a knot in your trunk. Okay, Jumbo. I told you what I'd do.
Well, Costello, did you tie a knot in his trunk?
Yeah. Oh, what do you know? He tied a knot in my nose.
Well, come on, you're through with the elephants. Let's go over to the Midway and have some fun, huh?
right up, folks. The greatest array of freaks in the world. Come in and see the Ubangli, the only girls in the world that can lick an envelope after it's in the mailbox. Hey, you fat boy. Step in and see the snake charmer, the human skeleton, the tattooed lady, all for a quarter.
I won't pay a quarter to go in there.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
That's me.
You can go in for nothing. Courtesy to all freaks.
Gee, how did you happen to become a dog-faced boy?
When I was a baby, I was scared by an Airedale. What's your excuse?
Well, I was. Get out of here!
Hey, Costello, who is that young lady waving to us?
Oh, it's the actress, Bessie Mimucho. Hello, Bessie.
Oh, I'm having such a jolly time here looking at all the attractions. Could I offer you boys some of my croaker joke?
Croaker joke?
Ah, sure, Abby. You know what croaker joke is. That's peep corn. Why you talk right, Mucho?
Miss Mucho, have you seen any of the wild animals?
Oh, yes. I saw the monkeys, the baboons, and the crocodiles.
Oh, where to see the Holly guitars and the hip on top of the omnibus?
Mr. Costello, you talk so quaint. Do you by any chance come from Alabama?
No, I come from Peterson, New Jersey.
Well, I'm going into the main tent to see the acrobats perform. A bonsoir, monsieur, to you.
And a bony squaw in the sword to you, too. Help, mother! Please, help!
Hey, holy smoke, Costello, it's our old friend Scotty.
Hey, Scotty, come here. What's the matter?
I'm going to sue the circus. I was watching a bareback rider and somebody stepped on my face.
Oh, how could anybody step on your face?
Well, I was crawling under the tent at the time. The whole circus is a fake anyway, laddies. I just bought a big bag of cotton candy.
Well, what's the matter with it?
It was pot rayon. Well, laddies, I got to go find a place to sleep here at the circus.
Scotty, you mean you're going to sleep out here at the circus grounds tonight?
Aye, laddie. I can ride into town with a parade tomorrow and save car fare. What's that, laddies?
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'm the India Rubber Man. Have a smoke on me.
Gee, thanks, India Rubber Man.
This is a big day in my life, boys. Congratulate me.
Oh, you have an addition to your family?
Yes, my wife just presented me with a 7-pound hot water bottle.
I bet if his wife ever has twins, it'll be a pair of rubber boots.
Never mind him. Here comes a bearded lady. I've always wanted to meet one of them.
Hey, Abbott, there's no such thing. That's a man.
No, it isn't.
Here, I'll prove it to you. Hello, bearded lady.
Hello.
You're not really a lady. You're a man, ain't you?
Oh, darn it. A fella can never keep a secret.
Costello, is everything around this circus a phony?
No, look. Here comes something genuine. It's the biggest attraction in the circus, Abbott. The human skeleton. Hello, skeleton.
I beg your pardon.
It's Mrs. Niles.
Now, just a moment, Costello. Are you implying that my wife is skinny?
Ken, if she swallowed a bottle of olives, she'd look like a string of beads.
Remember, you're working here. Now, if you insult the customers, you'll lose your job. Now, remember.
Oh, Costello, so you're with the circus, eh? Why aren't you in your cage?
Well, I just stepped out. Mrs. Niles, maybe I only have a little job now bringing water to the elephants, but next week I'll have a bigger job.
A bigger job?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to wash the elephants.
Next week, you may not be with the circus. My wife happens to be chairman of the Women's Charity Club that was responsible for this circus.
Yes, Costello. I'll have you know that I helped bring this circus to town.
What did you do? Pull one of the wagons?
Now, just a minute, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right, Ken. Her ears are too long.
Kenna, did you hear what he said? My ears is too long. Are you going to let him get by with that?
No, dear. Costello. That should read, her ears are too long.
Don't give me any of that education, Niles. Just because you're running for mayor of Studio City, what are you going to be, the old gray mare?
Never mind him, Kenneth. Costello, I'm going to the manager of this circus and have you thrown off the lot.
Don't do that, Mrs. Niles. Please don't get me fired. I need the money for my animals. Last year I went in the rabbit business and I lost a lot of money.
You did?
Yes, ma'am. I bought 2 rabbits. And do you know how many rabbits I have now?
How many?
2. The man didn't tell me they were brothers.
I have something to tell that young man.
Costello, where are you?
bear's cage feeding the little cubs some cookies.
You're giving cookies to the bear cubs?
Yeah, they were cupcakes. Why do the writers make me say things like that?
Costello, I went to the manager and told him that you insulted me. And this time, young man, I think I have fixed your wagon.
And you got just a wagon tongue that can do it.
Costello, she's trying to tell you that you're going to be fired.
Mrs. Niles, why did you have to go and do that? I didn't really mean what I said. I think you're really a beautiful woman. You have lips just like petals.
Rose petals?
No, bicycle pedals.
Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life. I'm going right back to the manager.
Well, Costello, what are you going to do now?
Who cares about her? Hey, look, Abbott. Look. Look over there. The dancing girls are coming out on the midway. Come on.
All right, folks, step right up and meet that great dancing girl, Princess Zaza.
Zaza?
Zaza.
Zaza, pretty name.
Now the Princess Zaza has the cleverest pair of feet in the world of terpsichore. But I warn you, don't watch her feet too closely or miss her dance. And here, folks, is the lovely princess in person.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will fill any request numbers. Now, what would you like for me to do?
Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
You are such a cute little man, monsieur.
Princess Zaza, you have a figure like Venus.
For that you may hold my hand. For that you may hold my hand. For that you may hold my hand. For that you may hold my hand.
You are as beautiful as Helen of Troy.
For that you may put your arm around my waist.
You are as bewitching as Cleopatra.
For that you may squeeze
the morning.
You are really such a cute little man, but you are too fat. You should take setting up exercises.
I wouldn't have to take him if I was set up like you.
Costello, you're holding up the show.
Yes, folks, step up and get your tickets on the inside. You'll see the princess dance, and what a dance! She moves her muscles in every direction.
Are you going to buy a ticket, little fat boy?
Yeah, but don't move anything until I get there.
Oh, it's you, Costello. I've been looking for you.
What are you doing here, Melonhead?
I'm the manager of this circus, Abbott. All my life I've spent under the big canvas.
Don't look now, but your head is pushing through it.
Costello, I don't want any more cracks about my shiny dome.
You better get it back to the crystal gazer before she misses it.
Look,
I see a Ford in that head.
Never mind about the head. Now, look here, Costello. I didn't come here to argue with you. I've had a complaint about you from Mrs. Niles, and you're fired. Now, get off the lot.
Please, Mr. Melonhead, don't make me leave my animals. I love them all. I even love that Dangaroo Skipperwa in that cage.
Dangaroo Skipperwa? That's as dangerous. Keep away.
Please, Melonhead, give Costello another job. You don't have to give him any M-O-N-E-Y.
Well, all right. But he don't get any W-A-G-E-S.
You guys don't have to spell in front of me. I don't like candy anyway.
Well, Costello, I'll give you one more chance. I've got just the job for you. You see that hole in the canvas there? I want you to stick your head through it.
What for?
Well, you'll see a lot of people on the other side with baseballs in their hands. Now, when you stick your head through the canvas, the game starts.
Hey, Abbott, I'm going to see a baseball game. Maybe if I use my head, I can get one of those balls.
All right, folks, step right up and hit the little boy on the head.
Come on, folks, step right up and hit the little boy on the head. Wait a minute. Hit what boy on whose head?
He means you, Costello. People throw baseballs at your head.
Yeah, and if they hit you on the head, they get a pound of sugar.
And all I get is a lump.
Don't be silly. You can't get hurt.
Now, what happened to the boy that had this job before me?
Here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher get by.
Hey, just a minute. I want to ask that kid on the stretcher a question. Hey, boy, how do you feel? Is your head all right?
Oh, yes, it's perfectly all right. I feel absolutely normal. And I'm so happy you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here, Rabbit. I'm getting out of here.
Costello, stay where you are. Keep your head in that hole.
That's right, Costello. Now, here, I'll throw a few practice balls to show you how simple the game is. Get ready, Costello. Here comes the ball.
Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and quit picking up that popcorn.
What popcorn? I'm picking up my teeth.
a coward,
I'll
huh?
show you who's a coward, Mellerhead. You got me into this, and I'm going to settle with you. I dare you to take your coat off.
Oh, yeah? There. My coat's off.
And my coat's off. I dare you to take off your shirt.
Oh, yeah? There. My shirt's off.
My shirt's off.
All right, now, what are you going to do about it?
I'll scratch your back if you'll scratch mine. Help, please, help!
Hey, Costello. Costello, that's Ken Miles yelling.
Help! Help! Somebody do something.
What's the matter?
Oh, my lovely wife dropped her purse in the lion's cage, and she went in after it. She's in there alone with the lions.
Those poor lions. They'll have to defend themselves.
Come on, Costello, we haven't got a minute to lose. Open the door and let Costello in.
Yeah, open that door. And you... Wait a minute. I just happen to think I got to see Princess Zagna right away.
But we've got to wrestle the lion.
You wrestle what you like, and I'll wrestle what I like.
Get in there, Costello. Here comes the lion, Costello. Grab him.
All right. I got you. Thought you were tough, eh? Take that. Hey, Rabbit, there was nothing to it. She's an old lion. I got my hand rammed right down her throat. Look, she hasn't even got any teeth. Costello, you fool. Take your hand out of my mouth.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Bob Hope and his special guest, Frank Sinatra.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, so they hit the moon with radar Hope. You can see for me. I went down to Palm Springs last week, and they really have a housing shortage down there. In fact, I saw one ad in the paper that read for rent, $50 a month, a size 38 shadow. Palm Springs is really wonderful, isn't it? In 1 week, you get healthy enough to go back to work and poor enough to have to. And it's so ritzy, the snakes in that part of the desert don't have rattles, and back they have built-in recorders that play nothing but Castellanos. What prices the hotels get? I stepped up to the clerk and asked him if he could give me a suite for $5, and he handed me a Hershey bar. You should have seen the hotel I stopped at. What a place. There was a sign in the room, don't turn off the electric fan. It's holding up the walls. What a broken-down room. The only time it had a ceiling was when a low cloud went by. But I finally got a beautiful room with a very high ceiling, except when the elevator came down. And it's so hot down in Palm Springs. One lens fell out of my smoke glasses and my right eye got burned black. For a week, I walked around looking like an overgrown panda. Panda, you know, he has one white eye and one white eye. And my lens fell, you know, and the last time I'll buy a gag from the Griffith Park Zoo, I want to tell you that. While I was in Palm Springs, those jet planes passed over on their way to New York. And I don't know if they were traveling fast enough to create a vacuum, but 10 acres of tumbleweed followed them as far as Iowa. I'm not saying they went fast, but the pilot's got the hiccups. He hicked in Salt Lake City and cupped over Chicago. When they landed, my sponsor sent me a wire reading. This shows you what hot air will do if you direct it right. Here comes Skinny Innit.
If you are planning a trip, come down to Tampico way. Those lovely tropical scenes will make you want to say,
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
you lose your troubles and cares when you fiesta each day. And soon you're happy to live the Pan American way.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
There are no strangers down there. It's all a big family because they greet you with their good neighbor policy. Senoritas down there are sentimental and shy, and once they whisper hello, you'll never say goodbye.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
You learn to rumba down there with Esterita McPhail, who learned to do it last week from Arthur Murray by mail.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
The senoritas, they wave when you arrive at the dock. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. That's the place to go in Tampico, in Mexico.
I'm glad I waited for you. But then, what else could I do? Yes, there were one or two that I used to date with, but they always knew I used them to wait with. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine has just come true. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine has just come true. I'm glad I waited for you.
I'm glad I waited for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet a fine young singer who recently returned from a trip back east. If you had good eyesight, you saw him in Anchors Away. The original Thin Man, one of the greatest guys who almost lived, Andy Russell's grandfather, Frank Sinatra. Right? Coming along.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bob.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Frank. You're looking as strong and handsome as ever.
Thank you, Robin, and you're looking as intelligent and as sophisticated as ever.
Boy, is television going to louse up this program. tell me, Frankie, how was your trip east?
Wonderful, Bob. I flew, you know. Made it in 12 hours.
Gee, that's a pretty good time.
Yes, it is, considering that I had to stop at Albuquerque to change pigeons. But you know, Bob, I had a small accident. I had to bail out, as a matter of fact.
You had to bail out? What happened?
Well, when we got over Denver, the pigeon hit a downdraft, and the recoil threw me off.
You feel a little kick on that last one. Say, you really covered a lot of territory back there. Yeah. Tell me, are the hotel rooms still scarce in New York? Huh?
Still scarce. Well, I took a ride down Riverside Drive.
So what?
So nothing. General Grant was sitting on a park bench and getting $10 a day for renting out his tomb.
Well, you must have felt right at home in there.
No, Bob. You see, I stayed...
Wait a second. Frank, read the cues. Wait for laugh right
there. I lost my head. I
almost lost my laugh.
Bob, you see, I stayed with my folks over in Hoboken. I'm from the north, you know. That's my hometown. I went to grammar school there.
I bet you were the spitball champion, huh?
Not me. The other kids threw the spitballs.
Well, how come you didn't throw them?
Well, they used to wrap me up inside and let me do the steering.
Gee, just think, Frank. Only a few years ago, we were both living on the wrong side of the tracks, and here we are today. Next-door neighbors in North Hollywood.
Uh-huh. So you're the guy that lives next door to me.
Yeah, what about it?
Bob, then must you raise sheep?
That isn't the reason, Frankie. I'm doing all of Lana Turner's knitting now.
Fine vocation. Say, Robin, I got a complaint to make, though.
What about?
Well, I can't understand that dog of yours. Look, I've been living there for months, and he still barks at me when he sees me laying around the yard. Doesn't he like me?
Oh, it isn't that, Frankie. It's just that he's never seen a bone with a bow tie on it before.
You may hear from my lawyer, boy.
Frank, that's a nice-looking house you live in, and that's a nice driveway you have there, too.
Yeah, it costs quite a bit, but it's worth it.
Yeah, that was a good idea, surfacing it with crushed Crosby records. By the way, Frank, have you seen old Butterbeam lately?
Yeah, I've seen Mount Ball. They ran across Bing in New York.
Really? What else is doing in the Bowery? But, Frank, it's a good thing you're back in Hollywood now. You know, while you're away, a certain actor has been taking over some of your bobby sock business and has been squealing for him.
Really? What's the name of this hijacker?
Oh, you've heard the name, Van Johnson?
Van. What is that, a movie actor or a trucking company? Are you kidding?
That's a charm school with freckles.
Oh, sure. I heard about him, Bob. Say, tell me, what's the secret of Van's charm, anyway?
Well, let's ask Frances. Frances, come here. She's got all the inside.
Yeah. The outside ain't bad either.
Say, Frances, will you step in here? I want you to settle a question between me and Frankie.
Gee, is it really Frank Sinatra?
In the flesh.
Stop bragging.
Why, Frank, I didn't know you were coming down here tonight.
Neither did I, Francis. Been windy, hasn't it? You know, Francis, you should see more of me.
Well, I'd like to. Where'd you leave it?
Being fractured here. Nice work, kid. Oh, you're delicious. Francis, Frank has something to ask you.
Yeah, France, I want a kind of quick reaction. To be blunt, who do the girls like better, me or Van Johnson or me?
Well, it's hard to say. The girls really go wild over Van's golden hair.
What do you mean, golden hair? All he got was an egg shampoo, and they forgot to comb out the yolk.
Oh, you two are just jealous because you don't have a cute cowlick like Van.
I had a cow lick like that once.
Well, why doesn't your hair stand up on end?
That is where the cow licked me. That isn't where the cow licked me. Gee whiz, my records are still selling big. Why do I stand here reading this junk when I got money in the bank?
What do you mean, junk? I use nothing but sophisticated material. No coward leftovers. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Well, to me, it's still junk.
Oh, yeah? If you're going to get tough, put up your dukes.
Okay, I got him up. Start something.
Okay, take that. Why, Francis, you afraid we'll hurt each other?
No, but the sound man is getting awful tired.
Did you leave a call? Come on, take it, Jimmy. Come here, Francis. Get him out of here.
If I don't see her each day, I miss her. Gee, what a thrill each time I kiss her. Believe me, I've got a case on Nancy with a laughing face. She takes the winter and makes it summer. Summer could take some lessons from her. Picture a tomboy in lace. That's Nancy with a laughing face. Have you ever heard mission bells ringing? Well, she'll give you the very same glow. When she speaks, you would think it was singing. Just hear her say hello. I swear to goodness, you can't resist her. Sorry for you, she has no sister. No angel could replace Nancy with a laughing face. Keep Betty Grable, Lamour, and Turner. She makes my heart a charcoal burner. It's heaven when I embrace Nancy with a laughing face.
That's fine, Frank. Sit down and rest. We get some oxygen.
Here comes Francis Langford.
Without sleeping, strangely enough I sleep well, except for a dream or two. But then I count my sheep well. Funny how sheep can learn to sleep, so I should care. I should let it upset me. I should care. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. But I should care, and I do.
Tonight, folks, we're going to take a little excursion into the land of fantasy and bring you as weird and chilling a ghost story as you ever heard. We're going to do the life of Frank Sinatra. If you will, Mr. Ennis.
Life of Frank Sinatra.
We take you back to the fateful night of June 8th, 1919. A fateful night indeed. Because on that night, nothing happened. Nothing happened, and they named it Frank Sinatra. As the stork swooped low over the Sinatra home with his precious little bundle, he said,
I better leave this and get away fast. They may have their heart set on a baby.
So, little Frankie is born. And when Papa Sinatra comes home from work, he peeks at the thin figure and says happily,
Ah, I see we're having spaghetti tonight.
But time marches on, and Frankie gets bigger, thanks to helium gas. And even at that early age, his mother knew he was going to be very intelligent. When she looked down at the infant lying in his crib, Frankie would open his big blue eyes and say,
Goo-goo, hey.
At the age of 5, Frankie gets into his first fight with the kid next door.
I give up. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me again.
Okay, and let that be a lesson.
In school, Frank meets a young Southern boy, Edgar Ennis. As boys will, they size each other up carefully, then speak.
Hiya, fatso.
All right, children, we'll start the day's lesson.
Say, teacher, ain't you going to call the roll?
No, I got a quicker way. Will all those pupils who are absent please raise their hands? See, every day, perfect attendance.
The teacher's a moron. No wonder I'm an idiot.
Robert Hope, you're a bad boy, and you're a bad influence on the rest of the children here in the 5th grade.
How's that, teacher?
Well, this is the second morning this week you come to class without a shave. And another thing, Robert, take off that pointed dunce cap.
What dunce cap?
Hey, Teach, that's his head hay.
You fat as mustache.
Hey, your mother's stuffed eggplant.
Your sister's tricycle. Wait.
Yeah, and Francie Langford, you can stay after school today.
But, teacher, why should I stay after school? I know all the answers.
Yeah, I know. Now stop arguing with me. You children are impossible. I've sent for the principal.
Oh, what's this, Frankie? This ought to be fun. I rigged up a bucket of water over the door, and when the principal opens the door, it'll tip the bucket. Shh. Here he comes now.
Silly bee started for the classroom and walked right into the swimming pool. All right, children, let's all line up and have our little ears inspected now. All right, Frankie, step up here. Well, that ear's clean, and now for the other one. Frankie.
What's the matter, Princey? Is it dirty?
No, but where did you find a place to buy gum?
Who bought gum? That's the same piece I had there last week.
Hey, huh? I just wanted to see if you left anything out. Hey, Fritz, I've got clean ears. Look behind him and see.
Okay. You have 2 clean ears. Now let me look behind the other 2.
in arithmetic. Is the quadratic complex made up of coordinates to satisfy a homogeneous algebraic equation of degree 2?
Huh?
I said, is the quadratic complex made up of coordinates to satisfy a homogeneous
This punk is trying to queer my racket.
Eager for fame and fortune, Frank teams up with Bob Hope and goes into show business. We find Frank and Bob applying for their first job in a Hoboken nightclub.
Frank, my new act will kill the people.
Maybe so, Bob, but I think you should stick to just telling jokes.
You do?
Yeah, I don't think it'll look right, a man doing a bubble dance.
Oh, it's okay. I move fast. I won't catch cold. Well, here's the place, Frank. Kelowna's Mickey Finn Inn. Boy, what a tough-looking joint.
What makes you think it's so tough?
Well, just look at the hat check girl. She's checking the hats with the heads in them. Hey, Bob.
Check your coat here. Check your coat.
Don't stop, Frank. Walk right by.
Now, how about your hat?
Hey, look, Bob, here comes the owner.
Hey, mister, we're part of the new floor show.
Sorry, I've got all the chorus girls I need.
Listen, we're not chorus girls. Take another look.
Well, I don't need any scrub women either.
Kelowna. Are you the boss here?
That's right, Hope J. Billingsley, Kelowna. No liquor sold after hours, no gambling on the premises. Laws of the community observed to the letter. Also relatives Shanghai to China cheap.
Hey, look, Frank, there's a dead horse sitting at the bar.
Dead horse sitting at the bar?
Yeah.
That's funny. He paid for a table.
Say, Kelowna.
1 minute, Hope, while I throw out this rowdy customer. All right, Bub. Come on. Out you go. Come on, fellas. Let me back in.
Say, Kelowna, do we get jobs in your floor show?
Well, tell me, Hope, what kind of an act do you do?
Oh, I got a great act. I kill him. I come out on the stage and I say, how do you do, folks? I call my dog Postman because he's expecting a litter. You see, he's expecting a litter. It's my special delivery that gets him, you see. You get it, Kid? Do you think you can use my jokes?
Why not? Most of our customers like an egg in their beer. And now, Sinatra, let's hear what you can do.
Okay. It might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
Well, don't stand there. Let's plant them.
Got a date with an angel. Got to meet her at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. She's so lovely beside me. And whatever betide me. Got an angel to guide me. So I'm on my way to heaven. Gonna let the dogs ring out. And the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates ring out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. Gonna let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates ring out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
1 year ago tonight, through the facilities of your local National Broadcasting Company station, we were privileged to enjoy your attention at the premiere broadcast of a new series of authentic documented dramas entitled Dragnet. This evening, on the occasion of our first anniversary as weekly guests in your home, the cast, technicians, and producers of Dragnet wish to state publicly that our indebtedness is enormous. For the degree of success which Dragnet has achieved during the past year, our first and greatest obligation is to you, our weekly listeners, for your support, for your many kind letters of encouragement, criticism, and appraisal. If Dragnet is a proven success, then you have made it so. Behind the scenes, we have many more people to thank. Our engineers, our sound technicians, our cast. To the radio editors and columnists across the nation, also, a sincere thank you for your judgment of our efforts. Additionally, claims on our thanks are held by the Los Angeles Police Department, for the National Broadcasting Company, and the Liggett and Myers Tobacco Company, makers of Fatima cigarettes. To all of these, and to you, our gratitude. Here at the starting point of Dragnet's second year of broadcasting, our wish is twofold. First, that we may enjoy your continued support. Secondly, that we may deserve that support. Thank you. The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. Scores of lone women have been beaten and robbed. The victims have been unable to identify the criminals. Your job, get them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild. To give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, July 1st. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Walker, captain of robbery. My name's Friday. It was 9:27 p.m. when I left the phone booth at the Sunset Drive-In and got to our car. 80K. Anything new? Oh, Captain Walker's wife had her baby. Boy, 8 pounds.
Oh, that's swell. She all right?
Yeah, so's the captain.
Look at the uniform on the waitress coming.
Yeah, they sure dress them up, don't they?
Good evening.
Hi, Daisy.
Oh, hello. Didn't recognize you. What do you have? The usual?
No, I think I'll have something else besides a hamburger this time.
Here's the menu. Take your choice.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm kind of hungry. Maybe I'll take them later.
Mm-hmm. 5 shrimps, good.
Where's that?
Right there.
Oh, yeah. 95 cents.
What's all this stuff I've been reading in the paper?
What's that?
Couple of guys going around snatching purses and beating up women. Paper says it's happened 7 times in the last 2 weeks.
Roast beef, 90 cents.
Roast beef's good, too. Don't you know who's been doing it?
No, not yet. What do you get with these liver and onions, Dave?
Same as with everything else. Soup, potatoes, and coffee.
85 cents.
Why don't they just take the purse? Why do they have to beat up the women?
We don't know.
Well, those headlines staring me in the face every time I open a paper. I'm getting afraid to walk home at night.
Do you get coffee and dessert with the Salisbury steak?
Yeah.
65 cents.
72T. Roger on your call. Hey, do you guys know what I've been talking about?
Yeah, Daisy, we know.
I'll take the Salisbury steak.
Yeah, so'll I.
Hamburger special, round 2.
Well done on mine, please.
Burned. Okay. Be a couple of minutes.
Thanks.
All units in the vicinity of 1016 North McCaffrey.
That's us. Get it up.
484 PS and slugging.
Yeah.
Code 3. All units in the vicinity of 1016 North McCadden. 484 PS and slugging. Code 3. 61F, take the call. Okay.
Better let her know we're going.
See.
I'll be right there.
No, we're leaving. We'll be back.
Okay.
You know, I've been wondering.
What's that?
Hamburger and Salisbury steak, what's the difference?
Price. To the police officer, the lowest thief and most cowardly is the purse snatcher who preys on women. For more than a month, lone women throughout the western section of the city have been robbed and beaten. The descriptions were confused and varied because the attacks took place at night. 10:06 p.m. We got to the location on North McCadden where the woman was lying on the sidewalk. She'd been badly beaten about the face and neck, and her jaw had been broken. Officers Reed and Shell of Unit 61F were already there.
Any witnesses, officer?
Yeah, this man in the sweater here saw it happen. Says the victim's name's Swanson. This is Mr. Kahn.
How you do? This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. I wonder if we could talk to you, please.
Yeah, certainly. You want to come into the house?
Right over here will be all right.
That officer there says that you saw it happen.
That's right. I was watching television. I heard this scream outside. I looked out and saw these 2 men beating her up.
Can you describe them?
Oh, the light wasn't real good. They're about as tall as you two, but they had slighter builds.
How old were they? Could you see that?
I'd say they were young, maybe 18, 19. I saw them knock her down. It was terrible. They hit her, and then they kicked her. They picked up the purse and ran down that way.
And you called the police?
Yes, but not right away. I ran out and saw them get in a car across the street. They drove right past me. Then they turned east there on Romaine.
Can you describe the car for us?
I got the license number for you. The last 3 numbers were 552.
Just 3 numbers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe the car? What kind was it?
Oh, I don't know. It was new. I think it was black. Maybe a sedan.
Well, was it a large car or a small one?
Oh, kind of medium.
Did you notice the back of it?
Yeah, that's where I saw the license plate.
No, I mean, did you notice anything about the car? Maybe a dent on the fender or a sticker on the window?
No, I didn't look at the window.
Did the car have a spotlight or a radio antenna?
Well, I guess I didn't see any. I was trying to look at the license plates.
Did you notice anything unusual about the car? Any identifying marks at all?
No, I didn't notice.
How about the make of the car? Did you see what kind of one?
No, the last three numbers on the license plate were 552.
California license plate?
Yes, it was. Now, that should be enough here. Do you think you'll catch him tonight?
Do you know how many plates end in 552? While Ben called in a general description of the car and the two attackers, I talked to the other bystanders. I found out that the victim's name was Mrs. Frida K. Swanson, a widow. She had a room at 1003 North McCadden. None of the neighbors had seen the robbery or the beating take place. 11:28 p.m., Ben and I arrived at Hollywood Receiving Hospital to interview Mrs. Swanson, but she was unable to talk or to identify her attackers. She wrote on a piece of paper that she'd been slugged from behind. She never got a good look at the man. Besides a broken jaw, she was suffering from a fractured wrist, a broken nose, and bruises about the face and body. Tuesday, July 2nd, the getaway car used in the attack on the previous night was found abandoned on Hollywood Boulevard and proved to be a stolen car. License number 6 Young 4552. The victim's empty purse was found inside. Routine investigation developed no leads. We met with Captain Walker. Because the last 4 attacks had taken place within a 6-block radius, we set up a plan of decoys in an attempt to trap the 2 purse snatchers. 4 policewomen from Juvenile Bureau and a special detail from Metropolitan Division were assigned. Tuesday, 4 p.m., a special detail was ordered to the squad room for briefing.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, hi, Dorothy.
How's your tuxedo back in mothballs?
Yeah, how are your feet?
My feet, nothing the matter with them. You're a good dancer.
Yeah, I bet I could use some lessons.
Oh, you don't need lessons, Joe. You need practice.
Okay, let's get started. I don't have to tell you the risks involved in an operation like this. I want all of you to know where everybody will be at any given time. By all of you, I mean the police women and also the men who'll be in the squad cars. If anybody misses anything, stop me. We don't have much of a description of the men we're after. There are 2 of them, both about 18 years old. Usually they wear sneakers, slacks, and sport coats. They've been in different kinds of cars, all of them stolen. They keep each car for a few days, then ditch it. Hold on the map, will you, Joe? Yes, sir. Now, here's the area here. Residential, 90% of the dwellings have garages, so for cars parked on the street, it might be unused. Each of you will be given a list of cars stolen in the last 48 hours, still outstanding. I want you to check all parked cars against the hot sheet. Oh, first hold up your purses, please. Young lady, that purse is too small, I'm afraid. Let's make it look worthwhile.
Yes, sir.
All right. Of course, you won't be carrying your guns in your purse. You wear a shoulder holster. Before you leave, Sergeant Friday will pass out some marked bills I want you to carry. Okay, now, policewoman Short. You'll board a westbound streetcar at Western and Santa Monica Boulevard at 9:03 p.m. Don't worry about these schedules. The streetcar will be there. Get off at Las Palmas at 9:13. Walk south to Willoughby. Turn east on Willoughby to Hudson, and north 1 block to Romaine. You go west on Romaine to Cahuenga, and then retrace your steps to the starting point, and you're through. Got it? You'll be covered by Unit 81K.
Captain.
Yep.
How fast or slow should we walk?
Oh, I'd say a pretty good pace. No woman likes to be alone on the streets at night, so it'd be natural.
Yes, sir.
Policewoman Ball.
Yes, sir.
You'll board an eastbound bus at La Brea and Melrose at 9:35 p.m. You get off at Wilcox and Melrose at 9:45. Walk north on Wilcox to Waring, then west on Waring for 2 blocks, and north on Cherokee. Follow Cherokee for 2 blocks, turn east on Romaine. Follow Romaine to Cole, and turn north on Cole. When you get to Santa Monica Boulevard, retrace your steps to your starting point. You'll be covered by Unit 87K.
Will the cars be cruising or will they be parked?
Both. Friday and Romero will be cruising all the time. I'll get to the others when I finish with these instructions. Of course, if you see any police car, give no recognition.
Yes, sir. Captain,
Yeah?
you said the 2 suspects wear sneakers.
That's right.
It'll be pretty hard to hear them come up behind you.
I'd say so.
Did any of the victims hear them?
If they had, they wouldn't be victims.
Nine p.m. The decoy plan went into effect. We waited. Tuesday night passed. Nothing happened. Wednesday night, nothing. Thursday, July 4th, the decoy plan was enlarged to include a larger area, but everything was quiet. Friday, July 5th. Captain Walker decided that the new plan, covering an area from La Brea to Vine Street and from Sunset to Beverly, would be kept in operation. 10:45 p.m. Ben and I cruised the exposed area.
We've been thinking about moving to a new place.
Yeah?
Only trouble is we don't know what's going to happen.
You mean if rent control goes off?
Yeah. We don't know if rents will go up or down.
You've got a lease, haven't you?
71
That's next month.
on in Mariposa, 507 party.
We don't know what to do. We even tossed a coin to decide.
Well, that's about as good a way as any.
Coin came up tails 4 times in a row.
Yeah?
Wife changed her mind on each toss. No decision.
Roger, 71R.
Is that a policewoman down there?
Yeah, Nancy Short. You got her out there?
South on Hudson, east on Melrose, then up Wilcox to Sunset.
All units, Willoughby and Hudson, 484 PS and slugging, code 3.
Guys, let's roll on it.
83F, Willoughby and Hudson, 484 PS and slugging, code 3.
We drove to Willoughby and Hudson, just south of the corner, and saw a woman sitting on the grass with a few people around. She was a young woman, about 25. Her clothes had been torn, and there was a red welt on her right cheekbone. She was trying to get to her feet as we came up.
There'll be an ambulance here in a few minutes, miss. Can you tell us how it happened?
My cheek's swelling.
Did you see who attacked
Yes, I did. I can tell you about them. Look, here, I ripped off one of their pockets. Cards fell off.
Driver's license. George Landon.
Here's the piece of cloth I tore off his pocket.
I'll take that, Ben. Thank you. You want to stay with her? See if I can get a make on this license.
Okay. Would you give me your name, please?
Barbara Curtis. I live over on Hudson.
80K to control 1. 80K to control 1.
Go ahead, Eddie K.
Check suspect for making warrants. George Landon, male, white, age 18, 5 feet 9 inches, 155 pounds, blue eyes, black hair. Address, 2722 and a half Arthur Avenue, KMA 367.
Roger, Eddie K.
Did you see the car?
Yes, I saw it. White sidewall tires. It was a club coupe. I tried to see the license plate. I couldn't make it out.
What color was it,
I don't know. Dark green, I think. I'm so mad I could boil.
Can you describe the man?
Well, you got the driver's license. It's all there.
Well, that's just for one of them, miss. She said there were 2 men.
I don't know. I grabbed one of their coats and the other one hit me. The thing I'm so mad about is I tried to scream and nothing had come out.
I understand.
Hi.
Hi.
You're the 63F. We got the call.
That's fine. This is the victim, Miss Curtis. If you'll handle the report and see that she gets home, we got a lead to check out here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll 1, Eddie K.
What's your call back, Joe?
All right, we better get it. Come on.
Right with you.
$80K to control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Suspect has misdemeanor and felony record. 1 arrest, suspicion of robbery, and 1 arrest, GTA. No warrants at this time. Most recent address on suspect, 2722 and 1/2 Arthur Avenue.
Roger.
Been in trouble before. Felony and misdemeanor.
Yeah.
And the address matches.
Maybe this cloth does.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of beautiful aviatrix Bab Beckwith, one of the few women who holds a commercial instructor's rating for single-engine land and sea aircraft. This is her actual signed statement.
I've been smoking long cigarettes for quite some time. Recently, a friend told me about a really mild king-size cigarette, Fatima. I'm very glad I tried them. Fatimas are a lot milder than any of the others I've smoked and have a much better flavor. I agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Friday, 11 p.m. Ben and I drove to 2722 and a half Arthur Avenue. was a small house at the rear of a lot on the east end of town. Alongside the front house, there was a narrow passageway leading to the house in the back with a small lawn between the two. There was no alley, and anybody leaving from the front or back door had to go through the narrow passage. As we approached the house, a light was on in the front room, and through the window we could see a middle-aged woman reading a magazine. We rang the bell.
Yes?
Police officers. Does George Landon live here?
Why, yes, he does. I'm his aunt, Miss Landon. What do you want?
Can we come in?
Why, yes. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, ma'am.
Is George Landon at home now?
No, he isn't, but I think he'll be home soon. He never stays out late. He isn't in any trouble, is he?
You know where he is?
With his friends, I suppose. He's a popular boy. He really should be home soon.
Where's he been, Miss Landon?
I don't know. He goes out at night, you know, with his friends.
Who are they?
Well, I really don't know. You see, it's difficult to keep track of a young boy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big boy, and he's full of vitality. He has to find things to do.
Yes, ma'am.
He lives here with me. I'm his aunt. I'm not married, so I take care of him. His parents died when he was a baby.
I see. Does George work, or does he go to school?
Oh, he's finished school. You aren't here about that automobile that was stolen a year ago, are you?
No, ma'am.
He had some trouble then, but I'm sure he didn't do it. Since then, he's been very good. He hasn't missed a day's work, and he goes to church with me any time I ask him.
Where does he spend his evenings, do you know?
Well, I told you, with his friends. A young man has to use up his energy. I don't try to hold him too tightly. Good boy like him.
Can we look at his room?
Oh, yes. It's right here.
All right.
I'll show you how neat it is. Oh, there. Isn't that nice?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not trying to defend him. I'm only telling you about him. He keeps this room cleaned up himself. He smokes a little, but I've never smelled a drop of liquor on his breath. He's a very good boy.
Yes, ma'am.
He even reads a lot. You can see his books over there.
Yes, ma'am.
You mind if we look around a little?
No. No, that's all right. Should be home soon. He's probably at a movie. Do you want to wait for him?
No, that won't be necessary.
He's always home by midnight. I'll tell him you were here. Oh, that must be George now. George!
Yeah?
These men would like to talk to you. They're police officers.
All right, take it easy, young fellow.
Oh, let go. Hold him. Turn him around.
Yep.
Stand still, young fellow. That's no gun.
What do you guys think you're doing? I didn't do anything. I was just out for a ride.
This your nephew?
Yeah.
Coat torn, Joe. Pocket ripped off.
Is this your driver's license here, George?
Yeah. I lost it.
When?
Last week.
It was found tonight.
So what?
How'd you tear your coat?
Getting out of the car the other night.
Here's a piece of cloth. The girl who was attacked tonight gave it to us. It matches the tear there in your coat.
What have you done, George?
Tell her.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it any time. He talked me into it.
Who talks you into
He
it?
made me do it. He's got a gun, and he stole the cars. He made all the plans.
Who made all the plans?
Tommy. Oh, we never did anything except hang out at the drugstore until that time a year ago.
What's his last name?
He said that it'd always be held against me, and I better go along with him.
Tommy who?
Decker.
Was he with you tonight?
Yeah, he's the one that hit her when she grabbed hold of me. He's the one that always hit him. I never wanted him to do it.
Mm-hmm. Where's the stuff you took out of that purse?
Oh, Tommy's going to hide it.
Where?
Back of where he works.
Where's that?
Oh, garage someplace. I don't know where. He just started working there.
Where does he live?
Place on West 6th. I never been there.
What does this Decker look like?
Well, same age I am, but about an inch taller and must be 15 pounds heavier. He's got dark hair.
How's he dressed?
Just like me. Sneakers and brown slacks and a tan sport coat.
Better call the office, Ben.
Yeah. Can I use your telephone, ma'am?
Oh, it's in the hall behind the door.
Thank you.
You said Decker's got a gun?
Yeah.
Officer, will you tell me the truth?
I'll try, ma'am.
Are George and this Tommy Decker the two men the papers have been writing about?
I'm afraid so.
The ones who've been robbing the women
Yes, ma'am.
and beating them up?
Yeah.
I didn't mean it. I didn't know what I was doing.
I raised you, George. I didn't either.
$11:42 p.m. We checked into the office with the 18-year-old suspect, George Landon. While Ben and the police stenographer took down the statement, I went down to R&I and pulled a package on the other suspect, Thomas Decker. His mama sheet showed a petition had been filed on 459 PC and 488 PC. They also showed 3 different recent addresses for Decker. One on West 6th Street, one on South Mariposa, and a third on North Catalina. 2 units were dispatched to the first 2 addresses. Ben and I went to the address on North Catalina, a rooming house. We learned from Decker's landlady that he was working as an apprentice mechanic on the swing shift at a large garage on South Flower Street. 12:51 a.m., Ben and I arrived at the garage.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah?
Police officer. Does Thomas Decker work here?
Yeah, he works here. Hey, Decker! Hey, Decker! Yeah? I'm the guy here to see you. There he is back there.
Thank you.
What do you want?
You Thomas Decker?
Yeah?
Police officer. I'd like to talk to you.
Watch it, Joe. Come on. Hey, he's going in the locker room. All right. It's locked.
Come on, hit it.
No go. Hey, you over there. Any other way out of this locker room?
Yeah, down the hall in the other.
Come on, Ben.
All right.
Here we are.
Watch it. Came from behind that car, back by the door.
All right, cover me.
All right, Ben, give it back to him. Throw your gun out. Throw it out.
Here it is. Don't shoot.
All right, now come on out. Hands behind your head.
I'll get the gun.
All right, so you turn around.
Lousy. Watch it, Joe. Watch it. Hey, he's getting away. Head him off downstairs. No. There he goes. Head him off. Let it go. Let it go. All right.
All right, get the cuffs on him, Ben. Yeah. 18 years old. What's it prove?
I don't know. Sometimes you kind of wonder if it's true.
What's that?
There's no such thing as a bad boy.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
On November 1st, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Thomas Decker and George Landon were tried and convicted on 5 counts of grand theft person, 5 counts of grand theft auto, and 5 counts of assault with intent to do great bodily harm. They were sentenced to the state penitentiary for a term as prescribed by law and are now serving their sentence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief of Police W.A. Wharton speaking from his office in City Hall, Los Angeles, California.
As Chief of Police of the City of Los Angeles, I wish to extend my heartiest congratulations to the program Dragnet on the occasion of its first anniversary. The overwhelming success of this program, as indicated by the hundreds of commendatory letters, telegrams, and personal comments, I feel has been due to the splendid job of portraying police officers and their work. The American public, by its enthusiastic acceptance of Dragnet, has indicated a desire for factual police programs. The Los Angeles Police Department is proud to contribute to the constructive entertainment of both adults and children through this medium. May I extend my best wishes to the National Broadcasting Company, the sponsor, the actors, the writer, and the producer of Dragnet. And I trust there will be many more years of continued success for this program.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, the great new show, Sarah's Private Caper, on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Not much new. Oh, yeah, you remember Skinny Gardner? His wife just had a baby. Yeah, a boy. Yeah, we all chipped in and sent him a cute little blue cuspidor. Yeah, with a little blue tassel on it. Yeah, huh? Who's coming down here tonight? Dennis Day. Dennis Day, Duffy, the kid that's always trying to get Jack out of Benny. Well, he's leaving the Benny show to go into the Navy. Well, you can't blame the kid. What would you do if you had a chance to make more dough? Well, look, Duffy, I gotta go now. I'm taking Dennis out for one last big evening, and I gotta go out and choy-choy a couple of femmes. Huh? Choy-choy, Duffy. It's French for, Huh? You got a girl for him? Your wife's niece, huh? How ugly is she? She looks like your wife, huh? Well, thanks for the warning, Duffy, but this dame ain't for Red Skelton. It's for Dennis Day. Besides, I got my own little address book. I'll call you back. Now, let's see here. Under the A's here, Anna Diefendorfer, Plaza 3997. What you doing, Mr. Archer? I gotta get a couple of dames for me and Dennis Day for tonight. Hello? Eagle Wet Wash Laundry? Could you please call Anna Diefendorfer to the phone? Yeah. She's number 5 on the Mango. Yeah, thank you. I get no kick from champagne. Eddie, I don't like to bother at the laundry, but she ain't got no phone at home.
Don't worry, them gals of yours don't need no phone.
What do you mean?
They're the kind for whom the bell never tolls.
Oh, yeah? Well, Eddie, it's so... Oh, just a minute. Hello? Anna? Guess who this is? No? 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 Yes. Hello? How do you like that, Eddie? Acting like she don't remember me. And she washed this very shirt that I'm wearing.
Well, after all, that was a long time ago.
Let's see. I'll look up some more numbers here. I gotta get Dennis Day a girl.
One of your girls?
Yeah.
I got a feeling that day is done.
Don't be so skeptical, Eddie. Now, let's see here. Agnes, Audrey. Oh, here's one that's a doll. Beautiful.
In that book?
Eddie, they don't get in this book unless they're beautiful. This is the Dun and Broad Street of dames. You ought to see this, Audrey. What a luscious hunk of lusciousness. Oh, hello? Audrey? Hiya, gorgeous. That's swell. Listen, beautiful, a couple of us is going out tonight, and we thought... What? Oh, I hope you'll be very happy. How does a dame with a kisser like that ever get a husband? Now, let's see. Bertha, Beulah, and Brenda. I've been meaning to call them three dames for weeks.
Why didn't you?
I don't know them.
Now, how'd they get in your book?
I won them in a crap game.
That's the closest you'll ever get to making a pass at them.
Now, stop annoying me, Eddie. It ain't a feat. Let's see. The C's here. Catherine Murphy, Cleo Patrick, Choo Choo Schmidt, Carrie, Clara. Oh, Camille. Oh, there's Camille. This is really a high-class dame. Hello? Oh, Stuyvesant residence? To whom am I speaking to, please? Oh, Mrs. Stuyvesant? Would you mind calling Camille the upstairs maid? What? Oh, thank you. Nobody home upstairs.
Arch.
Well, hiya, Finnegan.
Say, Arch, what's in that little green book?
Dame's phone numbers.
Dame's phone numbers?
Yeah, so I can call them up.
So you can call them up. Arch, can't you whistle no more?
Finnegan, I never...
Oh, don't be modest, Arch. You know as well as I do, you have whistled at some beautiful dames in your time.
Well,
did any of them ever stop?
Huh? For what?
Finnegan, that whistling was in the dumb, dark past, you know, when I was just a little trite.
Oh, but Arch, you was the master. Remember, it was you that taught me to whistle at dames.
Yeah, I guess I did at that. Did it ever come in handy, Finnegan?
Once. I whistled at a dame and she stopped and began to talk to me.
Oh, what did you do?
What could I do? You only taught me up to the whistle.
Ah, poor Finnegan.
Arch, do you think love will ever find me?
Oh, I think so. Sure, Finnegan, I think someday the right one will come along.
Do you think so, Arch?
Yeah.
Gee, I hope it's a girl.
Oh, Finnegan, you know, some guys is born handsome, some guys is born intelligent. Why were you?
I don't know. I guess it was just nature.
Yeah.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
How do I look?
Same as usual.
Insults don't bother me tonight. It's love, love,
Miss Duffy, how come you're so full of joy de vivre?
I'm going stepping tonight.
Whom with?
Breckenridge Hartsenfellow, the battleship painter.
Oh. Out with that rowboat Rembrandt again, huh? What's the big occasion tonight?
Well, they just launched a new battleship at his Navy Yard, and we're going to celebrate tonight. Champagne and everything.
Champagne, huh?
Yes. Say, Archie, is it dangerous to drink champagne with broken glass in it?
Not if you chew it properly. Look, Miss Duffy, you gotta excuse me. I gotta make a few phone calls here. Dennis Day is going to the Navy, and I'm throwing a party for him, so I gotta get him a dame.
How about my girlfriend, Katrinka Yarbutz?
That monstrosity? Girl Mountain Yarbutz? Big, fat, ugly Katrinka?
So what if she has a few muscles?
A few? Even the muscles has got muscles.
Well, that's good. Her strength comes in very handy, especially when she's out alone on a dark night.
What do you mean?
Many's a fella she's forced to pick her up.
Yeah, maybe Dennis and me could take a drinker. No. We better have individual dames. Let me see. Who else could we get?
How about Vera Fogarty?
Oh, no, not that. You think I would introduce Dennis Day to that man, Crazy Vera?
Why not? If he's going to be a sailor, he's going to meet her eventually.
Yeah, that's true. Vera is kind of official with the Navy, ain't she?
Sure she is.
Yeah, chief petting officer. Look, Miss Duffy, leave me alone. I'll get me own dames. Now, let's see. The D's here. Daisy, Daphne, Dora.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Toby.
Look what I found on the tablecloth.
Well, kill it.
If you're lazy, hazy, kind of crazy, it's love. Imagine you imagining that you love me and starting on a family tree. Imagine starting on a family tree. The papa is you and the mama is me. Imagine you imagining a cozy flat, complete with running dog and cat. Imagine having running dog and cat. We will have welcome all over the mat. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. Imagine you imagining a man and wife will go and buy a fork and a knife. Imagine eating with a fork and a knife. How rich he will be for the rest of our life. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, just love. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, oh love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. So if your knees go knockity knock, and you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, and if your heart goes bump, bump, bumpity bump, it's love, just love.
Let's see, there's nothing here in the L's. Let's get down to the M's. Oh. Emily? Emma? Mary? How did that get in there? Here's one. Here's one. Irma. Hello? Oh, hello, Irma. How are you? How you been? Seen any of the old gang lately? Still living at the same old place? How's your sister Edith? Your sister's name is Peggy. What number is this? Oh, wrong number.
Where'd you win that one, in the poker game?
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Waiter, will you take an order?
Oh, sure. What you want?
4 fingers of root beer. No chaser.
Well, Dennis Day. Well, Dennis, greetings to our establishment. What do you think of the joint here?
Gee, Arch, I think it's wonderful. It's super.
You really mean it? Gee, that's the first time. Honest, I feel like kissing you.
Go ahead. I only promised my mother about girls.
Dennis, I just meant hyper-theatrically speaking. You see, it's that this joint is called a dump by every jerk that comes in.
You won't hear it from this one. Gosh, I think this is a very interesting place. You know, I've never been in a dive before.
A dive?
That's what my mother called it. When I told her I was coming here, she locked me in my room. She can't get away with that, the old...
Dennis, just a second. This is your mother you're talking about. A blood relation. Remember, Dennis, a guy has only one mother. You shouldn't really talk like that about the old battle axe.
Well, I'm not a baby anymore. And besides, this morning she said I could go any place I wanted if I made all gone with my oatmeal.
Well, so what did you do? Did you sneak out?
Yeah, I tied sheets together and climbed out the window. It's a trick I learned from Mr. Benny in a hotel.
You mean Benny would... To beat a hotel bill? What a cheap trick.
Oh, Mr. Benny isn't cheap.
No, huh?
No, he only seems that way because other people spend money.
I see.
Introduce me, huh?
Oh, Dennis, shake heads with Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Mr. Dave, you're really as dumb as you sound on the radio.
No, that's just acting. In real life, I'm just as intelligent as you are.
That's what I thought. I had a feeling you and me had a lot in common. You a Harvard man?
No, are you a Harvard man?
No. Small world, ain't it? Did you go to Princeton?
What's a Princeton?
That's a college.
It can't be. Harvard is a college.
You're right. You're a very observant lad. I never went to Yale neither. Did you?
No.
Funny we never ran into each other.
What do you think of literature?
I never went there neither.
Two thoughts without a single mind. Look, Dennis, I gotta make a couple of phone calls. I got a surprise for you tonight. In the meantime, why don't you sing a song for the gang here, huh?
Oh, sure. What's the surprise, Arch?
Well, I might as well tell you now. Dennis, I'm gonna take you out for a real big evening tonight.
Really?
Yeah, before you go in the Navy, we're gonna see that you have one last fling. I'm gonna go out and get us a couple of tomatoes.
Tomatoes? What fun. Who are we gonna fling them at?
Dennis, I mean girls. Go ahead and sing. I'll worry about dames. Now, let's see. Polly, Peggy, Penelope.
3 years ago this very night, I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle, I landed in New York, without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore. But I wore an honest Irish heart, and fortune came galore. So here I am, back again in dear Old Erin's Isle. Oh, the friends, they meet me on the quay, and they greet me with a smile. There were faces there that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But my mother, she introduced them all, and this to me did say, shake hand with your Uncle Mike, me boy, shake hand with your sister Kate. And here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the colleens all. You're as welcome as the flowers are made to dear old Donegal. Oh, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far. And the road was lined for near a mile with Irish jaunting cars. And the spirits flew like buttermilk to fill our hearts with joy. And the piper played an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. But tomorrow off to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to me pretty little Colleen Vaughan, sweet Biddy McGee. For Biddy was true and faithful to her Dinny o'er the sea, and will join the harp and shamrocks to the stars of liberty. There came Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Dooley, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Jonahan, Lanahan, Fogarty, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, Shapiro, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of me sister Kate. I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old
that was great, Dennis. You could smell the shillelagh in it. Well, now we'll get going as soon as I get us a couple of dames here.
Gee, I hope my mother don't find out I went out with a girl.
Oh, how would she find out if we don't tell her?
Well, every night when I come home, she takes my pulse.
Dennis, how long are you going to be tied to your mother's pulse strings? You ain't no baby no more. Today you're a man, ready for senility. Let's get back to the book here. Pauline, Patricia, Petrushka.
Gee, Arch, I bet you got a whole flock of girls.
Flock of girls? I don't know. No more than any other handsome, attractive fella.
Come here, Arch. Could I ask you something intimate?
What?
Did you ever kiss one of them?
Like to have $1 million for everyone I kissed.
What does it feel like to kiss a girl?
Oh, I don't know. Not unlike getting smacked in the face with a wet bar rag.
Gee, it sounds wonderful. Hurry up and call some girls. Quick, Arch.
Okay.
Meantime, can I borrow that bar rag?
Now, please, keep your horses on, Dennis. We'll get a girl. Let's see here. Ruth, Rita. Didn't have many of them, Mars. Sally, Susie. Oh, here's one. A dream dame. This is the one I really go for. Hello? Is Simone there? Oh, hello, Simone. This is Archie. You busy tonight? You gotta what? You gotta wash diapers, huh? Goodbye, Simone. Boy, this has been a busy year. Bristle. Let's see here. Valerie, Virginia. Oh, that's the number. Hey, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I got you all set. One I forgot about. A model. A beautiful cover girl.
Cover girl? I hope it isn't Rita Hayworth. Orson would never forgive me.
No, Dennis, this is a different cover girl. A dame named Virginia. Her picture's on all of the magazines. Hello? Is Virginia there? Oh, she's down posing at a magazine, huh? Which magazine? Weird Stories, huh? Weird Stories! Yeah, now that I think it over, it was a pretty dark night.
Mr. Archie, that lady over there looking for Mr. Day.
What lady?
Archie, quick, hide me.
Why?
That's no lady, that's my mother.
Oh, Eddie, quick, take Dennis into that back room where we keep the pig's feet. Try to make him feel at home.
Okay.
Dennis! Oh, Dennis!
Madame, may I be of some service to it?
I'm looking for my son, Dennis Day. I heard he was in this rat hole.
Madame is an error. Perhaps some other rat hole? If Madame would...
Dennis! Oh, Oh, Dennis!
Madam, would you please kindly desist that big yap of yours? I don't know where he is.
Who's in this back room? Dennis, are you in there?
No, nobody in here but us pig's feet.
Come out here, Dennis.
Gee, pig's feet are hard to imitate.
Dennis, what are you doing in this low dive?
What are you doing here?
I came to get you.
A likely story.
Don't let her bluff you, Dennis.
Who is this big mouth beanpole?
Dennis, your mother wishes to meet me.
Oh, Mother. Mother, this is my friend Archie. He's taking me out tonight with 2 tomatoes.
Dennis!
But, Mother, you've always told me vegetables were good for me.
Dennis, do you think I'd let you go off with this horrible creature? This half-man, half-ogre? This grimy crumb?
Look, Mrs. Day, don't think you're fooling nobody with them subtle innuendos. Now, you'll excuse me, and despite of you, I'm going to make some more phone calls now. Let's see, the X's here. No, I don't know no X's. Let's see, Y. Oh, yeah. Hello? Is Yvette there? Oh, hello? This is Archie. Why? Are you doing anything special tonight? Yeah, huh? Well, look, have you got a friend? You have? Right there? Well, put your friend on. Oh, hiya, Toots. My name's Archie. What's your name? What? This sounds like a boy's name. Oh. I'm sorry, mister. The old Badger game.
Archie, will you hurry up and get a girl? I'm getting older every minute.
Okay, Dennis, give me a chance. I'm only down to the Y's.
Dennis, are you coming home with me or not?
Please, Mrs. Day, calm yourself. Sit down. Have a pig's foot. Finnegan, come here. Talk to the battle axe, will you?
Certainly, Arch. Good evening, battle axe.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, that's the first time a man has ever dared call me that. And I like it.
Wow, it's mutual. Mrs. Day, may I say that you are a fine buxom of a woman? How's about us going steady, huh?
Well, Mr. Finnegan, I'm afraid you've talked me into it. Well?
Well? Hey, Arch, I'm up to the whistle again. Arch, what do I do?
Oh, take her down to Schimmelbacher's and buy her an ice cream soda.
Just a second, Finnegan. You're going to take my mother out?
Why not?
Does your mother let you go out with girls?
No, but your mother does. Come on, baby.
Good night, Dennis.
Good night, Mother. Gee, Archie, even Finnegan's got a girl. Hurry up and get one for me.
All right, I'm hurrying. Now, let's see. No more Y's. We're down to the Z's. Oh, here's one.
8 to 5. He winds up with a zebra.
Quiet, Eddie. Hello? Is Zoe there? What? When? Oh, that's too bad. Well, we all gotta go sometime. Well...
What comes after the Z's, Arch?
After the Z's. Look, Dennis, I promised you a big fling tonight, and I ain't gonna let you down, kid. Dennis, do you like to go dancing?
Oh, boy, I love it.
Good. Joe, play something. Dennis, shall we waltz? Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week out off Marshall. Yeah, the fop. Oh, yeah, great dresser, Duffy. Looks like he just stepped out of Courier and Ives.
the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Did you lose an election bet yesterday? Feel a bad cold coming on? Want to get away from it all? We offer you escape. You were groping in the midnight dimness of a gigantic department store, and suddenly you realize that you're not alone. But 100 eyes are glaring at you from the shadows, 100 hands reaching for your throat, and your most urgent desire is to escape. Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to the dark labyrinth of a giant department store in the dead of night, and to a fantastic world of night dwellers, as John Collier imagines it in his eerie story, Evening Primrose.
Sadie? Sadie, what's the matter? It's me.
Oh, Sam, you nearly scared me to death. What do you mean coming in so quiet?
Hey, I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you'd be asleep. I didn't want to wake you.
Oh, Sam, I'm glad you're home.
Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, it's terrible. You gotta do something, Sam.
What's terrible?
It's this. Just look at this.
What's terrible about that? Looks like an ordinary pad of paper to me.
Yeah, it's just this. That's just what I thought. But it's got writing in it. It's awful.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you better tell me what this is all about.
Well, today I went shopping down at Bracey's department store.
Yeah.
I needed some writing paper, so I picked this up. It was on top of the pile, and bought it and brought it home. But tonight when I opened it, I found it's got writing in it.
Well, that's nothing so terrible. Just take it back tomorrow and they can give you a new one.
Oh, no, you don't understand. It's what's written in it that's so terrible.
What do you mean what's written in it?
Here, you gotta read it.
Oh,
No, right now. Read it.
Look, Sadie, I'm tired. I've been
Please,
bowling all
Sam, please. Just read it.
All right, for Pete's sake. October 13th. Today I made my decision. I decided to say goodbye to the world, to get out, leave, break away. And I have done it. Oh, Sadie, it's a lot of...
Go on, read.
And now I am free. Really free. Yes, I am free at last. The world is an intolerable place for a poet. I was broke, starving, at my wit's end. And then I had a brilliant idea. I would escape to a place where I had no need to earn a living, where I could write to my heart's content in peace and security. Where is this place? Right under your nose. So close you'd never think of it. I am now living in Bracey's department store. I have everything within arm's reach that anyone would need or desire. And it's all free. Absolutely free. I arrived this afternoon. I'd spent 3 days looking over all of the department stores in town. I decided on Bracey's because of the completeness of their food department. Therefore, this afternoon,
I entered the store and went immediately to the 4th floor, to the rug department, and hid myself in this dusty, out-of-the-way corner behind a pile of carpet. Once I'm settled, I'll furnish it with the best of modern pieces from the furniture department. It's small, but I'll be cozy enough. And safe. After the store closed, I made my first venture out. I tiptoed as far as the stationery counter and got this paper, the writer's primary need. Now, after making my initial entry, I'll go out and get food, wine, the pillows for my bed, perhaps a fancy dressing gown. This is perfect. I'll be able to write here. Dawn, October 14th. I'm almost too unnerved to write this. The whole thing is unbelievable. After the store was dark and completely quiet, I crept out and started for the food department. One's footsteps echo hollowly in an empty department store at night, and I found myself gliding along the floor on tiptoe, moving as silently as possible. But the sound of footsteps persisted. Suddenly I realized they were not my own. The night watchman. I was in the Salon Moderne. Quickly I seized a mink coat from a hanger, draped it about my shoulders, and stood stock still. I could have reached out and touched him, but he passed by without so much as a glance. He started to smile, but the smile froze on my lips. There was someone else here. I was looking straight into a pair of eyes. Large, flat, luminous, inhuman eyes peering at me from among the Mrs. Tailored chutes a dozen feet away. They belonged to a creature dressed as a man, but he was as pale as a creature found under a stone. His hands hanging motionless at his sides looked more like the fins on a fish than human hands. And then he spoke.
Not bad for a beginner.
I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody else lived here.
Oh, yes. We live here. It's delightful.
We?
Yes, all of us. All of us. Don't you see? Look around you.
I looked around. I saw nothing. I looked again. I saw an old man come clambering out from behind a clock. There were 3 elderly ingenues, incredibly emaciated, pale as lace, almost transparent, simpering before the perfume counter. A chintzy lady swam out from the curtains and drapes. They came swarming thick around me, pale, thin, wispy, moving silently, fluttering like gauze in the wind, whispering.
How lovely he looks.
Who is he?
Of course it's the sun.
What is he doing here?
A detective. Send for the dark men. Yes, send for the dark men.
The dark men.
They were pressing around me, clawing, holding me, their pale faces contorted with venomous, inhuman hatred. I was paralyzed. All I could do was repeat over and over again, I'm not a detective. I'm not a detective. I'm not a
burglar, then.
A burglar? Tie him up.
Hold him, carry him to the place.
Send for the dark men.
Stop. Let him speak. I'm not a detective. Or a burglar. I'm a poet.
Then what are you doing here?
I've renounced the world. I came here to live where I could be alone. Away from the world.
Well, then, he's come over to us. He's just like us.
He's come over to us. A poet.
He must be Mrs. Vanderpant.
Yes, Mrs. Vanderpant. She's coming now.
I followed their eyes toward the balcony. There, coming down the wall like an ancient spider, clambered an old lady, wrinkled and cracked and emaciated. She must have been at least 80, a shadowy matriarch. And the things around me bowed and scraped as she reached the floor and floated toward us.
What's going on here? Where is that stupid girl? What's keeping her?
Oh, Mrs. Vanderpant.
Well, what is it? Who's this, Mr. Roscoe?
Mrs. Vanderpant, may I present Mr.
Snell, Mr. Snell, Mr. Charles Snell.
Yes, of course. Mr. Snell. He's a poet, and he's come here to live.
Oh, he has he?
That's what he says, and I believe him.
Well?
He avoided the night watchman quite neatly, for a beginner.
Oh, thank you.
Very well. We shall see. A poet should find inspiration here.
Mr. Snell, Mrs. Vanderpant is our grand old lady.
Oh?
I am quite the oldest inhabitant here, Mr. Snell. 3 mergers and a complete rebuilding. But they didn't get rid of me.
Oh, really?
Where is Ella? Where is my broth?
She's bringing it, Mrs. Vanderpant.
Oh, terrible little creature. She is our foundling, Mr. Snell. She's not quite our sort.
Is that so?
I have been here, Mr. Snell, ever since the terrible times of the 80s. I was a young girl then. A beauty, they say. And poor Papa lost his money. Braces meant a lot to a young girl in those days. So when I wasn't able to have a charge account, I came here for good. That's better than a charge account. I was quite alarmed when others began to come after the crash of 1907. But it was the dear God. How do you do? Yes. The Colonel.
How do you do?
Yes.
Mrs. Bilby.
How do you do?
Mrs. Bilby writes plays.
Oh.
And comes of an old Philadelphia family. Oh, you will find us quite nice here, Mr. Snell.
I'm sure I will.
And, of course, all our dear young people came in 1929. Their poor papas jumped from skyscrapers. They couldn't bear to be without charge accounts either.
Do you mean all these people live here?
Oh, and many more. You shall meet them all later.
Oh, here comes Ella with my broth.
Come, you stupid thing.
Mrs. Vanderpant is waiting.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm coming as fast as I can. Now, dear, careful. Don't spit.
Oh, but she's young.
Well, of course, she is a little younger than most of them.
And she's different. She's beautiful.
Mr. Snell, Ella is Mrs. Vanderpant's maid.
That's right, old man. She's really not our sort at all.
You shouldn't say such things. She can hear.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
You'll understand these things better after you've been here a while.
But it seems to me that you would...
Mr. Snell, we have certain rules here. They are necessary for our survival. I'm sure you won't find it hard to observe them.
Yes, I appreciate
I should advise that you try. If you do not, that would be most unfortunate, Mr. Snell. Most unfortunate for you.
October 15th. You can imagine my feelings last night. My first thought was to escape as quickly as possible. In fact, I planned to wait till morning when the store opened, then quit my hiding place, mingle with the crowds, and leave Bracey's forever. But just at dawn, Mr. Roscoe brought me a cup of coffee, which must have been drugged, for I fell asleep. And which must have been drugged, for I fell asleep. And when I awoke, I found I had slept all day, and night was closing over the store once more. Later, I've spent my second night here. I saw Ella again. Ella, the pearl of this remote, fantastic cave. She's not like the others. A trifle pale, but otherwise normal, and human, and beautiful. A child of perhaps 18. She's the only thing that makes this nightmare bearable. October 20th. Escape seems almost impossible. There's a very effective burglar alarm system, and the doors are all carefully guarded. But that's nothing compared to the Dark Men. Who are the Dark Men? I don't know. But they threaten any transgressor with these Dark Men. I shall try to discover who they are. At least I'm sure I'm watched, though they've begun to trust me now. Speaking to the night watchman would be suicide. Even if he believed my fantastic story or didn't shoot me as a burglar, I'm convinced that neither Ella nor I could get out of here alive. She and the night watchman are the only real people here. And how the others hate the night watchman.
Odious, vulgar creature. You reeks of the coarse sun.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Bilby. He's really a personable young man. Very young for a night watchman.
Mr. Snell, sometimes I wonder about your taste.
You mustn't stay so much to yourself, Mr. Snell. You must become better acquainted with our ways.
Yes, old man. We've come to the play tonight. We're going to be entertained with one of Mrs. Bilby's tragic comedies. Love in Shadowland. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I'm sure I will.
It's really a festive occasion, you know. Wanamaker's is coming over.
Wanamaker's?
Yes. The entire colony over at Wanamaker's is coming here en masse to attend the play.
You mean there are people living in other stores?
Oh, dear, yes. Didn't you know? Of course, the best people live in Braces and Wanamaker's.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Bilby. There's some very nice people at Alston.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Bilby.
Oh, hello, Ella.
Good evening, Mr. Snell. Mrs. Bilby.
Well, what is it?
Please, ma'am. I'd so love to see your play tonight. May I have your permission?
Certainly not. You know better than that, you stupid creature. You know where you belong. In the basement for the garbage pan.
But Mrs. Bilby couldn't...
Mr. Snell?
Ella, you're becoming entirely too forward of late. I'd advise you to watch your step. Remember the dark men.
Oh, no, please, Mr. Roscoe. I'll be good. I promise I will. Promise I will. No, please don't send for the dark men. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bilby. Excuse me.
Ella, come back.
Mr. Snell, you forget yourself. Let her go.
But how can you treat her like that? Why do you always frighten her? And what is all this about the dark men?
Well, the dark men...
Oh, please, Mr. Roscoe, not now. You'll spoil our whole evening. And I do so want Mr. Snell to enjoy my play.
Very well. Later, Mr. Snell.
But I want to know about the dark men.
Later.
October 21st. At last I found an opportunity to speak to Ella alone. I hadn't dared to speak to her before. Here one has a sense always of pale eyes secretly watching. But last night at the play I induced a fit of hiccups. As I anticipated, I was sternly reprimanded and told to go and secrete myself in the basement where the night watchman wouldn't hear me. This was exactly what I had planned. I went to the basement. There in the darkness, among the garbage cans on the rack, I heard sobbing. Ella! Ella? Ella, is that you?
Yes?
Why are you crying? What is it, Ella?
They wouldn't even let me see the play.
Is that all?
Oh, Mr. Snell, I'm so unhappy.
There. You mustn't cry.
You're the only one who's kind.
Ella, why are you here? Why do they treat you so differently?
Because I'm not like them. I didn't choose to come here.
You mean you're held prisoner?
Yes. You see, I was only 6. I came here on a shopping tour with my mother. I got lost and fell asleep behind a counter. It's dark when I awoke and they found me. Some of them wanted to send for the dark men because they were afraid I would tell on them. But Mrs. Vanderpant said no, I could stay and be her maid. I've been here ever since.
Since you were 6? Haven't you ever tried to get away?
No. I don't know anything about out there. I wouldn't know what to do. Besides, I'm afraid if anyone tries to get out, they send for the dark men.
Ella, who are the dark men?
Don't you know? Oh, it's horrible.
Tell me.
You know how people live in all the stores, at Gimbel's and Bloomingdale's.
Yes, I know.
Well, the dark men live at the Undertaker's.
Good heavens.
And whenever someone dies or breaks the rules, or when a burglar gets in and sees these people and might tell, they send for the dark men.
Horrible.
They put the body in the butcher shop in the food department. And then the dark men come. I saw them once. It was terrible.
What do they do?
They go in where the dead person is. They have wax with them and all sorts of things. And when they're gone, there's just a wax model left on the counter. Then people put a frock on it, or a bathing suit, and mix it up with the other wax models in the windows. And nobody ever knows.
Ella, you mean all these dummies around us?
Oh, not all of them. But if you displease these people, the same thing will happen to you.
October 30th. I haven't kept up my journal. Writing has been out of the question. Once more, I'm frozen with terror. But not for myself now. For Ella. They hate her. Any time they might turn against her in sense of the dark men. My mind is filled with her. I dream of her every day. I'd live to see her at night. We've managed it several times. They trust me now and let me roam about without interference. Finally, tonight, I met her again and said it. Ella, I love you.
Oh, Charles.
I love you, Ella. Let's get married. Or whatever they do here. Then we can live together in my home in the carpet department. They wouldn't dare hurt you then.
Oh, Charles,
Don't look so dismayed. If you like, we'll go away from here. Maybe we can get transferred to Bergdorf Goodman's overlooking Central Park.
Don't, Charles, don't. You mustn't.
But I love you. Ella, you're not in love with someone else.
Yes, Charles, I am.
But who? I thought you...
I am.
But who? I thought you hated them all. It must be Roscoe. He's the only one that's young enough.
Oh, no, Charles, not Roscoe. Especially not him. I do hate them all. They make me shudder.
Well, who is it then?
It's him.
Who?
The night watchman.
No, impossible.
I love him. He smells of the sun.
Ella.
Oh, it was wonderful the way it happened. Don't tell on me, Charles, or they'll punish me.
Oh, no, no.
I was careless, and there he was, coming around the corner in the ladies' lingerie department. I was caught. There were only some wax models in their underthings. There was nothing else to do. I slipped off my dress and stood still.
Oh, I see.
He stopped and looked at me. And Charles, he spoke to me. He said, "Say, honey, I wish they made him like you on 8th Avenue. Charles, wasn't that a lovely thing to say?"
Personally, I should have said Park Avenue.
It doesn't matter what street. It was a lovely thing to say.
But what can you do about him? Ella, he belongs to another world.
Yes. To 8th Avenue. I want to go there. Charles, are you really my friend?
Yes, of course I am.
And I'll tell you. I'm going to stand there again in the lingerie department, so he'll see me.
And then?
Perhaps he'll speak to me again.
Ella, you're only torturing yourself.
No. Because this time, I shall answer him. He'll take me away.
Take you away? Oh, no, Ella, I couldn't bear that. You don't love him. You only think you do because you think he'll take you out of here, but you don't know that he will. And I will, Ella. I've made up my mind.
No, Charles, I couldn't let you do it. Even if I loved you, you couldn't do it, Charles.
Why not?
Because you really belong here. You've become one of them now.
Ella, you mustn't say that.
It's true. And, Charles, I got to go. There's someone watching us. I feel it.
So wait, Ella.
Goodbye, Charles.
No, Ella. Come back. Ella.
Please, old man. You'll arouse the night watchman.
Roscoe.
Yes. Oh, love can be very upsetting, can't it?
You heard?
Yes. Just the last moment or so. Very touching. Yet it's understandable. I've been attracted to Ella myself. So she loves another, Too bad, old boy. Who could it be? Could it be that I am the cause of your heartbreak?
You flatter yourself too much, Roscoe.
Well, then whom? The old judge? Oh, certainly not. The colonel? Hardly.
None of those.
Oh, not one of the customers. The staff?
She loves the night watchman. Can you imagine that? She loves the...
Oh?
Roscoe, I shouldn't have said that. It's not true. At least I don't think it's true. You wouldn't... Roscoe, you said you loved her too. You wouldn't do anything. Tell anybody. This is a secret between us. Between friends, isn't it?
Of course, old man. As secret as the grave.
She's young. Perhaps he'll leave and she'll forget him in time. Who knows? Perhaps she'll learn to love you. Or me.
Of course. In time.
And we'll figure a way to keep her safe here.
Absolutely safe. Now, don't you worry about it. It's almost dawn. Time for bed. Good morning, Mr. Snell.
Early evening, no fool. I should have known he couldn't be trusted. He must have gone straight to Mrs. Vanderpant because this evening the atmosphere has changed. People flicker to and fro, smiling nervously, horribly with a sort of frightened, sadistic exultation. An informal dance in the record department has been called off. I can't find Ella. I'm going out again now to look for her. Roscoe, what have you done with her? You done with her?
Quiet, old boy. The night watchman.
I don't care. What have you done?
Whatever I did was for your own good as well as for the good of us all.
Wait a minute. What is that? What are those people carrying? That's Ella. She's tied up. They're carrying... Ella! Ella!
Charles, stop it.
Oh, let me go.
Let me go. Charles, stop it. You'll arouse the night watchman.
No, they're taking her in for the butcher shop. Roscoe.
Yes. Those are the dark men.
Good Lord. Midnight. I'm scribbling this last entry hurriedly. They are in there in the butcher shop with Ella. The dark men. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to find the night watchman and tell him. He and I will save her, if we can. And if we are overpowered, well, I will leave this pad on the stationery counter. Tomorrow, if I live, I will recover it. If I do not, whoever finds it and reads it, look in the store windows. Look for 3 new wax dummies. 2 men, one rather sensitive looking, and a girl. She has blonde hair and blue eyes, and her nose turns up a little. Look for us. And then find them. Smoke them out. Exterminate them. Avenge us.
Oh, Sam, isn't it horrible?
Ah.
Well, we got to do something. Tell somebody something. Oh, Sam, what'll we do?
Do? For nothing. Go to bed.
But Sam!
Oh, whoever wrote this has sure got a weird sense of humor. It's probably some clerk down at Bracey's who ought to be fired.
But you think it's just a story?
Are you kidding? You don't believe this stuff, do you?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, forget it, baby. We'll snap out of it. I shouldn't leave you alone. You get too many ideas when I go out bowling at night.
But, don't you think maybe we ought to just, take it back and show somebody?
Oh, nuts. It's not worth the bother. They'd laugh at you, baby. They think you were crazy or something.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I guess I was silly.
Forget it. Oh, come on. Let's go to bed, huh? I'm tired.
Okay, Sam. You know that for a while I sure was scared. I even forgot what I was going to tell you. Sam, I found the cutest dress today, only $19.95.
Yeah, baby?
Yeah. It was in the window at Bracey's. It was on a beautiful little wax model with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a turned-up nose. And there were 2 men standing beside.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you Evening Primrose by John Collier, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Elliot Lewis as Charles Snell, Paul Frees as Roscoe, and Pat Lowry as Ella. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Pure. Next week,
after you've had a tough day at the office or leaning over a hot stove, When your four walls seem to be closing in on you, next week at the same time, when you want to get away from it all, we again offer you escape.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
Next program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I Got Rhythm. Here in their living room at 79 Wistful Vista, full of breakfast and contentment, all unaware that fate is coming up the walk in the form of a man with a bag on his back, and it isn't Santa Claus, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, look, McGee, while I do up the breakfast dishes, why don't you take the car down to the garage and get that noise taken out of it?
I took it down yesterday. And you know what?
No, what?
Well, this will slay you, Molly. I drove the car up to the garage and says, hey, I says, can somebody here take a noise out of this car? And the guy says, sure, he says. I'll have a mechanic ride on the running board and see if he can find it. I said, this car ain't got any running board. He said, well, thanks for telling me. I lose a lot of mechanics that way. Don't you get it, Molly? I said, no
It
running.
ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, well, it's whimsical. You see, the laugh comes where the fellow falls off.
Oh, there's the mailman, dearie.
Oh.
Ask him how much airmail stamps are today.
Okay. I'll pinch a few first to see if they're fresh. Come in.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Here's the mail for you folks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mailman. I'll take it.
All righty. Now, let me see. Here's something from the Bon Ton Department Store. That's just a circular. You don't want that.
What?
Hey, what's the
And here's your new Collier. Very funny cartoon on page 26. At least there was. I tore it out so I could show it to my wife.
Hey, listen, Bud. If all mailmen are like you, no wonder Farley's losing his hair. Why don't you just put...
I almost forgot. Here's a registered letter for you, Mr. McGee. You just sign right here.
Huh? Registered letter? Okay, Bud.
Oh, who's it from, dearie?
From the City License Bureau.
Does it bother you if I read over your shoulder?
Yes, it does. Get out of here.
Oh, all righty. You can tell me about it tomorrow. Good day, good day.
Heavenly days. What a snoopy mailman.
Mm-hmm.
McGee, What's the matter?
Dad-rat them dad-ratted, long-eared, ham-handed, button-brained numbskulls. They can't do this to me.
Who can't do what?
Them mugs down to the city hall in the license bureau. They say we got to get a new license.
Oh, they do they?
Yeah.
Well, we can prove we were married fair and square, McGee. The idea, after all these years.
No. Not a marriage license. A dog license.
We haven't got a dog.
Of course we ain't got a dog, but listen to this. Mr. Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. Unless you appear at this office within 2 days and obtain a 1940 license for your dog, we will be forced to proceed against you according to Section 1 of Paragraph 3 of City Ordinance 1781 in the old book, which carries a penalty of a $5,000 fine and or 3 years in jail. Oh, so they're going to prosecute me, are they? I'll show them pickle-puss politicians down there they can't pull no wool over my eyes.
Well, what shall we do?
I'll show you what we'll do. As the guy says when he tossed Darwin's book into the fireplace, they ain't going to make a monkey out of me. Give me the telephone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the city hall. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? What's that? Your little 10-year-old brother. Come staggering home plastered. Really got pie-eyed, eh, Mert?
Oh, how disgraceful.
No, the kid was in a pie-eating contest and got so plastered up with lemon meringue he couldn't see where he was going. What say, Mert? Oh, never mind, Mert. I'll try it next week. Thanks.
Couldn't you get to City Hall?
Nope. Mert says them politicians down at the City Hall are so rushed these days you can't get a call through.
Well, why are they so rushed?
It's all on account of Izzy.
Izzy who?
Oh, you know. Is he going to run for a third term? Is he going to announce it soon? Is he playing possum? All stuff like that there.
I see. By the way, is there any law against a third term, dearie?
Nope, just tradition.
Oh, just tradition.
Yeah, and you know what that means. A tradition is an unwritten law that nobody dares to bust. On account of if they do, it'll be made into a written law, and somebody's liable to repeal it, and then the fat's in the fire. You can't repeal a tradition. Say, that ain't bad. Remind me to write that down.
It is written down.
Where'd I write it?
You didn't write it, you read it.
Oh. Well, now, let me see. What was I doing? Oh, yes, that dog license. Dad rat them guys. We ain't had a dog for 7 years.
Oh, has it been that long?
Well, I think so. See, now, we got that pup in 1912. Uncle Dennis dropped in for 2 days in 1922. Went home again in 1927. We started work for Johnson's Wax in 1935. Got our first belly laugh in 1938. Why, shucks, it was all of 7 years ago, Molly.
Well, I guess there's nothing to do but go down to the City Hall and get it straightened out.
Dad drat it anyway. It seems like I'm always going down there to complain about something.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I heard Alderman Brorby say the other day that you were getting to be quite the moan about town. Well, let's go.
Okay, I'll learn that mob of flag-waving baby kissers. They can't push Fibber McGee around. Come on, let's go, Molly. Dog license, dad rat, stud rat, dog.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Now, don't bother us now, please.
Why?
I'm sore, that's why.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, mister.
Well, shucks.
If you weren't so big and I wasn't so little and we had a place to sit down, you could sit on my lap and tell me all about it.
And if liver wasn't so good with bacon, we'd eat more eggs. Now, run along,
Hey,
sis.
hey, mister, hey.
What?
Hmm?
What do you want, sis? We're in a hurry.
I got a Esther bunny.
You mean Easter?
No, Esther. That's his name.
Oh.
I got Esther for Easter.
Did your mother buy it for you?
Sure. I asked her for Esther for Easter.
Reminds me of the time I was in Panama, sis. I crossed the isthmus on Christmas on business. Oh, let it go.
What, my rabbit? gee, I guess I won't let Esther go, I betcha. He's a nice rabbit, and she's cute, too.
You're on the wrong show, sis. This sounds like the battle of the sexes.
Why?
Well, to be frank...
No, it's Esther. Frank is my goldfish.
Well, to be frank about Esther, you don't seem to be sure whether it's a buck or a doe.
She's both.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Oh, yes, she is.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Oh, yes, she... Well, gee, she cost my mama a buck, and that's a lot of dough these days. Go on, mister.
While we're waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. How many times during the year do you ask yourself, where does all this dust come from anyway? Well, dust comes from a lot of places. In your home, it comes mainly from the outdoors. Dust blown up from the fields and the streets and carried inside on shoes and clothing or by the breeze. Now, if you could live in a hermetically sealed house and never go outside, you could keep this dust out. But obviously you can't do that. What you can do is to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's wax. Dust cannot cling to a gleaming Johnson wax surface. Scientific tests have proved that when floors, tables, windowsills, picture frames are Johnson waxed, only half as much dust collects there. This means less work in dusting, and it means also that your entire home is always cleaner, more beautiful. Genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, performs the double duty of protection and beauty. Order some tomorrow.
Look, Molly, now that we're down here, let me do the talking, see? I'll show these City Hall dumbbells they can't push an honest taxpayer around. Hey, Bud, which way is the dog license bureau? Oh, hello there, old-timer.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Dog licenses?
Yep.
What kind of dog you got?
We haven't got a dog.
And what you want a license for?
Dad, rat it, we don't want a license. We came down here to tell them we ain't going to buy one.
That's kind of silly, ain't it, Johnny? But on second thought, maybe I better go with you. I ain't got a dog either.
Now, look, Mr. Oldtimer, we received notice that we have to buy a 1940 dog license or be prosecuted. And we came down to protest.
Hey!
Oh, you're no help. But as the soda mint tablet says to the glass of water, I'm going to settle somebody's hash.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, Bob Hope says to Jerry Colonna, says, is it true that thousands of dentists recommend our toothpaste? Yep, says Colonna. That's what they keep telling them down at the orifice. Oh, dog licenses. Yeah, well, right down the hall, Johnny, and scratch at the door. So long, kid.
Scratch at the door. Why, that old stupo.
Well, here's the license bureau, McGee.
Okay. Hold my coat while I roll up my sleeve.
Oh, no, McGee, please.
Well...
Let's try to settle this thing peaceably. Besides, you might get hurt.
Oh, well, all right. But remember, you talked me out of it. And the first wisecrack I get from one of these guys, wham, you sock him with your purse.
Now, wait, McGee. Promise me you'll keep your temper.
Well...
You frighten me when you fly into these rages. After all, you know, you're the killer type.
Am I really? Gee. Well, come on. I'll try to control myself.
Something for you, sir? Marriage license, building license, hunting or fishing license?
Nope, dog.
And we haven't got a dog.
Oh, then you want a license for a dog you're planning to get, is that it?
No, it isn't. We haven't had a dog for 7 years, and we don't want another dog.
Well, then why, madam, do you wish to get a dog license?
Dad, Bradley, we don't want to get a dog license. That's what I come in here to tell you.
Now, excuse me, sir, but if every citizen came in to tell us he didn't want a dog license...
Oh, answer the phone.
Just a moment, please. License Bureau. Yes, madam. Yes, dog licenses are $2. Why, of course, I think you should have a dog. No, they're no trouble at all. What? Why, certainly not. Oh, what if they do track up your kitchen linoleum? Just try a little Johnson self-polishing glow coat and see how it protects the linoleum against dirt and scratches. What? Johnson's Glow Coat. GLO-COAT. It requires absolutely no rubbing and no buffing. You just pour it on, spread it around, and let it dry. Oh, don't mention it, madam. Can I expect you in tomorrow for a dog license? Oh, that's great. Good day. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. Now, let me see. What kind of dog did you say you had?
Wire-haired terrier. Dad, Bradley, I told you we didn't have a dog. Look, we got this official notice to come in and get a dog license.
But we haven't got a dog.
Yeah.
You're not concealing your dog to avoid paying the tax.
I tell you, we ain't got a dog.
No, we haven't had a dog for 7 years. And he was 15 years old then.
Yeah.
Well, that makes him 22 years old now. Remarkable age for a dog. You must be giving him wonderful care.
But for the last time, we haven't got a dog. We just come in here to protest against this notice.
And we refuse to buy a license for a dog we don't even own.
Oh, so you don't own the dog. Who does then?
Nobody does. That's Bradley anyway.
Oh, I see. A stray dog. Well, you'll still have to take out a license for him.
Now, listen here, my fine feathered friend. If you think for 1 minute that you...
Now, McGee, temper.
Oh, but look, Molly, they can't do this to me. I'll take this up with the mayor himself. I'll take it up to the United States Supreme Court. Yes, I'll do better than that. I'll tell Walter Winchell.
Oh, no.
Mark my words, Bud, you ain't heard the last of this.
I'm sorry, sir, but it's the law. Every dog must be licensed. And I regret to say it, sir, but I don't think you're the type of man who should be permitted to have a dog. Good day.
Did you hear what he says, Molly? I ain't the type that should have a dog. Why, I think more of that dog of ours than...
McGee.
Huh?
We haven't got a dog, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, come on, Molly. I'll get this thing straightened out before I leave the city hall, or my name ain't Fibber McGee. And speaking of Fibber McGee, I wonder whatever become of old Harlow Wilcox.
Well, for scream's sake, Fizzer and Cupid. Well, fancy meeting you here, isn't it? Or is it? No, I guess it isn't.
Hello, Mr. DePopulis.
Hi, Nick. Say, we just had a session with the city license clerk, and it looks like we're in a jam.
Oh, my goodness, a jam session.
No. We got a notice that we have to buy a 1940 dog license or pay a fine and maybe go to jail.
Yeah, and we haven't got a dog, as you know very well, Mr. DePopulis.
No, but I knew very well the dog you used to have. A very intelligent K7, too.
K9.
Oh, was he that old, Fizzer? Anyway, that dog was a very smart dog. I think he must have studied medicine sometime, because he always knew where there was a bone buried in the muscles of my leg. Oh, but there's no hard feelings, Fizzer. It's all healed up now.
Yes, but we haven't had that dog for 7 years. So why should we buy a dog license now?
Yeah.
I think something has got you there, Cupid. But I hope it'll all come out in the wash, and I think it will, because they're certainly taking you to the cleaners. So long, Fizzer. Goodbye, Cupid.
Oh, sure.
The King's men sing Old King Cole.
Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He loved his pipe and he loved his bowl, but he hated his fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee with the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee with the viol. Fiddle-diddle-dee with the big burly bumbo, fiddle-diddle-diddle-dee. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee with the fiddle-diddle-dee, and a fiddle-diddle-dee, and a fiddle-diddle-dee, and a fiddle-diddle-dee. When old King Cole took his morning roll and his cup of hot coffee, his meal was lost and his temper crossed by the terrible fiddler's tree. Fiddle-diddle-dee went fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol.
Fiddle-diddle-dee went the big bass fiddle, fiddle-diddle-diddle-dee.
Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee,
Fiddle-dee with the fiddle-diddle-dee.
When old King Cole to the parlor stole for a nap on the royal settee, he heard the noise of those awful boys, those horrible fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol.
Oh, fiddle-diddle-dee went the big pearly bum. Oh, fiddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-dee.
Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee,
Fiddle-dee with a
the old King Cole, if he went for a stroll in the garden after tea, was at once pursued by the breathless brute, those maddening fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee,
Fiddle-dee with the
said old King Cole, I will shoot a hole right through those fiddlers three. He pulled the trigger and the good old gun discharged the fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol.
Oh, shot through the middle was the big bass fiddle. Oh, fiddle.
Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He pulled his pipe and he coughed and he bowled, but he buried his fiddler's tree. His fiddler's tree. He buried his fiddler's tree. He buried his fiddler's, buried his fiddler's. The fiddler's
Well, we haven't made much progress, dearie.
I know. I got a good notion to go back and argue with that license clerk some more.
No, I don't think it's worth all this fuss, McGee.
Well,
They can't really send you to prison for not having a dog license for a non-existent dog.
you sure they can't?
Why, of course not.
Well.
And even if they do, you'll always know I'll be waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes, McGee, darling, I'll be there coming to see every visitor's day.
Oh, don't say that.
Seeing that you have cigarettes.
Oh.
And then when they do let you out, we'll take up our lives just where we left off.
Oh, Molly.
I'll stick by even if you are an ex-convict.
Molly, don't say that.
What do I care what people say?
Oh, don't say
Let them talk.
No.
Let them say whatever
Oh,
they wish.
stop it, Molly. Stop it. Gee whiz. This is more serious than what I thought. I think I better go right up and see the mayor. That's what I better do.
Look, McGee, look.
Huh?
Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh.
I wonder what she's doing in the city hall.
Probably going to complain about the public schools being too public.
If she'd come down off her high horse long enough to let the saddle cool off, she'd... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppity.
Why, good heavens, Miss McGee. You seem quite perturbed about something.
I am.
What is the matter?
Well, you'd be perturbed, too, Mrs. Uppington, if you had to pay a tax on something you didn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, not at all, my dear. I pay just such a tax. I don't mind it a bit.
Oh, yeah? What did you pay a tax on that you ain't got?
Last year's income? Say, wasn't that clever of me?
What are you doing in the city hall, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, I'm just looking up some of the early historical facts about Wistful Vista, my dear. You see, we Uppingtons were practically the founders of this city, you know.
So were the McGees, Uppy. In fact, the original McGee log cabin stood right here where this city hall is today.
Really? May how very interesting.
I didn't know that, McGee.
Oh, yes. Our living room was just about where the elevator is. Our kitchen was right over there, the bedroom on the left here, and our bathroom... Well, can you imagine that?
Why, what, Mr. McGee?
Uppy, you're standing right in our bathtub.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee, don't do that. Oh, goodbye.
Well, isn't she the one, though?
Yeah, I used to think she really had something on the ball, though I seen it was just a figure 8. Now, let's see. What was I so sore about?
The dog license.
Huh? Oh, yes. Dad, rat them guys anyway. Who do they think they are trying to make me pay for a license when I haven't...
there, McGee. What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, go away, Gildersleeve. I ain't in any mood to bandy words with you.
Now, McGee, I'm sure Mr. Gildersleeve was just trying to be helpful.
Why, certainly.
Oh, yeah. Gildersleeve, you're about as much help as Mumps to a sword swallower.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, I'm not surprised you got yourself another mess, McGee.
Well...
You can get tangled up quicker than the cub bear with 40 feet of grapevine. Yeah, I like that.
Gildersleeve, as the Siamese twin says to his brother when they got appendicitis, one of these days we're going to have it out.
Well, for goodness sake, sometimes I wish you would. I'm getting tired of listening to you two boys trying to laugh to each other with your vocal cords.
Well, if he doesn't stop pestering me, I'll...
Pins?
Needles.
Cotton?
Thimble.
What goes up the chimney?
Smoke.
May your wish and my wish never be broke.
What'd you wish, dearie?
I wish that Gildersleeve would go away. That's what I wish.
All right for you, McGee. But by George, one of these days you'll be sorry. Wait till you try and borrow my bow and arrow again.
Heavenly days, McGee. Why do you have to treat him like that? He's really very nice, you know.
He burns me up. I don't like his whole family either. They're all alike. Gildersleeve is just the bottom button on a long line of stuffed shirts.
Ah, dear. Well, this isn't getting that dog license taken care of. Where's the mayor's office?
I think it's up on the 4th floor, right next to the
All right,
elevator.
you. You're wanted in the police commissioner's office.
Who is?
You.
Him?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what's this all about, officer? What have I done?
All I know is there was a complaint from the license department about you creating a disturbance by refusing to pay your dog tax. Now march along with you.
Oh, yeah. Now look here, you big oaf.
What was that you called me?
Oaf.
Oaf, eh?
Yeah.
Is that something bad?
Certainly not. An oaf is a very valuable thing. You know the old saying, officer. Half an oaf is better than none.
None of your blarney now, McCushler. Well, come along with you to the commissioner's office. And, no, wait a moment. My shoe's untied. Hold on to me a minute here so I can keep me balanced. And
I'm sorry, bud. I've been persecuted long enough.
Oh, you go. Hey, what?
Come on, Molly, run. They ain't going to put me in no prison.
I'm coming, McGee. Make for the side door.
Hey, come back here. Stop him, somebody. It's a fugitive from justice. This way, Molly. Out here.
Hey, taxi. More to stand in the crevice light and make it toward us.
Oh, now what have we done, McGee? Now we are in trouble.
No, we ain't, Molly. I know what I'm doing.
Excuse me, Doc. I didn't quite get the address.
Take us to the governor's mansion, driver.
Okay, Senator.
The governor's mansion? But, McGee, after all, we can't take a measly little dog license case up with the governor.
I ain't going to.
Then what?
But he lives right across the street from the pet shop, and I'm going to buy a dog. Step on it, driver.
Before we continue, I'd like to take you for a moment on an imaginative journey to a well-known nursery school. The children are playing at their various projects, having the time of their lives. See how clean the walls and windows are, and look at the floors. They're covered with linoleum rugs as fresh and bright as the day they were bought. Now let me read you a letter we just received from the head of this school. I have been using your wonderful glow coat for the linoleum rugs on my nursery school floors for the past 5 years. Mothers have remarked so many times that our floors look spotless and just like new. Of course, they do, because I use Glow Coat on them once a month. I feel so grateful for this easy way of preserving my linoleum and always having a clean, bright school that I recommend Glow Coat to all my friends. Now then, before we return to Fibber and Molly, let me urge you to try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum floors. Remember, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing whatsoever. It's self-polishing.
Well, I didn't buy the dog, Molly, after all.
Well, what made you change your mind, dearie?
Oh, I got to thinking it over, and I decided $2 a year for a license plus 2 bits a day for hamburger was too much, so I just bought the license.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well, considering the fact that you worked like a dog to get it straightened out, you ought to wear the tag yourself.
That's what I thought. Look, Molly. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, you remember, King Voltan received a call from one of Khan's lieutenants, telling him of the plight of Flash, Dale, and Khan, and asking for help. Dr. Zarkov was at once dispatched with an army and some ray cannon to the rescue of our three friends. In the meantime, Dale and Khan planned to obey all orders so they might get the freedom of the palace and hoped to be able to free Flash from the clutches of Queen Azura. For a brief moment, Dale talked with Flash, who, although he didn't recognize her, pitied the beautiful girl chained to the kitchen stoves and promised to ask the Queen to free her. Before he could gain Azura's consent, Tal interrupted the conference with the news that the land was being invaded by the Hawkmen. Azura called out the army and asked Flash to be commander-in-chief. This angered Tal, who wanted that distinguished place for himself. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Big Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. Summoned by Azura, legion after legion of blue magic men fall into formation. Flash prepares to assume his new duties as commander-in-chief. Azura, how large is your army?
I do not know exactly.
Then the first thing to be done is to review the regiment. I must know what strength of armed men I have at my disposal.
Very well. Come under this balcony, Flash. From here you will have a good view of the parade ground.
Azura, I wish to have your army...
Our army, my prince.
Our army pass in review. Will you give the order, please?
When I asked you to become commander-in-chief, I gave you full command of the armed forces.
Thank you. Tal,
Sire,
send word for formation past this balcony.
as you command, sire.
Serving as your commander-in-chief is a pleasure, Azura, but it is also a great responsibility.
Not too great for you, my noble prince.
I shall do all in my power to prove worthy of your faith.
There goes the call to review. See, the First Legion is wheeling and starting this way.
What a splendid army. We ought to defeat these Hawkmen, whoever they are.
Here comes the finest of them all, the advance guard.
And those coming next, what are they?
The light magic artillery.
But what are those tremendous objects being pulled by the next legion?
Those are the combustion ray machines.
Combustion ray machines? What are they for?
Wait until you get into action. Your officers will tell you.
You're not only a queen of magic, my beautiful one, but you're also a queen of suspense. What legion is this?
The sleep gas legion.
Sleep gas. That sounds like a most formidable weapon.
And here comes the stone formation legion.
And the ones with the cloak?
The invisibility legion.
And those?
The camouflage legion.
Who are the ones with the long hair?
The Animal Legion.
And those men with the peculiar shields?
The Transparent Wall Legion.
And those machines coming now?
The Dissolvo Gun Legion.
And still they come. Legion after legion. I've never seen such an army.
Have you seen enough, sire? Only about half of our regiment have gone by.
If this is only half of the army, Tal, I pity these hawkmen when I start the attack.
While Flash is looking over his army, Prince Zarkov is in conference with Mar, one of the Hawkmen's officers.
We must find out if Flash and Dale and Khan are still alive before we make any rash attacks, Mar.
You are quite right, Commander Zarkov.
Turn on your spacograph and let us see what we can see.
Look, Commander. There's a large rock. It must be the rock which is blocking the entrance of the cave, through which Flash, Dale, and Captain Khan disappeared.
We cannot see beyond it. There is only one thing to be done. Blast it out of our way.
Shall I order the battery of ray cannon into position?
At once.
Swing the battery of ray cannon into position. Aim for the rock.
I hope we are not too late to save them.
Oh, I hope not, too. Captain Khan is too good an officer and friend to lose.
Ready with the range?
They have found the range, Commander.
You may fire.
Fire! Look, the rock is splitting.
That's got it. The rock is destroyed. Come on. Let us try the spacograph again.
Nothing but haze. The country is well named, Blue Magic Land.
Spoiled by that witch queen. Mar, there is only one thing left now.
And what is that, Commander?
Call for a volunteer to go into the territory of the Blue Magic Men and find out the information we wish.
Of course. A spy. Commander, I myself will go.
No, we cannot spare you, Mar. Send one of the privates.
No, Commander. I will not ask any of my men to do what I would not do myself.
You are a brave man and a fine officer. I shall speak to King Vultan about promoting you when I return to his palace.
Thank you, Commander.
Azura has thrown up a protective and impenetrable fog against our spacocraft. But we may be able to beat her yet.
And how do you propose to do that, Commander?
It is simple. Mar, you will disguise yourself as a peddler and gain entrance to the Queen's palace.
Well, how?
Say that you wish to enter her service. Inside your peddler's pack, you will have a portable space phone.
Oh, Commander, you have my utmost admiration. It is the plan of a genius, a super strategist.
When you have found out the information we seek, establish contact with me here, and I shall proceed on your report.
Very good, Commander. When shall I start on my mission?
At once.
Commander, I shall give you the information or my life.
Next day, Tal is called to the gates of Azura's palace to question a peddler who has asked admittance.
Who are you?
I am a poor peddler, footsore, weary, and hungry. I seek shelter, O noble sire.
I am Tal, Chief Magician to Her Majesty, Queen Azura.
I bow before you, great Tal. O mighty wizard, let me enter the service of the Queen. You will find in me a zealous neophyte.
You are a peddler. Why are you so anxious to change your profession?
I can hardly make a living. Soon I shall have to turn beggar. Let me devote my life to being of some use to the Queen.
You might be of use. What is your name?
Why,
Come.
if you accept me into your household and give me a new life, let me take on a new name also. Let my name die with my past.
Very well. I will open the gate.
Bless you, mighty Tal. Bless you.
Now, come this way. I will take you to the kitchen and give you food.
Oh, yes.
You bring some soup to this man.
At once, oh mighty wizard.
Sit down, stranger. Let me take your pack.
No.
Well, you needn't take my head off. I wasn't going to steal it. I only intended to have it put in your quarters.
I am grateful, mighty Tal. But all I own is in this bundle, and I should feel lost without it. Here is the... look out! Look! Don't spill that soup. That would be wasteful when I am so hungry.
Yes, you clumsy fool. There must be no waste of the food around here. You know what happens to the girl when she drops her tray in front of the queen?
I ask pardon, Almighty Tal. It was my anxiety to please that caused my hands to tremble.
See that it does not happen again, slave. Eat your fill, stranger, while I go to find out where Her Majesty wishes me to put you.
Mar. Someone may hear you. Oh, you are safe, Captain Khan. Thanks be to Ta'o.
Yes. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Where are the rest of our men?
One question at a time, Captain. I was sent here by Prince Zarkov to find out what happened to you and Flash and Dale. Where are the other two?
Dale is at the other end of the kitchen, chained to the stove. And Flash...
He is not...
No, he isn't dead.
Oh.
But drugged. He doesn't recognize either Dale or me. Azura has cast a spell over him. Oh, if I were only free.
Don't curse your fate, Captain Khan. I'm here to help, bring aid.
How can you? Once you get in here, they never let you out.
I don't need to get out in order to bring aid.
What? What do you mean?
In this bundle, I have a portable space phone. Over it, I'm going to report to Zarkov everything I find out.
Then hurry and send a message. Tell him we are alive and that he must come quickly. They seem to be mobilizing the army for an attack.
Well, where can I go to send it? Tal may come back any minute.
Let us go where Dale is. She can watch for Tal's return. We can put the ground wire of the space phone outside the grilled window, and there will be less interference. Come along.
Where are you two going?
The peddler feels faint in this heat. I am helping him to that window yonder where he may get a breath of air.
All right, go ahead. Come on, you slaves. Get to work.
Oh, that was a close call, Captain.
Yes. We must work fast. Dale.
Yes, Tom? What is it? Oh.
This is Captain Ma. He has been sent by Prince Zarkov to find out about us.
Oh, Captain Ma, I'm so glad you've come. Are you going to get us out of here?
I hope so, Princess. But first I must report to Zarkov by space phone.
Dale, go over there as far as your chain will let you. Watch for Tal or the guard. I will watch from here while Mars sets up his machine.
At once. The coast is clear. Hurry.
Captain Mar calling Prince Zarkov. Captain Mar calling Prince Zarkov. Captain Mar calling Prince Zarkov. Captain Mar calling Prince Zarkov.
At the same time, Prince Zarkov, in the far-off kingdom of the Hawkmen, is trying to establish a space phone connection.
Zarkov calling Captain Mar. Zarkov calling Captain Mar.
No answer, Prince Zarkov.
No answer. He should have arrived, and we should have received a report by now.
The blue magic men are marching to attack us, Prince Zarkov. Sentry has just sighted them.
Bring me my distance glasses.
Here, Prince Zarkov.
Ah, I see them. And there's Flash, on horseback. They must have tied him on and are using him to bait us into attacking them. Very well, we shall call their bluff. Colonel, order the first company of Lancers to charge.
The first Lancers, the greatest flyers in the Hawkmen army, circle to a dizzy height and at a signal from their leader, fold their wings and dive for Azura's army. Down at the head of the armed blue magic men, Flash and Azura watch the diving Hawkmen.
Here come the Hawkmen, my prince.
I see them, Azura. I'm just wondering which battery I shall train on them.
I suggest you use the guns of the combustion ray machine.
What will happen if I do?
Order them used and see.
Very well. Home in. Swing the combustion ray guns into action. What is the secret of the great combustion ray machine? Will the gallant Hawkmen under Professor Zarkov be able to overcome it and rescue Flash Gordon and Dale Arden? In next Sunday's Comic Weekly, which is a part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper, you will find a full-colored picture of the combustion ray machine. Also a thrilling action picture of the Hawkmen in battle formation. See if you can guess how the combustion ray machine works and what will happen to the Hawkmen. And besides Flash Gordon, you'll find all your old friends waiting to entertain you in the Comic Weekly. Full-color pictures of the merriest, funny men and bravest adventurers ever assembled in all picture magazines. Think of it, bringing up Father, the Little King, Polly and her pals, the Katzenjammer Kids, Jungle Jim, Toots and Casper, Barney Google, good old Skippy, Mickey Mouse, and many, many others. Yes, they'll all be there with new pranks and more thrilling adventures to entertain you. For the Comic Weekly is the world's biggest and best pictorial supplement of fun and adventure. So once more we suggest you get the big Comic Weekly with your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. Study the Flash Gordon pictures and see if you can guess what will happen when Professor Zarkov and his gallant Hawkmen come face to face with the combustion ray machine. Be sure to listen for the answer next week at this time when we will present another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Tell it now.
The Fred Allen Show. Brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest, Mr. T. He, one of the directors of Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Merrimack, and Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had hoped to have Toscanini conduct our overture tonight, but unfortunately our plans went amiss. In place of Mr. Toscanini, however, we have been very fortunate in securing the eminent conductor of the Scarsdale Symphony, Mr. Peter Van Steeden. Maestro Van Steeden opens with the fugue, Give a Little Whistle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to prove to you that I am in a rut, once again I bring you that same guy I always seem to be bringing you, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, spring is here as of last Thursday, and our program comes to you tonight in the guise of a delectable zephyr. In the guise of a delectable zephyr. How is that, Harry?
What, Fred?
I just coined the phrase. I'm no judge, but to me it reeked of Tennyson. Or I might as well go the whole hog and say it smacked of Edgar Kett.
Well, I didn't hear it, Fred. What was your phrase?
I said our program comes to you tonight in the guise of a delectable zephyr.
Oh, say, that's poetry, Fred.
Or a reasonable facsimile.
What is a zephyr?
What?
I say, what is a zephyr?
A zephyr is a tornado with an inferiority complex. It's a limp gale, a typhoon with no ambition. A zephyr, Harry, is really a slow leak from out the west. You get the significance?
Yes, I get it. A zephyr is a slow leak.
Yeah.
A slow leak is a little drift.
And a little drip is Fred Allen in person.
Welcome with a new hairdo yet. You look as though you combed your hair with the sleeve of a chinchilla coat. No other effect could. And welcome back to radio, Mr. Van Steeden.
Say, this is the first time you've said anything on the program since February, Pete.
Oh, I'm here ready to talk, but Alan won't give me any lines.
Look, I tried to give. I ought to give you a comb. You need a comb to get 2 lines. He got 2 lines and he washed his hair again. Success has gone to his head again in the form of soap. Well, I tried to give you lines, Orson Welles Steeden, but you can't even read them.
What do you mean I can't read them? I've been taking elocution lessons.
What?
I didn't know you were taking elocution lessons, Pete.
Sure, get a load of this, Harry.
Yeah.
Break, break, break on like cold gray stones, oh, see?
That's
break,
fine. That's
break.
fine. That's very good. You sound like the boy voted most likely to succeed at an embalming school. You keep talking that way, and you'll end up an announcer.
How do you like that, Harry? I study elocution for 6 months.
And what can you say?
Break, break, break on like
All right. Break it up, brother. We had enough trouble around here last week with that eagle.
The eagle got more laughs than you did.
I could get laughs if I used the same devices. If I had feathers on and could sit on Harry's wrist, a feathered Bolivar, I would get laughs.
Oh, that eagle was sophisticated. He was over your head.
That's what had me worried. All right, Mr. Ramshaw, get back on your perch.
Boy, I'd like to be an eagle for about 2 minutes.
The minute you leave the ground, Van Steeden, you're through. That's all we need on this program, an orchestra leader who flies yet. And having come to the bottom of page 3 in our script, we turn briskly to the latest news of the week. The Ipana News presents The World in Review. Seattle, Washington. A recent appendix operation in Seattle was broadcast over a statewide radio hookup. As the surgeon operated, member of the State Medical Association stood by the operating table with a microphone, giving the radio audience a complete description of the appendectomy. If radio operations get to be popular, they may soon become regular network features. Ipana News shows how the radio operation of tomorrow may sound. The operation program opens.
To the strains of I'll See You in My Dreams, the makers of Pico Cough, the new miracle drink, bring you another in their series of weekly operations. Does coffee keep you awake nights? Try Pico Cough. It looks like coffee, tastes like tea, and smells like mucilage. You can perk it, brew it, or mend crockery with it. Ask your grocer for Pico Cough. And now we take you to the radio clinic. Take it away, Professor Mangle.
This is Professor Mangle, about to bring you another operation through the courtesy of Pico Cough. Last week we presented Mrs. Toomey in a dramatic facelifting operation. I want to apologize to the many fans who wrote in asking for Mrs. Toomey's autograph. Mrs. Toomey's face was lifted a little too high. Her skin is so tight now she can't close her fingers to hold a pen. We may have Mrs. Toomey back on the program soon to let out some slack. If we do, you'll be seeing more of Mrs. Toomey. And now, our guest patient for tonight's operation,
Mr. Morgan Grimm, a double molectomy.
Good evening, Mr. Grimm.
Good evening, Professor Dangle.
What is your occupation?
I'm a salt cellar salesman.
You sell salt cellars?
Yeah, I'm a salt cellar seller.
And how is business?
Shaky.
You're a case, Mr. Grimm. And you're here to be operated on?
Yeah, I got 2 moles on my nose.
Oh, yes. Mr. Morgan Grimm is having his 2 moles removed tonight through the courtesy of Pico Cough.
And look, am I getting a local anesthetic, Professor?
No, this is a coast-to-coast hookup, Mr. Grimm.
I hope everything comes off all right.
Yes, it will. Now, if you'll just lie down on that cot, Mr. Grimm.
Okay.
And now, while Mr. Grimm is getting ready for his operation, we present the nurse who will administer the anesthetic, glamorous Mavis Braun.
Hiya, friend. I got a tank full of ether, and I'm raring to go. This patient looks like he's going to give me plenty of trouble. It's going to be tough telling when he's unconscious. You get it, folks?
Are you ready, Nurse Brown?
Yeah, Prof.
Ready, Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, Professor.
Let's go, students!
And now, while Nurse Brown administers the ether, Professor Mangle is putting on his rubber gloves, just the way you see Dr. Kildare put them on in the movies. Mr. Grimm is unconscious, and as the operation starts, we hear Professor Mangle say,
Pincers.
Pincers.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
One mole is off, folks. And we turn you now back to Professor Mangle.
Ligature.
Ligature.
Tourniquet.
Tourniquet.
Blow-out patch.
Blow-out patch.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
And the second mole is off, folks. The patient is coming to. Now I'll move the microphone over it, and you can hear the patient's first words as he comes out of the ether.
Oh, get me a cup of pico cough.
Yes, Pico Cough. Pico Cough. The first thing a patient asks for after coming out of the ether is Pico Cough. And now here is Professor Mangle to say goodnight.
This is your old friend, Professor Mangle, the cynic of the clinic, saying goodnight, folks, and happy convalescing.
Thank you, Professor. The makers of Pico Cough, the miracle drink, it looks like coffee, tastes like tea, and smells like mucilate, invite you to tune in again next week when our guest patient will be
Miss Tiny Dow.
Here, Miss Tiny Dow, have a wen removed next week. If you knew her when, tune in again. You know when. And don't forget, folks, if you're still awake, be sure to take Pico Cough, spelled P-E-K-O, cough. Good night.
Now the Merrimacs heeding Clause 4 in their iron-bound contract gather at their personal microphone to sing for us, I Used to Love You.
I used to love you, but it's all over now. You know it's all over town that you threw me down, but you shouldn't let that kind of story go round. For you've had your chance and now it's all over. I'll get along somehow. Now there are things that you did I used to forgive, but you never changed just as long as you live. I used to love you, but it's all over now. I used to love you, but it's all over now. You know it's all over now that you threw me down, but you shouldn't let that kind of story go round. For you had a chance and now it's all over. I'll get along somehow. Now there are things that you did I used to forgive, but you never changed just as long as you live. I used to love you, but it's all over now. It's best we part before you break my heart. I'm glad that it's all over now.
Thank you. There has been so much discussion recently about the coming census that tonight we add our 2 little cents worth and preview a cross-section of the census for you. The scene, a living room. The questioning begins.
Now, madam, do you own a car?
Yes.
How many miles do you get to the gallon?
Not many.
What's your favorite color?
Puce.
Just answer the questions, madam. Don't comment. And now about children.
Well, I have 3. John, Sarah, and Mary. Mary's only 6, but she's smart as a whip and pretty as a picture. And as for John,
Yes,
well,
yes,
his teacher
yes. 3
was...
children.
Yes, and I'm not saying this just because they're mine, but only
Yes,
the
children, 3. Now, what kind of toothpaste do they use?
Ipana, of course.
Funny, I get that same answer time and time again.
Well, why wouldn't you? Mothers know what's best for the family. And when you find a toothpaste that's as good for massaging your gums as it is for cleaning your teeth, that's what you're looking for, and that's what you use.
And ladies and gentlemen, while that's only one opinion about Ipana, it's an opinion shared by so many parents, teachers, and dentists that Ipana is the largest selling toothpaste in America today. That popularity is based on 2 very significant facts.
1. Ipana is unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth. 2. Ipana, when used with massage, is especially designed to help give your gums the toning and exercise they need for health.
And, ladies and gentlemen, since teeth are seldom bright, when gums are tender and soft, many dentists advise the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. And in giving that advice, dentists are doing for others what so many of them do for themselves. For in a recent survey, more dentists said they personally use Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice of any type. Now make their choice your choice. Use Ipana toothpaste.
Just heard Tuxedo Junction, played by Peter Van What's This and his Toon Tailors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight. Oh, hello, Portland. Oh, you want to come in there?
Hello.
It's saving steps. Why don't you go around where you're supposed to come? I'm not that big yet. But, well, you certainly look nifty tonight. That's some outfit.
Yes, I was in the Easter parade Sunday. Do you like my new hat?
Where is it?
Right here, behind my left ear.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yes, it looks nice, what there is of it.
All the hats are smaller this spring.
I'll say they're smaller. I saw a man on 6th Avenue this afternoon with something in his eye. When he got it out, it was a woman's hat.
I get it.
I know. I saw your face light up.
Well, Mama's got me so full of sulfur and molasses, it's a wonder I don't light up all over.
Oh, you don't have to worry about lighting up. As the fella says, when you gotta glow, you gotta glow.
That's good.
Well, it always has been. You can tell it another way, you know. What did the big shad say to the little shad?
When you've got a row, you've got a row.
That's it. Not quite as good that way, but it's... And speaking of fish, did you hear Benny last Sunday?
Jack said that his father had made you a suit.
He mentioned that on his program, that his father had made a suit for me years ago.
Huh?
But do you want to know the truth about that suit?
Yes.
One time I was booked into Waukegan, and I met Benny in Chicago. He was living at a waterfront hotel there. I was in waiting and met him. That was his room. I happened to wade into his room. And Benny knew that my name was going to be in lights at Waukegan. I happened to have the lights with me. So he said, when you get to Waukegan, Fred, let my father, Benny the Elder, make a suit for you.
And did you?
Yes, when I got to Waukegan, I hired an interpreter. I went down to say hello to Jack's father through this man I had hired. And I ordered the suit. He mailed it on to me at White City, Illinois, where I was starring the following week.
Oh, how was the suit?
Well, when the suit came, it was then I discovered Benny's father wasn't a tailor. He was an upholsterer. He was used to sewing on chairs.
Well, how could you tell?
Why, my pants had 4 legs on them and a cane bottom. The coat had an antimacassar sewed on the collar. I sent the suit to Ripley. He probably knew somebody who could wear it. But too much of Benny. What about our guest?
Have you seen Pinocchio?
Walt Disney's new masterpiece? I certainly have. Now, don't tell me that Walt Disney is here tonight.
No. Our guest tonight is Mr. T.H., one of Mr. Disney's directors.
T.H.? It sounds as though he might be Minnehaha's oldest boy.
Well, I wouldn't know. Why don't you ask him? Mr. Allen, meet Mr. T.H.
Well, good evening, Mr. He.
Good evening, Fred.
Now, before we start, Mr. He, I think the first thing we better do is get your name straightened out. If I keep saying T.He all night, people will think I'm laughing at myself. And why should I start a trend at this late day? But tell me, is T.He your real handle?
Yes, Fred. The first initial is T, and my last name is spelled H-E-E, T-He.
Say, it must be embarrassing to the women folk in your family if all the she's are he's. But still, T.He is a perfect name for a man whose job it is to help Walt Disney keep the world laughing.
Laughter and entertainment are Walt's objectives, Fred.
I know. Portman said that you directed Pinocchio. Is that right?
No, I was merely one of the sequence directors.
Well, how many directors did it take to get the mahogany Mickey Rooney on the screen?
Well, there were 2 supervising directors, 5 sequence directors, and 8 animation directors.
Pinocchio had more directors than a Jersey bank, didn't he? Well, how many people worked? We'll wait, if anything's cooking. Let us know. Put up a hand if anyone's thinking of doing something. But, how many people... People, that's the way this show is, Mr. He. People jump up and speak into the microphone. It's been going on here. How many people worked on Pinocchio on the picture altogether?
1,200.
1,200? Why, that's more people than Benny's last picture played to in Scranton, PA. And that was with bank night in the afternoons, too. Now, how long did it take you 1,200 fellows to complete Pinocchio?
The picture was 2 years in production. More than 500,000 drawings and paintings had to be turned out.
Well, that must have kept Mr. Disney pretty busy. Does he draw with both hands simultaneously?
Oh, Walt doesn't do all the actual drawing, Fred.
No?
But he does guide every detail of his pictures, from the conception of the idea right through to the distribution of the finished production.
Well, I think a lot of people would be interested in knowing how you Disney craftsmen work. How, for example, did you assemble your latest ink epic, Pinocchio?
Well, first came the selection of the story.
Why did Walt pick Pinocchio?
Because Pinocchio is a delightful folk tale that is known and loved the world over.
Yes, it certainly is. Tell me, when Walt gets a story, he doesn't do like most of the Hollywood studios, hire 40 writers to rewrite the story, and then 40 more writers to get it back the way it was.
No, Fred. Pinocchio was turned over to our story department, and an outline of the plot was sketched out.
Well, are cartoon scenarios written the same as the regular scripts?
No, the stories are laid out in drawings, something like a huge comic strip.
Oh, and then everyone starts laughing about the play?
No, not yet. Next, the directors and the head animators are called in. The story men explain their sketches, everything is agreed upon, and the story is split up and assigned to the sequence director.
Well, which sequences were you given in Pinocchio?
I directed the scenes where Pinocchio meets the fox and the cat.
Ah, the villains of the piece. What was that fox's name again?
J. Worthington Foulfellow, otherwise known as Honest John.
That's right, and J. Worthington Foulfellow. I must remember that if we have children later. And the cat was Gideon. The fox, that fox and cat were 2 of the biggest heels I've seen since the last time I got a peek at Carnera putting on his shoes. Well, what happened? I'll kill the guy that told me to keep that in. If he's here tonight, he's through. I don't know whether... What happened after you consider that unsaid, Mr. He?
All right.
What happened? What happened after you took Honest John and Gideon in hand?
Well, I went into conference with Norm Ferguson and Ken O'Connor, a head animator and art director, to work out the details of the animation.
Was your work finished when this animation was completed?
No, Fred. Then the backgrounds, colors, costumes, and the characters themselves had to be worked on.
Say, tell me, who invents those characters like Dopey, Pluto, Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and the others? Does Walt go on a Welsh rarebit diet and dream those folks up?
I don't know how Walt does it, Fred.
Well, I wish you'd ask him when you get back and let me know general delivery. But tell me, with so many artists... I'll be there shortly, something else. But tell me, with so many artists drawing different sequences, how do you keep the likenesses of the various characters uniform?
Well, models are made up to guide the animators. And sometimes we photograph actors who resemble the characters.
And these action pictures are studied before the drawings are made.
Well, who does these drawings? The head animator?
He does what we call the key drawings, the important points in each bit of action.
And other artists fill it in.
That's correct. And then when the drawings are cleaned up, they're traced on celluloid and painted.
And each separate drawing is photographed on movie film.
That's right.
And as soon as you photograph 500,000 drawings, Pinocchio was finished.
Not quite, Fred. The music, dialogue, and sound effects had to be added to the film.
And then Pinocchio was ready for his preview.
Its first public appearance, yes. Actually, the picture had been previewed from the first day it went into production.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, our pictures are run off with the whole staff in various stages of production. And Walt asked everyone, from the messenger boys up, for suggestions and criticisms, and anyone who comes through with a good gag or a piece of business gets a bonus.
Well, in radio, we use a similar system on a bigger scale. If anyone opens his mouth around a radio program, he gets the business. But, tell me, Mr. He, what qualities does a fellow have to possess to become a Disney animator?
I would say that he has to have something that is just more than artistic ability. He has to have a feeling for the sort of thing that Walt does. All of us at the studio are working for the same thing, to make pictures that are more entertaining, more beautiful, and technically more perfect.
Well, in case you haven't heard, Mr. He, you are succeeding. And I certainly appreciate your kindness in dropping in tonight.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
You know, I heard Jack Benny announce last Sunday that he is going to play Pinocchio on his program next Sunday. I think it's a shame that 2 years of work you fellas have put in is going to be undone next Sunday night in 30 minutes. I think it's fun.
Oh, I think Jack will play Pinocchio very well, Fred.
You mean it takes a dummy to play a dummy?
You're not getting me mixed up in that. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Peavy. Thank you. And now, Win Murray, the Miss America in the Winter Book for 1942, arrives to... Now, control yourself, Winnie. No laughing at the microphone. You might establish a precedent. But Winnie is here to sing How High the Moon.
Until I fell in love, my life was very easy. The moon just made it moonlight. The breeze just made it breezy. And then I fell in love, and things that once were clean, now I scarcely see or hear. Somewhere there's music, how faint the tune. Somewhere there's heaven, how high's the moon. There is no moon above when love is far away too, till it comes true that you love me as I love you. Somewhere there's music, it's where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you will, how still my heart, how high the moon. Somewhere there's music in the air. Somewhere there's heaven, but there is no moon above when love's far away. There'll come a day when you'll be loving me always. Somewhere there's music, it's where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon. Until you will be still my heart. where you are. Somewhere there's heaven, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you would come to me soon.
If you notice these bags under my eyes getting bags underneath them, it's because I've been sitting up nights trying to find a substitute for that shop-worn combination of words, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, now, there isn't any substitute, Fred, so there's no use sulking about it. Those words go together, like bread and butter and black and white, ham and eggs, salt and pepper.
Well, I guess you're right, Harry. And while we're on the subject, don't forget Mike and Ike, corned beef and cabbage, Barnum and Bailey.
Sure, Fred. And most important of all, don't forget Ipana and massage. Those two go together to help make smiles more attractive. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Ipana is a dentifrice with a plus. And here's why.
Ipana not only cleans and brightens teeth, but when used with massage is especially made to help give gums the toning and stimulation they need for firmness and health. Exercise they should get from foods we eat, but do not get because most of our foods are too soft.
So stop at your druggist for a tube of Ipana and begin using it. When you feel that stimulating tang exclusive with Ipana and massage, you'll know that gum circulation is awakening. And that means you're helping your gums grow stronger and healthier. Begin tomorrow to help yourself to firmer gums, more sparkling teeth, and naturally a more attractive smile by faithfully massaging with Ipana toothpaste. The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred is taking his place now at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready to
Yes. Yes, I was meeting the people, Harry. Yes, excuse me. The forum is officially open. I didn't hear you, Harry. I should have a third ear in the back of my head. Portland will kindly introduce us to the first member of our little group here.
Mr. Hugh Cooper from Mount Vernon, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Cooper.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your business, profession, calling, or trade? May I?
I'm a district office manager with the Insulite Company.
The Insulite Company?
Yes.
Well, what is the function of the Insulite Company?
Well, they're the manufacturers of the world's finest insulation board.
Oh, insulation board. This isn't a homemade commercial. I mean, you've cooked up on me here. I don't know. Insulation. I don't know. That was the policy of the government a short time ago, wasn't it? The insulation policy. We were going to be insulated or something. But I don't know a great deal about your business, Mr. Cooper. I don't know a great deal about a great many businesses, but I am supremely ignorant where insulation is concerned. What is the function of insulation, if I might ask?
Well, in a few words,
You'll overlook my ignorance.
to keep the house cool in the summer and warm in the winter.
Warm in the winter. Heat cannot get in, or cold. None of the elements can get in. It would seem to me if you could invent something that would keep relatives out of houses.
We're working on that.
Well, I'm sure it will beat your insulation business when you get it worked out. In other words, a thermos bottle is really insulated, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A vacuum is a non-conductor. Right. And for a man to have perfect insulation, he should really live in a vacuum, shouldn't he?
Very good.
But a vacuum is a space without matter. And man is matter. So the minute man gets in the vacuum, it ceases to be a vacuum and becomes a phone booth. I hope Einstein is listening in tonight. He may learn something, but I doubt it. But all right, thank you a lot, Mr. Cooper.
And now, Miss Joan Lane from Hartford, Connecticut.
Well, have you met Miss Lane?
Yes, I
Oh,
have.
it's all right for you to introduce Miss Lane to me. I thought I was going to introduce you to Miss Lane if you hadn't met her after you had introduced her to me, because then I would partly know her and it would be permissible for me to introduce her to you. Well, where is Miss Lane from?
From Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, what are you doing in New York, Miss Lane?
I'm here on my Easter vacation.
On your vacation, your Easter vacation from where or what?
From Smith College.
Oh, do you go to Smith College, do you?
I'm a sophomore there.
Sophomore at Smith College. That's up at Northampton, isn't it?
That's right.
Smith College is a girls' college, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Smith, Wellesley, and Vassar are academic no man's lands, as it were. Well, are you enjoying your vacation here in New York?
Oh, very much, Mr. Allen.
You are, huh? You're not on the daisy chain this year, are you? I was going to say, if you were, you might learn a few things from looking at our main stem over here, which is Broadway. But I'll let it go. It's going to be rather confusing, I think, when you graduate from Smith, Miss Lane. What do you intend to be when you graduate, by the way? Have you any particular goal in mind?
I haven't quite decided yet, Mr. Allen. I love radio, though.
You like radio, huh? Take a look at me and see that you don't want to come to that, do you? But I was going to say, it's going to be embarrassing when you get out of college and tell people you've just left Smith. They won't know whether you've graduated or whether you quit working for Al. I mean, all right, thank you, Miss Lane.
And now, Dr. Simon Klein from New York City.
Well, good evening, Dr. Klein.
Good evening, Mr.
What branch of medicine do you practice, if I may ask?
Dentistry, Mr. Allen.
Dentistry, do you? We have to be very careful talking to dentists on this program. Any conversation is apt to be construed as sort of a commercial. We have to be very careful about our banter. But you're here in New York, are you?
I am.
Did you go to the American Dental Convention last week? Down in Baltimore? Did you go down there?
No, I wasn't there, Mr.
You weren't? Must have been very interesting. I read a lot about it in the paper. Some dentist said that the progress that dentistry's made in the last 100 years, the Dental Society, I believe, is 100 years old last week, and the progress it's made is really wonderful. This dentist said that George Washington in his day wore wooden false teeth. Constantly in trouble. He had to carry tweezers with him to pick splinters out of his gums. Every time he opened his mouth, woodpeckers flew into the conversation. That caused trouble. And whenever he drank hot soup, his teeth swelled up, I believe. Washington went around for months looking as though he was going to say, "oh," which he never said. But thank you, Dr. Klein. Oh was something we could say today. I mean, but that about brings us to our question. Now that we are well into leap year, and most of the girls who are waiting for 1940 have taken advantage of their prerogative and their boyfriends, we Novocaine leap year and prepare one phase of it for clinical inspection. So our question tonight is, do you think it is proper for a woman to propose to a man during leap year? Now, how do you feel about the female of the species and leap year, Mr. Cooper?
Well, I think that the man does most of the work every other part of the world and time of the year, so I think that the woman should propose during leap year.
You think the woman should propose? You don't think you think that a woman should send man flowers and candy and take him to the movies and close in on him later in the year? Well, all right, that's one for the woman. Now, Miss Lane, what do you, as a college girl, think about girls proposing?
Well, I think leap year is a very fine thing, but I hope I never have to use it myself.
Well, I hope you don't ever have to use it either. But do you think that it's proper that a girl is taking advantage? You think she should propose at any time and not wait for leap year?
Well, I think she has just as much a right as a man has to do it.
She just has as much right to propose as a man has. Well, that gobbles it up nicely. Now we're fixed up good. Now, Dr. Klein, what do you think about, do you think a girl who proposes is going too far?
I think it's very important that the man should think the proposal is his idea.
Well, the woman could do it. In other words, the man could imagine he had mental laryngitis for the moment, and the girl could propose to it. Well, I don't know how we stand now. You think it's all right for the girl to do it to propose if she makes the man feel that it's been mind over matter and that he has subconsciously given her this thought, which later she bounces back at him.
That's right.
Well, I think then that you and Mr. Cooper agree, which leaves Miss Lane out on the limb here. But we'll call a tree surgeon and get you down shortly, Miss Lane. I don't imagine that our discussion tonight will greatly affect the connubial approach of the future. The question of proposing, it seems to me, has something in common with the phonograph record. There is something to be said on both sides. Married men may have better... Quiet, please. We're late now. We've got to rush through. But married men have better halves, but bachelors have better... This man gets on my nerves. He's around here to tell me I'm 30 seconds late all the time, and I never finish anything I'm going to say. Go away, that man there. But married men may have better halves. What's the difference? So we don't finish on time. We run 15 or 20 minutes into K-Kaiser. What's the... An old maid who knows all the answers but has never been asked any of the questions. And on this note of utter frustration, our forum is adjourned. Thank you all for your kind cooperation. Thank you. And now, the Merrimacs to sing All by Yourself in the Moonlight.
There ain't no sense sitting on a fence all by yourself in the moonlight. There ain't no thrill by a watermill all by yourself in the moonlight. There ain't no fun sitting beneath the trees, giving yourself a hug, giving yourself a squeeze. It's insane swinging down the lane all by yourself in the moonlight. All alone, I'm so all alone.
There is no one else but you.
Get your gourd riding in a boat all by yourself in the moonlight. With all of things swimming in the lake all by yourself in the moonlight. It ain't no fun looking up at the sky, singing a pretty song, knowing to harmonize. Love is rare, you'll agree it's rare, all by yourself in the moonlight. I ain't got nobody, and nobody cares for me, poor little me. You can't tell lies to the fireflies all by yourself in the moonlight. You'll agree you're poor company all by yourself in the moonlight. Now laying it down, finding a cozy nook, losing a lot of sleep, listen to a book. Let it rain, how can you complain? All by yourself in the moonlight.
Am I blue?
Yes, you're blue.
Am I blue? Huh? Ain't these
tears in these eyes telling you, you can't go far in a motor car all by yourself in the moonlight. It ain't so grand and a nice to dance all by yourself in the moonlight. It ain't so sweet having a place to go, having a lot to do, nobody helping you. It ain't a treat in a rumble piece all by yourself, all by yourself, all by yourself in the moonlight.
Thank you. I think you'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen.
I beg your pardon, but which one of you gentlemen is Harry Von Bell?
Von Bell?
Or could the name be Von Gong?
Could it by any chance be Von Zell?
Of course, that's it.
Oh, well, I'm Harry Von Zell.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Then this other gentleman must be Fritz Allen.
Fred Allen, my good fellow.
I'm so sorry. I've a wretched memory for names. That's what I came to see Mr. Von Brill about. You see, my wife's catching a cold, and I said to her, I know just the thing for you. You put 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water and drink it. And she said, fine, what's the name of it? And I said, I don't know, I've forgotten, but I'll go right down and ask Mr. Von Well. So here I am.
Well, it sounds to me as though what you were thinking of for your wife's cold was Sal Hepatica.
Sal Hepatica, that's it, I remember now.
Yes, it's a mighty good thing to remember, too, because Sal Hepatica helps fight colds faster. That's why it's recommended by so many doctors. As a matter of fact, in a recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians recommend a saline laxative when treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica, we believe, is the outstanding saline laxative in America. There are 2 very good reasons for this, which you can check with your own doctor. First,
Sal Hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And since the progress of a cold is fast, this greater speed of sparkling Sal Hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist for quick cold-fighting service. Remember, for faster action in treating colds, take Sal Hepatica.
And now the mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a gruesome, spine-chilling Inspector Bungle murder mystery called Who Killed Mac Borden? The action takes place in Tin Pan Alley. Scene 1, the private office of Sidney Dangle, president of the Dangle Music Corporation. The famous songwriting team of Borden and Bevell rush in.
Hey, Mr. Dangle.
Yes, what is it, boys?
Harry and me just finished another song. Yeah, a new mother song, and it's a wham, Mr. Dangle. Yeah, get this title. Mother, you're fairer than the world's fair to me. And get these lyrics.
Well, all right, boys, but make it snappy.
Let's go, Harry. Mother, you're just my mother, but you're fairer than the world's fair to me. Your nose is like the trilon, but you got a smile on. I don't pay no admission to see. My, you got a shape like the perisphere, round in front and round in the rear.
Oh, now, wait.
Your map may look like the Futurama, but you're my ever-loving mama.
Oh, wait.
And you're fairer than the world's fair to me. Ain't that a wall, Mr. Daniel, huh?
Well, that is terrible.
What?
Why, it's dated.
What do you mean?
Nobody wants a mother song today.
Why, me and Mac has been writing mother songs for 20 years, Mr. Dangle. And every song a hit. My mother's eyes. My mother's nose. My mother's hangnail. My mother ain't got no bananas.
I know, boys, but Mother is through. Mother is washed up. The public today wants swing. Something like Fudarakasaki, Itty Bitty Poo, Jumpin' High.
Now, wait a minute. I can't write that moron stuff, Mr. Dangle.
Well, either you write it or you're fired. Now get out, both of you.
Okay, Chief. Come on, bud. Flatfoot flugy with a fooey. I can't write that.
And so Mac Borden, the songwriter, goes to work and to his doom. 10 minutes later, the door of Mr. Dangle's office flew open.
Oh, Mr. Dangle. Oh, Mr. Dangle.
What's up, Babel? You're shaking like an end girl in a Minsky show.
Borden, me lyric writer, he's been murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah, take a look in our office.
Well, lead the way.
Look.
Gad, he's slumped over his desk there. Are you sure he's dead?
There's a pool of blood near his head.
Say, this is murder, all right. I'm calling the police.
Hiya, folks. Now, don't nobody move. I got you covered like an actor's bald spot.
Now, just a minute, Frog Voice. Where did you come from?
I'm Inspector Bungle, Bud, the bleached Mr. Moto.
Why? This is uncanny. How did you get here so fast?
Don't ask me. I didn't write this tripe. Me cue is a wind whistle. I heard a wind whistle, and here I am. Now, what's the crime?
It's murder, Bungle.
Murder, hey? Who are you, Marquis Stomach?
I am Sidney Dangle, president of the Dangle Music Publishing Corporation.
A tune tycoon, hey? And who are you, Herring Vest?
I'm Harry Bevell, a dead man's collaborator.
Oh, yeah? And who are you? Come on, wake up, lad.
Here, that's the body.
Quit butting in, you. Let him speak for himself. Now, who are you, Bud?
He's Mac Borden, me lyric writer.
Oh, yeah? What do you know about this crime, Bevel?
Nothing. Mr. Dangle sent Mac and me in here to write a swing song.
And?
I went out of the room a minute to steal a melody from a hurdy-gurdy that was playing in the alley.
And?
I come back in. Mac is slumped over the desk. He's deader than Tippy 10.
Okay, Bevel. Now, what about you, Dangle? Where was you when the murder was committed?
I was in my office wishing I was out of the music business.
You didn't hear no shots, no groans, no stoop, no squat, no squint?
All right. I heard nothing until Harry here comes screaming into my office.
Yeah, I seen the pool of blood on the desk.
Yeah, there's the blood. Borden must have been shot. But how? He ain't holding no gun. Ain't suicide. This window here's locked. No hole in it, no shot come through the window. Now, what about this door?
Well, this door leads into my office.
Into your office?
Yeah.
It's beginning to look mighty suspicious, Dangle.
What? Surely you don't think that I, as president of the Dangle Music Corporation, would stoop to murder?
There's a lot of plugging going on in the music business, Bud.
Well, I certainly couldn't have killed him. I was out of the room.
Who else was in here when Borden went to his eternal tacit?
Nobody. Just Borden, Bevell, and myself.
Hey, wait a second, boss.
What?
How about Mac's mother?
Now we're getting someplace. Satchel LaFemme. His old lady was on the premises, hey?
Yes, Borden wrote nothing but mother songs, you know. He kept her around the office for inspiration.
Well, where is the old lady?
Oh, Mac kept his mother in his closet. I'll see if she's still in here. Hey, Mr. Borden.
Yes, Mr. Bevel?
Will you come out of the closet a minute?
Oh, Oh, is Mac going to write another mother song?
No, I called you, Granny. Your son has been bumped off.
You'll have to speak up, young man. I'm a little deaf.
Look, Inspector, must you tell her? It'll break her heart.
I gotta tell her, Dangle.
You two will have to speak up. I can't hear that whispering.
Now listen, Mrs. Borden. Your son is dead.
Dead? My son Mac is dead?
Yeah, somebody killed him.
Well, it's about time. Boy, was he corny.
Mrs. Borden.
Writing them jerk ballads. My mother's nose, my mother's big toe. That Icky was my son, but he was strictly from hunger.
Now hold it, Granny. Don't tell me at your age you're a swing fan.
Sure, Gates. Around Roseland, they call me the arthritis head cat. Oh, the jim jump is the jump in jive. I can truck on down, and I'm 85. Hip, hip.
Oh, now, okay.
Hip, hip.
Okay, Grandma. Take it easy, Grandma. You can Big Apple down now and collect your son's insurance.
Insurance? Yippee! Shoot the payments to me, John Hancock boy. Okay.
What a dame. One foot in the grave and the other one doing a shag.
Well, look, Inspector, I hate to butt in here, but what about the mystery?
That's right, the mystery. It sure is a puzzler. Now, let me see. There's the body, the window's locked. What's this other door here?
It leads out into the hall. The rehearsal rooms are out there,
And
Bungle.
I'm looking in them rehearsal rooms, Dangle. Come on. You stay here, Bevel, so's the body won't get lonesome.
Okay.
Well, come on, let's go.
These is all rehearsal rooms, you say, eh, Dangle?
Yeah, acts are rehearsing, songwriters are working in them.
Who's in this room here? Why, this room is empty.
Yeah, this is where we write songs like The Little Man Who Wasn't There. You want to look in this room, Bungle?
Yeah, open that other door. Hey, you!
Shut that door. I'm composing.
Yeah, composing what?
I'm writing campaign songs for the Democratic Party. I got a song for Garner.
Garner?
Yeah, Garner the days when me heart was
Never mind.
Listen to this one. A campaign song for the president. I didn't know what term it was.
I'm getting out of here.
Well, I'm telling you, Bungle, you won't find any suspects in these rehearsal rooms.
But I ain't giving up, Dangle. Who's in this next room here?
Well, I'll see.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf. The big bad wolf.
Just a minute, brother.
Sir, are you addressing me?
Where was you 20 minutes ago?
I was right here rehearsing. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad
Hold it, Bud. You're sure you didn't leave this room?
Cross my heart. I've been learning this song for my guest appearance on the Horn and Hot Out program next Sunday.
That's a kid's program, ain't it?
Yes, I'm large for my age.
Okay, Bud. That tomboy couldn't have killed Mac Borden, Dangle.
Well, Bungle, you're stymied.
I ain't getting nowhere. I'm taking another look at the body to refresh me memory.
Well, the body's back in this room here.
Okay.
Have you found a clue, Bungle?
I'm examining the body again. Now, the pool of blood is on the desk. The wound must be on the front of his head. Help me sit the body up, fellas.
Yeah, okay, you take the other arm.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Dangle.
Ease him back in the chair, fellas. Easy now.
Okay, there we are.
Now pick him up. Who done that? Pick him up now. Put him in there. Well, I'll say, what do you know? There ain't no wound in his head.
Now, wait a minute. There must be a wound. How did this pool of blood get on the desk?
This is confusing. I'm taking a gander at this blood through me magnifying glass. Now, let me see. Well, I'll be...
What do you see, Bungle?
The blood. There's onions in it.
Onions?
It ain't blood. It's chili sauce. Where did this chili come from?
Oh, I can explain that. Me and Mac had hamburgers for lunch. Mac must have scraped the chili off of his.
To me, a hamburger ain't a hamburger without chili.
Yeah, I always take chili on my hamburger.
With a hot dog, I take India relish. Maybe a little...
Never mind that. Never mind that. What about the murder?
Oh, yeah, the murder. Well, there ain't no lumps on his head. Maybe he was doped. I'm frisking the body. I thought so.
What is it, Bungle?
In the top vest pocket here. Look.
Kid, a little bottle.
And in this pocket...
Gee, a hypodermic needle.
The mystery is solved. Somebody drugged your lyric writer before they bumped him off.
Why should anyone want to drug a songwriter?
Giving one dope to another, it's redundant.
Hey, maybe Mac ain't dead. Can you tell by that drug, Bungle?
Maybe the formula is on this bottle here.
What's it say?
Na2Cl407. Why, this is formaldehyde or sulfanilamide. This is a powerful drug, fellas. It dissolves the human brain. Whoever gives this drug to Borden was trying to turn him into an imbecile.
Then he ain't dead.
He's in a stupor. Maybe I can slap him, too. Hey, wake up, wake.
Okay.
Wake up, Borden.
Oh.
This is the law.
Okay.
Come on. Break it up, Morpheus.
Hey, he's out of it, but he's not.
He's talking like a simpleton.
It's that drug that's dissolving his brain. I gotta stop it or he'll wake up a chowderhead.
Can't you counteract that drug, Bungle?
I can try. Wait till I put this epidemic needle on the desk. I got some digitalis pills in my pocket here. Open his mouth, Bevel.
Okay.
I'll drop this digitalis in. Okay, swallow that, Borden.
It's gone down his throat.
Yeah, digitalis ought to stop that drug working. We'll see.
Where am I? What's going on here?
It's all right, Dope. You was doped. Now you're cured.
Cured, but I didn't want to be cured. I drugged myself.
You drug yourself? Why, man?
I had to. You said I was fired if I didn't write a swing song, didn't you?
Well, yeah,
You
but-
wanted lyrics like Food Rakasaki, Floyd, Bull, Vistu, Gaily Star, didn't you?
Yeah, but-
Nobody but an idiot can pick up words like that. I had to get down to that mental level. I bought this drug to dissolve my brain, to turn myself into a grade B moron. Look at me. Now I'm normal again. Now I can't possibly write a swing song.
Gee, I'm sorry, bud.
You're sorry, you bungling idiot. Take this.
Hey. Oh.
Good night. You knocked the inspector flat across the desk.
Hey, look, Mr. Dangle. Bungle found a hypodermic needle.
Oh, Inspector Bungle. Bungle, speak to me.
Fooderakasaki, higgity bitty poo, rotten taps, cat wet, hot
Eureka! Bungle can write our swing lyrics. We're saved.
Last Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, a very significant event occurred the first day of spring. Tonight we show you how thousands and thousands of city and country dwellers alike greeted spring.
Spring is here. You said it, and how? When I woke up this morning with a cold in the head, I says to myself, Joe, I says, I bet spring is here, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And to those thousands, Harry Von Zell says...
But there is something you can do about a spring cold, ladies and gentlemen, and it's this. Take sparkling Sal Hepatica to help fight that cold faster. There are two very good reasons why it does, and you can check them with your own doctor.
First, Sal Hepatica is speedy, yet it's very gentle, and speed is mighty important in fighting a cold. Second, and just as important, this famous saline laxative also helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
Remember, in a recent survey, it was found that 7 out of 10 doctors recommend a saline laxative in treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica, we believe, is America's outstanding saline laxative. So for faster action against colds, get a bottle of gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica at any drugstore.
Well, thank you, Harry. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Beginning next Thursday night, April 4th, at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on most of these stations, and on every Thursday night thereafter, you will hear the famous radio show, Mr. District Attorney. This expose of rackets that steal millions is brought to you as a public service by Vitalis. Tune in at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time every Thursday night and enjoy the thrills of Mr. District Attorney.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mind if I sit here and watch the plaza with you, Mr. Dillon?
Hmm? Oh, sure. Sit down, Chester. Sit down.
I got spring fever, I guess.
Yeah, I guess everybody has it.
That'll change soon enough.
It will?
Sure. As soon as the first trail herd hits Dodge.
Yeah, I suppose.
Them Texas cowboys. Mr. Dillon, they all ought to be hobbled and have one arm tied behind their back all the time they're here.
No, I don't know, Chester.
They're just troublemakers, sir. They're bad enough at home, but they're worse away from it.
Well, there are plenty of bad men who never saw Texas.
Yes, and there are darn few Texans who ain't bad.
Where'd you say you're from, Chester?
Well, Waco. But that don't change my opinion one bit, Mr. Dillon. In fact, it just proves I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, here comes a Texan now, Chester. Look at his rig.
Yes, sir, it sure is. Now, what's he doing here?
Yeah, looking for somebody to shoot, according to you. You know him?
No, sir, I don't. But then most everybody I knew in Texas has been hung by now.
I'm looking for the U.S. Marshal. You wearing a star, so maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's my name.
All right. I'm Phil Jacks. I'm with a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle about 5 days' drive from here. Name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Well, he was up here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
You give them to him, Marshal.
Well, I'll be glad to. He'll be here in about 5 days, you say?
He will if we don't run into any more trouble. He said for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
No? What did he say, why?
No. Didn't say nothing except for me to ride into Dodge and find you.
Well, can you tell me what this is all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Well, for heaven's sake, if you don't like it, why don't you stay in Texas? Instead of coming up here raising all kinds of trouble, getting people's backs up, drinking, shooting, carrying
I haven't
on.
even said hello to you, mister.
Oh, I know it, and let's leave it that way.
Chester, what's got into you, anyway?
It's been mighty peaceful around here lately, sir. Now the first Texas herd ain't even over the horizon, and already there's trouble. Why don't you people drive your old mossy horn steers to California, anyway?
Why'd you leave Texas, mister?
What?
I know a Texan when I see one. You're all riled up because you don't like Kansas anybody else does.
Yes, and I don't like Texas, neither.
Texas is sure rough on women and dogs, ain't it?
My gracious, I ain't heard that since I was a boy. All right, you got me pegged. I'll shut up.
Oh, now we're getting someplace.
You ready to go, Marshal?
Well, Dolph Quince is a good man. He wouldn't have sent you here without a reason.
Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, you
Chester,
can't go
suppose you take Jacks over to the Dodge House for a good feed, huh? Looks like he could use it. I'll get ready and I'll meet you there in about an hour, huh?
Yes, sir, but what about me?
Well, like you say, there won't be any trouble till the Texans arrive. But I'd like for you to stay here anyway.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on, Jacks. It's just down the street.
Oh, don't shoot him, Chester. I'll never find that herd alone.
I ain't to buy him a drink first, Marshal, and just temper him down a little.
Now, say, that's not a bad idea at all. Take your pick, Mr. Jacks. We have a goodly number of very choice saloons here in Dodge.
I hadn't been out on the prairie for some weeks, and I found its usual monotony broken a little by the freshness of spring, with great patches of green standing out against the natural sunburnt color of last year's grass. We rode over about 30 miles of it before dark, and Jacks figured we'd find the San Saba herd by evening the next day. And sure enough, an hour or two after we'd crossed the Cimarron next afternoon, we spotted the herd's dust ahead of us. We rode up to the chuck wagon just as the cook was hollering for the men to come and get it.
Just drop your saddle anywheres, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Jack.
Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Yeah, I'll find him.
on, Mark, come on. Come on.
What's he doing? I don't know. I can't understand it. Who is it?
Hello, Dolph.
How are you, Marshal? There's fresh meat in camp. Ask the cook for a plate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal? One of the boys roped and shot a calf this morning.
Sure, I like it fine.
Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Old remuda broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Sure thing, Doc. Yeah, it looks mighty good. You know, Jackson and I haven't eaten since morning.
Give me some coffee, will you?
Yep.
Thanks, cook. Nesta woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning.
Oh?
Yeah, I had a boy with her driving a wagon. Asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night.
Well, she probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way, huh?
Yeah, we'd have to get rid of them anyway, so I let her have them. Even if she was a Kansan.
Oh? Where was her husband?
Dead, according to the boy.
Oh, I see.
You know, if there'd been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Marshal. Say, you got any tobacco? Mine's a mite dry.
Oh, yeah, sure. No. Yeah, yeah. Here. Fix yourself a smoke.
Thanks, Marshal.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How do you know, Marshal?
Well, just a guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snyder over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him and then stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with him.
I see. Any trouble since?
Not yet.
Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. They're nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths, and, well, now it's like they got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
They're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas. That doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see that, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. I'll join you, if you don't mind.
Sit down, Jack.
Yeah.
I've been complaining to the Marshal about our welcome here.
I hear the trail drivers buying off jayhawkers, $2 or $3 a head. Let's see, 3,000 head, that cost us.
I ain't paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet, but I'll kill the first one I see anyway. Maybe they won't bother you again, huh?
Marshal, every dollar I got's in these cattle and all the money my relatives and friends could raise, too. We've come a long way from San Saba, and we're almost to Dodge. I'd hate to lose now.
Well, Dolph, I don't know quite what I can do.
Raise a posse?
Well, not for this sort of work. There'll be herds coming up from now into September. What about the Army? Well, they're out chasing the Indians, as usual. Well, figured that had to ask anyways.
One reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days, get to know the boys a little. They're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
I'll ride with you.
I figured you would. You see, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway, and on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. All in all, it makes for bad feeling.
Well, there's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. But they don't.
Oh, say, Dolph, I nearly forgot.
What?
A stranger rode up the Remuda over there and asked for a job.
I told him to eat first.
Must be crazy. Where is he?
I'll go get it.
Dolph, I'd like to stand guard tonight, huh?
No need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. The Wrangler will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Here he is, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quince, trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, do you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge?
I was wondering if you could use a hand.
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
Well, I'm not. We'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money, and I don't need a hand anyway.
Thank you.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado?
And you ain't a Kansan?
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
There's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't still be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fella?
No, he's probably all right. But still, I'd keep him in camp, unless it's daylight.
How come?
I wouldn't put him on night guard, Dolph.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now, I think you beat me.
Well, I got shot at more than you, that's all.
Maybe that's it. You better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You'll find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, right now, our country is engaged in an all-out effort to fight aggression and preserve our democratic freedom. The future of America concerns us all. That's why we should all help to make that future as bright as possible. By buying United States savings bonds, you can help make American freedom secure, and at the same time, you'll be automatically saving for your own financial security. Buy an extra bond for your future and Uncle Sam's. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys. On guard, 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the third watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles and we got them on the trail, I started to forget I was a lawman myself. Jackson and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quince loped up behind us.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trail hand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it. If I could sleep all winter like you do.
When would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with the marshal. Dolph, you know where I found him in Dodge.
Hanging a horse thief, I hope.
Yeah, not likely. Sitting idle in a chair, taking in the sun like an old man.
Don't let it fool you, Jax. I've seen him move. Hey, you 2 crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Oh, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
It was sound where we was, Doc.
Then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jacks. Lead us to it. Take that new fellow Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Okay. Hit him off. Come on.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom. It would bog a saddle blanket.
Nah? Did you lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig your tails out.
Yeah. You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. The war broke us. All we got is these wild longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. But maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, this San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The prices are high. You ought to profit $20 a head.
I hope so. What's Dodge like now? Been a year since I was there.
Well, it's double its size. They got a new restaurant, a place called Delmonico's. Got about 5 new saloons.
Well.
A new barber shop.
With money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you want.
The boys will be glad to know.
Hey, it's up ahead. Come on, hurry!
Look, we got a blanket. It's starting to stampede.
Yeah. Is that Jack's horse running loose?
Yeah. There's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
Yeah. The man with the blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Dolph. You take care of Jack's.
There go the cattle. Head off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him. As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first. And slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off my horse and ran up it on foot. Near the top, I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot, and he was running for his horse. I took my time and put a shot into the cantle of his saddle, and the horse bolted. The man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. And a step at a time started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Go on back. You're in pistol range now. Stand right there, you.
All right, fella. Put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse, and I'll get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on a horse.
Now listen to me. I'm a United States Marshal. You give up and I promise there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're going to die. Right where you are.
Let me go, I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you. You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After the whipping they gave him the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jax?
Dead.
No.
Studer shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
The boys have got the lead cattle turned. We'll let them mill around for an hour and then graze them out.
Good. I left my horse over the rise there, Snyder. Would you get him for me, please?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
And I tried to take him alive, like you asked.
Guess I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something.
Well, I'm not... Yeah, I'll try, Dolph.
Let's get back in.
When we got back to where Jax had fallen, the cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men, even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now. And one by one, the men rode up, sober and quiet, with just a glance at Jax where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. A grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jax was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men watched in silence.
If you will, Marshal, we're ready now.
Yeah. We brought nothing into this world. Neither may we carry anything out of this world. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away.
Even as it pleaseth the Lord.
Yeah. Even as it pleaseth the Lord, so cometh things to pass. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Amen.
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 Oh, Snyder?
Yeah.
I want you to do something for me, if you will.
What?
Well, I smuggled a quarter wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal...
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal. Always wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey. Get on over to the chuck wagon.
There's times when a drink's good for a man's soul, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jax would approve.
He sure would. By the way, Marshal, the boys all know how you handle them jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their mind about Kansas much, but maybe they think a little more highly of the law around here. Of the kind of gunfighter hired by the law, anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah Dodge Little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on. We got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
3 days later, the San Saba herd reached Mulberry Creek, about 10 miles south of Dodge. Dolph Quince decided to hold it there, and we got it sold.
So I said goodbye to the men and rode on into Dodge ahead of them. We'd meet again. In the plaza, at the Texas Trail, at the Alafraganza. And I was sure of one thing. Short of gunplay, that particular bunch of Texas cowboys were going to be allowed to hoorah Dodge unmolested.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Harry Bartell, with Sam Edwards, Jack Crucian, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow evening, the Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy presents a drama titled The Blue Egg of Happiness as its own comical Easter observance. Edgar's daughter, Candy Bergen, age 6, visits the show, and we'll also hear from Jack Kirkwood, who plays a bear, Arthur Q. Bryan, who plays the Easter Bunny, and band leader Ray Noble, who plays a skunk. Remember, it's Bergen and McCarthy tomorrow night on most of these same stations, bringing you laughs along with Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, and the rest of your Sunday nighters on CBS Radio. George Walsh speaking. America's 45 million radio families listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
And this week we bring to you from Washington that national comedian and his entire cabinet, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from Washington, D.C., and only 1 mile from the White House. Think of it, Don, just 1 mile from the White House.
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
That's closer than Al Smith ever got.
You're right.
This certainly is a great town, Don. Every place you go, you meet senators, congressmen, diplomats, statesmen.
Jell-O salesmen.
I knew that, yes.
Say, Jack, have you been to the Smithsonian Institute yet?
Why, Don, where else do you think I got my jokes for tonight?
Well, maybe you're right.
And say, Don, who do you think... You like that, didn't you?
I like that a lot, Jack.
Don, whom do you think I was talking to this morning?
The janitor?
No, Don, stop kidding. I was talking to Senator La Follette of Wisconsin.
La Follette of Wisconsin. I don't think I know him, Jack.
Oh, sure you do. You remember the fellow who said, La Follette, we are here?
Well, I'm really not up on historical quotations. All I remember is one.
What's that?
When Sherman said, Jell-O is swell.
Oh, yes. And you remember when Patrick Henry said, give me strawberry or give me death?
I certainly do.
And you remember what Mary Livingston said?
What, Mary?
I regret that I have but one joke to give to this program.
Say, that's cute, you know.
So this is Washington, huh, Jack?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it marvelous how a big city like this crossed the Delaware?
Well, it certainly is. And you know, there are a lot of things to see here, Mary. Have you been to the Capitol yet?
No, what's playing there?
What's playing there, Mary, a congressional investigation.
Oh, one of those mystery pictures.
Yeah. Mary, look, you're in Washington now. This is where they have the Treasury and the Supreme Court.
It has Seattle and Tacoma, too, hasn't it?
No, that's the state of Washington. You see, Mary, there are two Washingtons.
Don't you think they're overdoing it, Jack?
No, there's always room for another one. Do you realize that there are a lot of cities named after great men, Mary? For instance, there's Washington, D.C., Lincoln, Nebraska, Jefferson City, Missouri, Columbus, Ohio.
Well, there's no city named after you, is there?
There isn't. What about Albany, New York? Yes, sir. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And next week we're going to play a town named after me.
What, do you mean Baltimore?
Yes, Mary's Land. Well, see you later, Jack. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Mary. Say, Jack, is that the main post office around the corner?
Yes, Kenny, that's the main post office of the United States. Why?
Well, I want to buy a lot of stamps so I can get them wholesale.
Oh, you're going to get stamps wholesale, huh?
Yeah, I got 3 red stamps this morning for 6 cents.
What are they in your hometown, Kenny?
2 cents apiece.
Oh, if I were you, I'd buy hundreds of them. And don't forget, you can get green stamps for a penny apiece.
Oh, I'd sooner pay a little more and get the ripe ones.
Now, come here. Kenny, come here a minute. I want to tip you off to something. This may surprise you. I just found out that the airmail stamps are yellow.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Gee, they can't be so yellow and make those airplane trips all the time.
Well, they are. And listen, Kenny, the special delivery stamps are blue.
Why, Jack?
They're blue because they can't take the same trips the airmail stamps do. I got that one in.
Well, I don't get it.
What a dope.
Yeah.
Say, Jack.
What?
It's Johnny Green's turn now.
Oh, yes. Well, it's always a pleasure to talk to Johnny. After all, he's a Harvard man. At least you can hold an intelligent conversation with him.
Well, thank you, Jack. My mental faculties await your disposition.
Well, how do you like being in Washington, Johnny?
Oh, I'm just here on a mission of altruism to obviate the prosaic tenor of this program.
I think you're better off with Kenny.
No, Mary, I'm all right. But, of course, one word sort of staggered me there for a second. Mary, what's prosaic?
A town in New Jersey.
Oh, yes, Prosaic, New Jersey. Yes, that's right. I thought that's what he meant, you know.
You see, Jack, I'm glad to be here because this is election year, and I'm a leader of men.
You mean like Pershing?
No, like Whiteman.
Oh.
What this country needs is more music.
You're wrong, Johnny. What this country needs is a good 5-cent nickel.
You're both wrong. What this country needs are bigger and better poems.
You're all wrong. What this country needs is more Jell-O. It's twice as rich as ever before.
The country?
No, the Jell-O.
What's your opinion, Johnny? Yes, sir, that was You Hit the Spot from the motion picture Collegiate, played by Johnny Green and his Washingtonians. Always like to get those things in, you know. Say, Johnny, I see you're all set for St. Patrick's Day next Tuesday, huh?
What do you mean? I'm not in the parade or anything.
No, but you might as well take advantage of your last name, you know, get it?
Uh-huh.
Say, Johnny, Ireland's a great country, though, isn't it?
It sure is.
Were you ever in Dublin?
No, but I was on an amateur program and they rang the bell fast.
Oh, Johnny, professional courtesy, please.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
Come here a minute, will you?
Well, what is it?
You know, Mary forgot to write a poem about March the 17th.
Well, look, Johnny, don't remind her of it and let well enough alone, you know? Say, Kenny, come here. You too, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Listen, Mary forgot to bring in a poem about St. Patrick's Day, so for heaven's sake, don't mention it.
We won't.
You know, we might get away with it this time, you know. Kenny, you better go into your song right away before she thinks of it.
Okay, Jack.
What number are you going to do, Kenny?
I'm going to sing A Little Town in the Old County Down.
Well, that's appropriate right now, yes, just before St. Patrick's Day. Oh, by the way, Kenny, do you know that old Irish mother of mine?
No, but I'd love to meet her sometime.
That reminds me, there's a place in Ireland that gives me an idea.
There is?
Yes, it's called Kilkenny. See, they approve of it, you see? Well, go ahead and sing. Oh, wait a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Hello? Yes, this is Mary Livingston. Why, certainly. I'm glad you reminded me. Dear old Ireland, dear old Ireland. With your pretty lakes and dells, you are sure a bit of heaven. Gee, old Ireland, you are swell.
Well, so far it's all right.
Land of Ireland, we salute you on this here St. Patrick's Day. How we love you and adore you on the 17th of May.
17th of May?
Yes, March didn't rhyme.
Oh.
Believe me, folks, this is no blarney. How I love your dear Killarney.
Well.
And that pretty spot where your river Shannon flows. And though I like your dells and lakes, I'd love to win your old sweepstakes. Even if it's the second prize, goodness only knows.
Well, Mary, supposing you win the sweepstakes, then what?
Then Labor Day, oh, Labor Day, you would disappear.
Say, that's beautiful. Very good.
What do you think of it, Jack?
I don't know. What do you think, Wilson?
Don't put me in a spot.
Well, anyway, folks, this is all meant in fun, and I want to wish all our Irish listeners a very happy St. Patrick's Day. And now Kenny McCushla Baker will sing A Little Town in the Old County Down. Good work, Kenny. That was Kenny Baker singing A Little Town in the Old County Down. And now tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
You forgot to insult me this week.
Oh. Well, some other time, Kenny. I can't do it tonight. Don't worry.
Jack must be feeling good tonight.
Well, why wouldn't I, Mary? I'm very happy and I feel highly honored. You see, tonight I've been invited to be guest of honor at a banquet given by the French Embassy.
NBC?
No, embassy. It's not a station, Mary. Isn't it a wonderful... Or isn't it a wonderful tribute they're paying me? The who's who of Washington will be there. Members of the cabinet, foreign diplomats, blue bloods.
Gee.
Oh, boy. Boy, I bet it's a thrill.
I'm sorry I can't ask the rest of the gang along. Look, here's my hand-engraved invitation. It says hand-engraved invitation. It says you are, fine master of ceremonies. Can't even speak English. Huh? Says you are kindly requested to be our guest of honor at the Ritz Fair tonight.
Gee, that's swell. I hope you have a great time, Jack.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. I know you'd enjoy it, but we can't all be lucky. I guess I'll take my violin along. They might ask me to play something.
They won't, but you'll play.
Gee, I don't know what to play either if they ask me. Oh, Johnny, do you know how the River Shannon grows?
It just flows along.
Oh, well, I'll think of it. Did I say grows or goes?
Stick to your script.
So long, fellas. Well, I'll see you later.
So long, Jack. Have a good time. That guy gets in on everything. The Ritz Fair, too.
Don't worry, Don. We'll all be there.
We will?
Sure, if he wants to keep this program going. Play, John.
Well, that was very funny, Duchess. Very funny. Say, did you ever hear the one about the bow-legged crab?
No. How does it go?
It just crawls.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you're just priceless. Pardon me a moment. Some more guests are arriving.
Announcing Senator and Mrs. Fuddleberry of East Virginia.
Oh, how'd you do? How'd you do? Come right in, Senator. I want you to meet our guest of honor, Jack Benny.
Ah, glad to know you, Senator, and you too, Senorita.
Yeah.
The folks back in Waukegan will never believe this, you know. What's that?
The Secretary of War.
Phew, I'm not used to this.
Announcing Congressman and Mrs. Herkimer Van Snoot of Minnetonka.
Well.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Congressman, and your charming wife. This is Jack Benny.
That's all right. We've been slumming before.
Howdy do.
Won't you folks join us in cocktails?
Thank you.
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Strangler Lewis.
See, he's not throwing the party, is he? Pardon me, hostess. It's rather a silly question, but when do we eat? Huh?
Well, as soon as all the guests arrive, we'll duck into the banquet hall.
Thank you. You were a little flat that time.
Announcing Lord and Lady Haberdish.
Haberdish of London?
No, of Jello. Announcing Mr. and Mrs.
Hey, wait for the bugle.
Oh.
Ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta!
Announcing Mr. and Mrs. Benjamin Franklin.
Well, this is indeed a treat.
Oh, Benjamin and Mrs. Franklin, I'm so glad you got here. This is Mr. Benny.
Well, I am thrilled. I'm Jack Benny, the fellow who makes the cracks on the radio.
Well, I put one in the Liberty Bell. Don't use it.
Well, I won't. Well, hostess.
What did you call me?
Hostess.
Oh, I thought you said horse face.
Oh, perish the thought. You know, I've been to Palm Beach, Newport, and the Riviera, but it doesn't compare to this.
Right this way, sir. Let me take your hat and coat.
Thank you. Ah, Mr. Benny.
How do you do?
Let me feel your pulse.
What's the idea?
Now, open your mouth wide. Stick out your tongue. Say ah.
Who are you?
I'm the Secretary of the Interior.
Wait a minute, I thought you were the house doctor. There are more secretaries here tonight than there are in Hollywood.
Hello, everybody. I didn't think I'd get here.
Just a minute, miss. Just a minute. Are you one of the invited guests?
Yes, I'm Secretary of Labor Day.
Why, Mary Living.
Quiet, Jack. Don't crab it.
Hey, Mary, where's Kenny Baker?
He came through the kitchen disguised as a ham.
Hey, did you meet all the secretaries here, Mary?
No, if I can't meet the bosses, then skip it.
You should have skipped that line, too. All right.
Come on, folks. Let's go into the banquet hall and meet the rest of the crowd.
We'll be glad to. Mary, this is our hostess.
She looks like the dame in Bringing Up Father. Pipe down, olive oil.
Girls, please.
Come on, folks. The table is all set. On with the banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take pleasure in presenting to you our distinguished guest of the evening, Mr. Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you. When I first came to Washington, as I started to say, when I first came to Washington...
Announcing the Honorable Mr. and Mrs. Rass.
Well, the more the merrier. Hostess, where will Miss Livingston and I sit?
May I see your stub? 3, 1, and 3.
Imagine the third row at a banquet table.
You have to see a ticket speculator to eat these days.
Mr. Benny, you sit here, right next to the French attaché.
Thanks, but really, I've never met him.
Why, hello, Jack. Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
Why, Wilson, I didn't see you here.
Well, I've been here all evening. Oh, Jack, meet the French attaché, Monsieur Rue de la Paix.
Oh, glad to know you, Rudy.
Enchanté, monsieur. It is a great pleasure. I have heard you on the radio often, many times. I think you are the nuts.
Well, thank you. I would like to have you meet the Mademoiselle Livingstone.
Oh, mademoiselle, it is for me to meet you a pleasure to me.
It is for me to meet you a pleasure to him.
Oui, mademoiselle, you are beautiful. I kiss your hand. I kiss your cheek. Oh!
Don't let it get you, Frenchie.
Mary, that's the attaché.
I don't care. I'm hungry.
Well, how's everything in Paris, anyway?
Oh, très joli, très joli. And how is everything on your program?
Très jello.
Say, Wilson, how did you get here?
Through the commercial entrance.
Well, now that we're all here, let's eat.
Waiter.
Nix, Jack. That's the ambassador from Spain.
Am I embarrassed? Huh?
That's all right. Things are slow in Spain. I can be a waiter, too.
Oh, well, hand me that bill of fare. Fine banquet. You have to pick out your own food. Let's see, how are your hors d'oeuvres?
Very nice, senor.
They are?
Yes, but we're all out of them.
Oh, I see. Well, then give me some consommé julienne and Philly of Hialeah.
With, with Pimlico sauce?
Yes. And parlay it with a cup of coffee.
Si, senor.
By the way, have you met the French ambassador?
Si. Oui.
Mary, have you met these gentlemen?
Fui.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hostess?
It's getting a bit late. I'd like to have the after-dinner speaker say a word or two.
Well, we haven't had dinner yet.
Gee, I wish a diplomat would take us to the automat.
Well, I'll be glad to say a word to such a distinguished assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear a few words from our guest of honor, Mr. Benny.
Members of the Senate, Congress, statesmen, waiters, stooges, and ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Jack.
Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking without a sponsor, I want to tell you how grateful I am for this lovely banquet you have tendered in my honor. I see the vice president is here. Being in Washington reminds me, we are living in a great country, a country where every man is free and equal, where we can do as we please. And I am the one man who's going to take advantage of it. Oh.
I guess he overdid it.
Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame, but we must carry on in the right of free speech. So I say to you now, ladies and gentlemen, that Jell-O is the fastest-selling gelatin dessert in the world, and every day millions...
He's right, but they got him. So listen, ladies and gentlemen. We must keep this a free country, and so I say to you tonight, Washington, oh, Washington, you're the town that I adore. They don't even spare women and children. Move over, Jack.
Then I will continue the freedom of speech. Play, boys.
25th program of the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. By the way, Mary and I will appear on the stage all next week, beginning Friday the 20th, at Lowe's Century in Baltimore, Maryland.
Say, Jack.
What?
I just thought of a joke I'd like to tell.
What is it?
Well, I'll say to you, I've got an Irish ring, and then you ask me if it's real.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Jack, I've got an Irish ring.
Is it real?
No, it's a shamrock.
Why, Mary, you told that joke last year.
Well, if you want new jokes, buy me a new ring.
Good night, folks.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 14th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding and James Stewart in Madam X. Lux presents Hollywood. Madam X comes to you through courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes, the most popular fine fabric soap in the world. It is your regular use of Lux that makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. And we want you to know that we appreciate your patronage. Our stars tonight are Anne Harding, James Stewart of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Conway Turl. Our guests, the former First Lady of the Tennis Courts, Mrs. Helen Wills Moody, and from New York, Madam X and her son from Real Life. Produced each week by Cecil B. DeMille with Louis Silvers conducting, this program comes to you direct from the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, where we bid a hearty welcome to you all. Before we hear Ann Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl in Madam X, may I remind you that summer is practically here with its cool, comfortable cottons, its wash suits and dresses and sport things. These clothes can look so fresh, so crisp and immaculate that it makes you cooler just to see them. And I don't have to tell you how comfortable they feel. There's no reason why your summer things should ever lose their cool, crisp, new look. Lux is especially made to protect them. These delicate flakes are free from the harmful alkali too often found in many ordinary soaps. Any color, any material that's safe in clear water alone is safe in Gentle Lux. Make a note to order Lux tomorrow. You'll find the large size box most convenient. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents its eminent producer, that outstanding pioneer of motion pictures, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ann Harding became an actress because she wanted to write. Employed by an insurance company in New York, she spent her spare time reading novels and plays for famous players Lasky, of which I was Director General, helping our studio in its search for picture ideas. When she decided to study stage technique, she visited the Provincetown Players. They offered her the lead in their next production. Following came 5 offers from Broadway, along with an ultimatum from her father, the late General George Gatley, commanding her to give up the stage or her home. Anne chose the stage. And 8 years passed before the General admitted that an actress in the family, especially an actress like Anne, was no discredit to the Gatleys. Several months ago, Anne went abroad, made a picture in England, and triumphed on the stage in Canada. She returned last month to Hollywood with her husband, the distinguished conductor, Werner Janssen. Tonight, in Madam X, she plays the title role. With the same speed that he displayed on the track while attending Princeton University, lanky James Stewart has vaulted into picture popularity. At Princeton, he studied architecture when he could tear himself away from playing the accordion. One summer, he worked as an assistant to a magician, but there is no truth to the rumor that he became a lady killer by sawing a woman in half. From college, he went into summer stock, was stage manager for Jane Cowell, and soon after was acting on Broadway. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought Jimmy to Hollywood, and he's heard tonight as Raymond. In the role of Alan Cartwright, we present Conway Turl, an outstanding personality on the stage and screen for more than 20 years. Out of the limelight for a while, Mr. Turl made a remarkable comeback on the stage in Dinner at 8 and is currently seen in Romeo and Juliet. Now for our play. Our stars make their entrance as the curtain rises, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Ann Harding and James Stewart in Madam X with Conway Turl. The year is 1918. It's late at night, and in the richly furnished library of his home in New York City, Alan Cartwright paces the floor anxiously, waiting for news of his 4-year-old son, who tosses feverishly on a sickbed upstairs. As the door to the library opens, Cartwright crushes out a cigarette with nervous fingers and turns quickly to greet the doctor.
How is he? Is there any change?
He's much better, Alan.
You mean that he'll live?
The crisis is over. His temperature has started to drop already.
Oh, thank God.
He'll be romping all over the house in a few days. Youngsters come back fast. All he needs is rest and quiet.
If anything happens to Raymond, he's all I have left.
Nothing's going to happen to him. Now pull yourself together, Alan. I've left a prescription with the nurse. And something for you, too.
For me? I don't need anything. I'm as fit as a fiddle.
Your nerves are raw, Alan. You've been working too hard. And now, with this, you need a rest yourself, man.
A rest? How can I rest? I have a law practice to attend to.
Your law practice doesn't demand that you kill yourself, does it? Take things easy. You've done nothing but work all your life. It's the only thing you know.
It's the only thing worth knowing.
And one thing more, Alan. I don't like to mention this, but I'm your physician and your friend.
Well?
Jacqueline has been gone for 2 years now. She's not coming back. You've got to begin to accept that fact.
You think that's what's got me down?
Well,
Well, it hasn't. I've no intention of ever allowing her to come back. She's been calling here all day.
Jacqueline?
She heard Raymond was sick. Wanted to see him.
You're going to let her, of course.
No.
But Alan, she's his mother.
She left him and she left me. Life wasn't gay enough for her here. Well, very well then. But I'll make her own life. Make it or wreck it.
She's young, Alan. Much younger than you. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you were to blame, too?
For what?
You were so absorbed in your work. You had so little time for her. It wasn't gaiety Jacqueline wanted. It was companionship, love.
She left Raymond. Her own baby. There's nothing more to be said about it.
Sorry, Alan.
When are you coming to see Raymond again?
I'll drop in later on my way from the hospital. Good night, old man.
Good night.
Just a moment, please. Oh, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Bessie. Is Mr. Cartwright in?
Why, yes, ma'am. That is, I'm not sure, ma'am.
How is Raymond?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cartwright, but Mr. Cartwright said that...
Did he leave orders that I was not to be admitted, Bessie? Is that the trouble?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Is that the doctor back again, Bessie? Let him in. Don't give him... Oh.
Good evening, Alan.
You may go, Bessie. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Well?
I've come to see Raymond. How is he, Alan?
I told you not to come here.
Oh, please. How is Raymond? Is he any better?
The danger is over.
Oh, may I see him, please?
No.
All I want to do is open the door and look at him.
He mustn't be disturbed.
I won't disturb him.
I'm sorry.
But I'm his mother, Alan. I've a right to see him.
You forfeited that right when you left him 2 years ago. I'm sorry, Jacqueline.
I didn't leave him, Alan. I left you. I had to. It was a mistake, I admit it, a great mistake, but I only meant it to be for a little while, just time enough to think things over. Why didn't you answer my letters, Alan?
I sent you money.
Why didn't you answer my letters?
I was busy.
You were always busy, weren't you, Alan? That was always the trouble. I reached out for you again and again. I could never find you.
You knew what you wanted, Jacqueline. Now you've got it. You left Raymond and you left me.
And there's no returning.
It's too late for that.
Very well. You want a divorce, Alan?
No.
No? But you... Oh, I see. It isn't a good thing for a man to be divorced if he wants to be a judge. You'd sacrifice your whole life for that, and mine too, wouldn't you?
It's my career, not yours. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave now.
I've come here to beg your forgiveness, to ask you for one glimpse of my own baby.
Too much excitement.
I won't excite Raymond. I love him. But you won't let me near him. Clients, courts, a judge's robes. That's what your life is and all it will ever be. You don't know what love means.
Get out.
Opinions, decisions. Human beings aren't bound in leather and filed with your law books. They live. They make mistakes. They forgive and love and keep on living. Oh, please, Alan, let me see him. Let me see my baby.
No, Jacqueline. You say I'm hard. Well, perhaps I am. But it's for his good, too. I don't trust you. You've made me too unhappy. You've ruined my life. You're not going to have a chance to ruin his.
I should hate you for this, Alan, but I can't. I can't feel anything at all for you, except pity. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what it means. But someday you will. And you'll never forgive yourself, Alan. Never.
There. Now light the candles on the cake, Bessie. Hurry up. We'll surprise him.
10 candles. 10 years old today. It seems only yesterday he was a baby, Mr. Cotter.
Letter from Raymond, Alan?
Yes, and listen to this. When my sophomore year's over, I'm planning to switch to pre-law. Pre-law, Perry. What do you think of that?
And it is my privilege this day to award them their diplomas. May they practice their profession in uprightness and in honor. Will the men step forward, please? Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright, James Carvell, Gerald Crandall.
Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright. There you are, Dad. My name in the newspaper.
I see it, son.
Yeah, you can just about see it, yes. It's pretty small print, isn't it?
A little bit larger someday.
No, not as large as yours, I'll bet. But did you see that story on the record this morning? Alan Cartwright sworn into the state Supreme Court. Well, I got a real kick out of that.
Yeah, so did I.
You've been working for it long enough.
All my life, son.
Now it's here. Well, you must feel pretty good.
Yes, I suppose I do.
Well, I don't see you throwing any hats into the air or anything. You know, if I ever just get one case, I'll be a success, you know.
But success isn't everything, son. You will find that out as you get older. There's more to life. Oh, much more.
Well, such as what?
Well, a home, friendship, family, a clear conscience.
Well, you have those, Dad?
I have. Most of them. You've been my family, Raymond.
I guess I haven't been much help. It might have been different if Mother had lived. What was she like, Dad?
I thought we were never to mention your mother's name.
Oh, I know. I promised, but why not? It was such a long time ago, and everyone likes to know something about his mother. What she looked like, where she came from, what she did and said. You've never even told me her name.
She died when you were 4. You were ill at the time.
Where's she buried?
What?
Where's Mother buried?
Oh, a long way from here, Raymond. I'll take you there someday.
What was her name, Dad?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline. That's a beautiful name. She must have been beautiful.
Albert Ainsworth, John Butler, Howard Bridges, Raymond Cartwright. Raymond Cartwright. Who is it?
Come on, open up.
Just a minute. Oh, come in, Tony.
Hey, you're getting kind of exclusive, ain't you, Jackie? Locking your door now, huh?
I have a right to privacy in my own dressing room.
Sure, but not when the customers are waiting for a number. Come on.
I'll be ready in a minute.
What have you been doing?
Reading the newspapers. Why?
New York papers, huh? What do you read them for all the time? The news is 3 days late.
That's my business, isn't it?
Sure. And maybe the San Francisco sheets don't carry the stuff you're interested in, huh?
What are you talking about?
Now, don't give me that, Jackie. I know you too well. Who is this guy Cartwright?
If you'll get out of here, I'll get ready for my number.
Come on. Who is he? Why have you got a whole drawer full of clippings on him?
How do you know that?
Don't be foolish. I looked.
You're frank enough.
Why not? Alan Cartwright, a prominent attorney, and son Raymond, vacation at Palm Beach. Son Raymond, vacation at Palm Beach. Alan Cartwright appointed to Supreme Court. Who is he, Jackie? Come on, loosen up. Now, what are you trying to do, shake him down?
Get out.
A Supreme Court judge, huh? He's a hot number if you got something on him.
Did you hear what I said? Get out of here. Get out.
There, you see? You get yourself all worked up. You'll be pulling one of those feints of yours in a minute. You want a drink?
No.
Well, I was just thinking. If you have got something on this bird, you ought to count me in. You know, for old time's sake.
I may be pretty low right now. I may have stepped down pretty far to be working in a place like this and for a man like you. But I haven't reached your level yet. Now get out.
All right. That's the way you feel about it. See you outside, Jackie.
Dick, what do you want, boss?
Run out and send a wire for me to Joe Harper in New York. Tell him I want some dope on a guy by the name of Alan Cartwright, Supreme Court judge.
Okay.
And look, I want to know especially about his wife, see? Who she was and where she is now. Tell him to get everything he can. I'll meet him in New York a week from Saturday.
Okay.
Hello? Oh, hello, Joe. Yep.
Yeah, I got the stuff you left here. Oh, it's swell. Just what I wanted. No, I can't see you now, Joe. Come around to the hotel tomorrow. So long. Who is it?
Hello, Tony.
Well, if it isn't Jackie. How are you, Jackie?
All right.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Well, they told me you'd gone to New York, so I followed you.
Yeah? What for?
Just to make sure you didn't try anything that might get you into trouble.
Thanks, but I don't need any advice from you, see? I got everything I need, Jackie, and it's a swell story.
Is it?
You see, I know who you are and who your husband is, and your son, too.
And what are you planning to do with that information?
I'm going to do with it what you didn't have the nerve to do. I'm going to use it.
To blackmail him?
Oh, no. I'm just going to tell him where his wife is and what she is.
Oh, no, you're not.
No? And who's going to stop me?
I am. You're not going to ruin my son's career, Tony. I'm not the type to stand by and see you wreck his life.
Yeah? Well, what do you think you're going to do about it?
It's very simple.
Huh? Put that gun down. You don't scare me.
I'm not trying to scare you.
You know where you land, don't you?
That doesn't worry me. I can't last much longer anyway, so I've got nothing to lose. You have.
Sure, about $10,000 if I let you bluff me out of it, but you can't, see? Because I'm going to see him right now, tonight.
I'm not bluffing. I mean it. Stay away from my husband.
Get out of my way.
I'm warning you. Stay away from my husband.
I'll show you what I think of you and your warnings.
Don't open that door.
Well, why don't you shoot?
Stay away from that door, I tell you.
So long, bluffer.
What's the matter? What's happened?
In there. Take in that room. Stop. I heard her.
What's going on up here?
She killed him.
Grab that woman. I'll get the police. Come here, you.
Take your hands off me. I did it. I'm not trying to escape. I killed him.
Before going on with Madam X, let's stop a minute in a bright and shining little kitchen near Glendale. Brother Bob is staying overnight with Walter and Sally. Walter has just gone out to put the car up. Sally is about to do the dishes while Bob leans against the cupboard near the door.
Oh, Lux Flakes. So you use Lux for dishes, too?
Indeed, I do. No dishpan hands for me.
Yeah, that's what Kay says, too.
And she ought to know. Remember how she complained last winter about dishwashing making her hands sore?
You bet I do. Just about the time you came out here for a visit.
Honestly, I didn't believe a girl's hands could look so rough and red. All split around the nails, too. And all because she was using a harsh soap for dishes.
Trying to save money, she said.
Well, I got her to change to Lux. Honestly, it was almost unbelievable how much better her hands looked in just the short time I was there. She says she finds Lux isn't at all expensive.
She sure is proud of her hands now. But I didn't know she had you to thank for it.
Not me. It's the makers of Lux she should thank. Lux hasn't any harmful alkali, you know. It gets the dishes clean in no time at all. Look, I'm practically through already, thanks to
me, as inspiration.
But most of all to Lux.
Once again, Mr. DeMille. Anne Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl continue in Madam X. Arrested for the murder of Tony Phillips, Jacqueline is taken to police headquarters. In an office of the Homicide Bureau, she sits in the glare of a blinding electric lamp. Two detectives are cross-questioning her. Captain Keene leans close and raps his hand sharply on the table.
Come on. You admit that you killed a man by the name of Tony Phillips? You admit you went to the Hotel Trent for the purpose of shooting him dead? Now, who was he? What was he to you?
He was nothing to me.
Then why did you kill him?
I won't tell you.
You must have had a reason. What was it?
I won't tell you.
All right, sister. But you're making it a lot tougher for yourself. You know that, don't you? You know what'll happen to you, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know what will happen to me.
And why don't you come clean? Come on, give us the dope. We're only trying to help you.
I have nothing to say.
You're waiting for your lawyer, is that it?
I've no lawyer.
But you're going to have one.
No.
No use, Chief. Better send her back till we get a chance to work on this thing.
Wait a minute, Murphy. I'm going to give you one more chance, sister. I won't ask you who the man was. I won't ask you why you shot him. All I want to know is one thing. Who are you? What's your name? Where do you come from? Come on. What's your name? You can tell us that, can't you? What's your name? Who are you? All right, Murphy. Send her back.
Flynn?
Yes, sir.
Take her back to her cell.
This way, sister.
Well, That was a nice waste of time.
I don't see what you're so worried about, Chief. It's an open and shut case. She walked into a hotel room and drilled a guy. She admits it, even.
Yeah, sure she admits it. But how do you know what she'll admit when she gets on the stand? That's what counts, Murphy. What she says in front of 12 good men and true.
You say the same thing. She didn't even want a lawyer.
Well, the court will take care of that for her.
Yeah.
They'll appoint someone to represent her.
Some kid, probably, who can't even find his way to the witness chair. She sure is a sucker for not talking.
In the interest of justice, it is the duty of this court to see that the accused is ably represented by counsel. To that end, and to assure the accused of a just trial in accordance with the laws of this state, the court hereby appoints as counsel for the defendant, Raymond Cartwright.
Hello, Dad.
Well, come in, Raymond.
Well, I've got it.
Got what?
My first big case. Look me over.
Good boy. Well, the first one's always the hardest, you know.
Yeah, don't I know it? Of course, there's not much glory attached to this one. It's one of those assignments.
Oh, well, it's a start, Raymond.
Well, that's the way I look at it.
Criminal case, I suppose.
Yeah, she's charged with murder.
Oh, a woman, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Any evidence?
Well, that's the whole trouble, you know. It's all evidence. She admits everything. She won't talk about it. Won't even give her name.
Oh, yes. I think I read something about it in the papers this morning. What is it the reporters are calling her?
Yeah, trust them to give her the name. They're calling her Madam X.
That's it, yeah. Well, they've handed you a nice one for your first case. How are you handling it?
Well, I haven't decided that yet.
Well, you have to get her to talk. Any luck so far?
No, I haven't even seen her. She wasn't in the court when I got the assignment. I'm seeing her at the Tombs at 4 o'clock. I don't know what I can do for her if she won't give me anything to go on. And, well, if she admits everything now, it's sort of hopeless, I guess.
Well, you can't tell. You can admit the murder and still get an acquittal, you know. Temporary insanity. Self-defense. Extenuating circumstances. Oh, it's been done before.
Yeah, I know, but isn't that sort of drawing it a little far?
No, not a bit. You see, justice is a funny thing. There's a district attorney on one side, a counsel for the defense on the other. Your job is to present your client's case in its most favorable light. Just as it's the DA's job to convict her, if possible. If you can dig up any facts that might conceivably influence a jury to vote not guilty, it's your right and your duty to use those facts. A human life depends on it. Depends on you.
Yes, I know. It's a big responsibility, isn't it?
Yes. Anything I could do to help?
Oh, no, thanks. I'd rather have a look myself. I mean,
of course. We'll go to it. And the best of luck.
Thanks, Dad.
You can make her talk. You're a better man than the whole homicide squad.
How long has she been in here?
10 days. She ought to come to trial pretty soon. No use in delaying on these open and shut cases.
Have you questioned her since you brought her in?
Every day. She won't talk. She won't even eat. She just sits there and stares at you. It's enough to give a man the creeps.
She still won't give her name, huh?
No. She says her name is Williams. Laura Williams. But she admits it's a phony. It's only for the records. Here we are. You've got a visitor, sister. Go ahead, son.
Thanks. I'd like to see her alone, of course.
Sure. I'll be at the end of the corridor. Just yell when you want me.
How do you do?
What do you want with me? If you've been sent here to question me, you're wasting your time. I've nothing to say. I've told them that.
Oh, no, I'm not an officer. I'm your attorney.
I told them I didn't want an attorney.
No, but you have to have someone to plead your case. You see, that's the law. I was appointed by the judge.
Well,
if I'm to represent you, I've got to know something about you. Who you are, where you came from. You'll tell me that, won't you?
My name is Laura Williams.
No, but that's not your real name.
They asked me my name for the records. I told them my name was Laura Williams. That's all I have to say.
But
That's all I have to say.
Well, you're not being very fair. You're not being fair to yourself or to me either.
You?
Yes, You see, this is my first case.
Oh.
That doesn't sound very encouraging, does it? But I think I can help you. That is, if you'll just give me the chance. Now, I did want to make a showing on this, and so if you don't want to do it for yourself, perhaps you'd be willing to help me.
You're very young, aren't you?
Oh, I'm 24.
24. I had a son. He'd be 24 now, too. And he's just...
Then he's alive.
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. I know it hurts to be reminded when you've lost someone near to you.
Have you ever lost anyone?
Yes, my mother.
How?
Oh, she died some time ago.
Oh.
But we were speaking of your son. Now, he's still alive.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Has he anything to do with the man that was shot?
No. Oh, let me alone. Please, just let me alone.
But I've got to defend you.
I don't want to be defended. I killed that man. I walked into his room at the Hotel Trent and I shot him. Is there anything more to be said? I'm perfectly willing to pay for what I did.
But don't you see, there may be no reason why you should pay. That's all I'm trying to find out, just what the motive was. You see, you might have had a good reason to kill him.
I did.
Well, did he threaten you in any way?
No.
It wasn't self-defense then?
No.
Did he threaten anyone near to you?
No.
Your son, perhaps?
No. Why do you keep bringing up my son?
Well, it's the only thing I know about you. That you have or had a son. I'm just groping in the dark, that's all, trying to help you. You can't blame me for that. It's just my job.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too, that this had to be your first case. But you mustn't take it too much to heart. Everything's against you. Nobody expects you to win.
Hello, Hotel Trent. What name, please? Just a moment, please. Hello, room service? Hold on a minute. Hello, Hotel Trent. Yes, ma'am. What name, please? Oh, one moment, please.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The manager said I could speak to you for a minute.
Yeah? Take my calls, will you, Francis? Okay. Well?
My name is Raymond Cartwright. Are you the girl that was on the switchboard the night the man was shot in 518?
Yeah, why?
Now, I want you to think hard. Try to remember. Did he receive any calls that night?
Yeah, he got a call about 8 o'clock.
You're sure?
Sure, it was a man called. I remember because it was just a couple of minutes before the fellow was shot.
You didn't tell the police?
Well, I didn't think it was important, was it?
Oh, that's all right, that's all right. Now, look. When that man called, did he mention his name? Now, come on, think hard. Now, come on.
Yeah. He said his name was, wait a minute now, Harper. Harper, that's what it was, Joe Harper.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, we always ask what name, and I remember because my boyfriend's name was Harper, and I thought...
All right, that's fine, thanks. You keep this quiet, will you?
Oh, sure.
Hello? Yes? Well, what'd you find? Well, now keep looking. Will you try the city directory? Try anything you can think of. Now, we've got to locate this Joe Harper before we go on trial. All right, thanks. Oh.
Any luck, son?
Nothing yet. If I could just get this man Harper, I might learn something. I've got 2 men working on it right now.
Well, what about the woman? Have you asked her?
She doesn't know him. If she does, she's not saying. I can't get her to talk about this case. She's just not interested. They brought her the notice of the trial. She didn't even read it. She doesn't even know my name, and I'm defending her.
Well, when do you go to trial?
Thursday morning.
Doesn't leave you much time, does it?
I tried a postponement, couldn't get it. Dad, it's funny. This thing's got me.
Well, that's natural. Your first criminal case?
No, that's not the reason. There's just something about that woman. Something I can't explain.
You think she's innocent?
No, but I have a feeling somehow that what she did, she had a good reason for doing. She was protecting someone. I'm sure of it.
Well, silence seems a pretty good indication of that. I'd use that point in the summing up if I were you.
Oh, I'm going to. I don't know what good it'll do, but it's the only thing I've got to go on so far.
She's never given you anything else?
No, except that first day about her son. She talks to me now, though.
What about?
Oh, about everything except herself. She sort of rambles on as if I weren't there. Every once in a while, I catch a glimpse of something in her life. Something dark and sordid, something that's been gnawing at her for years. And she's been through hell, that woman. It's in her eyes. But then there's something beautiful there, too. It's something I've got to save if I can.
I think you will, son. If you feel like that, I don't think there's anything that can stop you.
I'm going to see her once more, just before the trial. I'm going to ask her if she'll go on the stand.
You think there's a chance?
Well, I don't know. I can only try.
I think I'll be there to watch you, son. You know, I've got a feeling that I'm going to be very proud of you. Whether you win or lose makes no difference. Remember that, my boy.
All right. I'll be ready for us in just a few minutes. We're just waiting for the judge. You feel all right?
I'm all right. I just wish it were over, that's all.
Now, before we go out there, I'm going to ask one favor of you. Now, please don't refuse me.
What is it?
Well, I want you to take the stand. Testify for yourself.
No, I can't do that.
Now, you won't have to tell them anything. I just want that jury to hear you speak.
I'm sorry. I don't like to refuse you, but I can't do that.
I'm sorry, too. I've tried to help you.
Now, don't feel badly about it. There's nothing more you can do for me. I appreciate what you've already done. You've been very kind.
You know, you've never even asked my name.
Names? They don't matter very much. It's what you are that counts. And you've been kind. Thank you. You don't know what it's meant to have someone to talk to, someone who understands things as you do. I'd have gone mad just waiting there.
Tell me, haven't you any friends at all?
Oh, I did have once. I think I had everything that a woman could ask for. But I made one mistake, and I threw it all away. And it's so easy to keep on making mistakes once you've started. There's no turning back then. You just go on, step by step, always a little lower, till at last there's nothing left but memories and bitterness and an ache in your heart for what you might have been. They say time heals everything. I don't believe that. I've never been able to forget. I've never wanted to. That's why I'm glad it's over now. I'll find peace where I'm going. Peace and rest. And I need them so.
Come in, please.
Almost ready.
All right, thank you.
I'll be right outside here when you want me, Mr. Cartwright.
Cartwright! Is that your name?
Oh, yes, I'm Raymond Cartwright.
Oh, God!
What is it? Well, why do you stare at me like that?
You're going to defend me?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, that's why I want you to go on the stand, just to tell them.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what it means.
Well, what's the matter? Here, give me your hand. Now, get hold of yourself, please.
It's all right. I'll be all right. Now.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Anne Harding, James Stewart, and Conway Turl return shortly in Madam X. Tonight's play concerns one type of court. Now we hear from a young woman who's made history on another kind. 7 times Wimbledon tennis champion, 7 times United States champion, and 4 times champion of France. An unequaled record. Helen Wills Moody, as one of the greatest of all women athletes. I introduce her tonight with the hope that she'll settle a question in the mind of everyone who follows this sport of king and commoner. Mrs. Moody, have you given up tournament tennis for good, or is there a chance you'll return?
I should like to go on one more tour, which would include Wimbledon and Forest Hills. It's difficult, however, to leave home for such a long time as is required for the summer tournaments. But there's something irresistible about tennis, and I find myself playing regularly at home in San Francisco 4 or 5 times a week.
In a few days, the matches will begin at Wimbledon. That must be rather a hard call for you to resist.
Indeed it is, but after all, it isn't Wimbledon or championships that make tennis such a grand game. It's the finest sport in the world because it's everybody's game, a sport for all ages. When I was in Stockholm, I played with King Gustav of Sweden, who's still on the courts in his late 70s. Here in Hollywood, you'll find many of the stars playing remarkably well. not only for exercise, but because they know tennis develops poise. Among them are stars like Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gilbert Rowland, Warner Baxter, Greta Garbo, Ronald Coleman, and Merle Oberon.
I understand that now you're devoting a lot of time to designing clothes and painting. How does an artist's brush feel in a hand accustomed to a tennis racket?
The fields are not so far removed as you may think, Mr. DeMille. The action of a tennis game, the sweep of the strokes, the graceful lines, the rhythm of motion, are qualities that lend themselves very readily to an etching or a pencil sketch. Look at a good painting, and then at a good game of tennis, and you'll find a kindred artistry. As for clothes, my interest in designing was stimulated when I once found myself with a match on my hands, but no outfit. I was in a large city and yet couldn't find a store that had sensible sport clothes. Most of my designs have been for active sportwear, but I have also done some bathing suits and street dresses. Since I've been doing this designing work, my attention has been called to the problem of keeping up the attractiveness of sportwear, and I know that the answer has been found in the use of Lux Flakes. Sportwear lasts longer, looks better, and stays fresher when cared for with a splendid product responsible for this program.
It's obvious, Mrs. Moody, that you believe in having a variety of interests.
Yes, I believe if you have one main interest and a variety of lesser interests, it makes for greater happiness. In proof of which, I've also tried my hand at writing, and I've just completed a book. I've called it 15 to 30, because it deals not only with tennis, but with the experiences I've had and what I hope I've learned during those years. All my thanks, Mr. DeMille, for asking me to appear in the Lux Radio Theater.
I'm sure you'll be a champion among authors, too. And now, back to the story of Madam X, starring Anne Harding and James Stewart with Conway Turl. The knowledge that our own son is to defend her seals Jacqueline's lips even tighter than before. We're in the courtroom, where the trial is almost ready to begin. In the enclosure near the judge's bench, Alan Cartwright sits at a long table. Beside him is his old friend, Dr. Chesney, who's come to hear Raymond plead his first case.
Has Raymond any kind of a chance at all, Alan?
Well, not on the facts alone, Perry. But he'll make a good showing. He's convinced in some manner that the crime was justifiable. He's got his heart in it. That's always a help.
He's a little young to be swaying juries on sentiment alone.
Well, we'll see.
The court will please rise. The Court of General Sessions is now in order. The Honorable Gerald M. Darrett presiding. Be seated, please.
The case of the people versus Laura Williams.
There she is. She's just come in with Raymond.
He looks worried. I hope he... Good God, Perry.
What is it?
That woman. Look at her. Who is she, Perry?
It does look like... but she can't be, of course.
It's Jacqueline. Jacqueline here in this court. On trial for murder.
Sit down, Alan.
I've got to speak to her.
You can't do that, not now. Besides, you're not even certain that it is Jacqueline.
Not certain. My God. Don't you think I know her face? Haven't I seen it every time I close my eyes for the last 20 years?
Oh, that you can't do anything. It's too late, man. It's in Raymond's hand now.
Her son. Her own son. And he doesn't know.
There's nothing to be done now, Alan. Nothing. Here, sit down right over here. Face the bench.
Thank you.
Feel better now?
Yes.
The state ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Defendant ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Proceed with the case, please.
The state versus Laura Williams. The defendant is charged with the willful murder of one Tony Phillips. On the night of May 4th, 1937, it is charged that the defendant entered the hotel.
And these, gentlemen of the jury, are the facts that the state will bring forward. By the defendant's own admission, she committed an act of murder. But the law of this state is such that we cannot force her to testify against herself. Therefore, the state will present its witnesses as rapidly as possible. Witnesses who were at the scene of the crime only a few seconds after its commission. The first witness, a woman who had the adjoining room, will swear to the...
It was about 8 o'clock. I was alone in my room, and I heard a shot. I ran out into the hall, and I yelled...
In the hall. I didn't hear the shot, but when I got out there were about 4 or 5 people standing around the door of room 518. They were banging on it. I ran up to the door and tried to find out...
And
And there she was, standing over him with a gun in her hand. The gun was still smoking. She said, I killed him. I'm not trying to escape. I killed him. That's all she'd say. And then I went downstairs to find an officer. I came back to the room.
And that, gentlemen, is the case as presented by the state. The counsel for the defense has shown no flaw in any of the testimony he's heard, nor has he offered to produce any witnesses to refute this testimony. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Now, please, we can't let it just go at that. You've got to speak. You've got to tell me.
No, don't say any more. Don't try to defend me. Let them send the jury out now. It can't make any difference, Raymond.
Why do you call me Raymond?
I don't know.
Well, you did it once before, too.
I'm sorry.
No, please. Please, but you say it as if it had some meaning to you.
Do I?
Will counsel for the defense present his case, please?
No, don't say anything.
Please, I've got to. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, you have just heard the state's case, and you have heard no denials by the defendant. The defense has no witnesses to present, and I am frank to admit that the defendant, in spite of my counsel, has repeatedly refused to take the stand on her own behalf. Now, this would seem to indicate that she has reason to be afraid, but we must look deeper than that. Now, this woman, gentlemen, whom you see before you, has admitted her guilt openly. She has nothing to lose by testifying. On the contrary, she has only to gain by it. But still she refuses. Now, there must be some reason for this. And from my conversations with her before this trial opened, I am firmly convinced that she is keeping silent for one purpose, and for one purpose only: to protect and shield someone near to her. Someone she loves. Yes, gentlemen, there is a mystery surrounding this woman that newspapers have called Madam X. Who is she? Where does she come from? Whom is she shielding? Whom is she protecting? Is it a husband, a daughter, a son?
No, don't.
She told me she had a son of my age. And she refused to speak any more of him, but he lives. Now, perhaps he faced some great danger. I don't know what, but she knew, and she killed to protect him from it. Now, you will say that this is supposition. Well, it is, gentlemen. It is supposition. But our law states that where there is a reasonable doubt of guilt, the defendant must be deemed innocent. Well, there is doubt here. Not as to actual fact, but as to motive. And the courts of our state have recognized time after time, case after case, that there is such a thing as justifiable homicide.
Let me through here. Let me through.
Order there.
Your Honor, I'd like to speak to the counsel for defense, please.
Counsel for defense is summing up his case. This is no time.
Your Honor, if the court so pleases, this man is in my employ. Now, if he wants to speak to me now, I assure you it has direct bearing upon the case.
Very well. Go ahead.
All right, what is it?
Joe Harper. I found him.
What, is he here now?
Sure. I served him with subpoenas, and I've...
All right. Now, get him up here quick. Your Honor, I ask the court's pardon for this interruption. I also ask the court for permission to introduce a witness for the defense.
I object. The counsel has already begun his summation.
A human life is at stake here. Objection overruled.
Your Honor, I ask the court to call Joseph Harper.
Joseph Harper to the stand. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole...
Gentlemen of the jury, I have never seen this witness. Now, his testimony may act to the advantage of the defendant. It may act to her disadvantage. But regardless of that, I believe he knows something about this case. What's your name?
Joseph Harper.
Where do you live, please?
618 West 74th Street.
Now, I want you to look at the defendant. Have you ever seen her before?
No.
You don't know who she is?
No.
Now, tell me this. Did you ever know a man by the name of Tony Phillips? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you call him on the telephone at the Hotel Trent on the night of May the 4th?
I guess so.
No, did you or didn't you? Answer the question.
Yes.
And why did you call him?
Well, he asked me to.
When was that?
A week before. He sent me a telegram.
From New York?
No, San Francisco. He wanted me to do him a favor.
What was that favor?
Well, he asked me to get some information for him.
What about?
Do I have to answer that?
What about?
Well, it was about a person that he was trying to...
No, don't answer. Don't answer, do you hear? No, don't let him tell. Take him off the stand. Don't question him anymore. I'll do anything you want. I'll do anything. But please don't let him speak for my sake. Please. True what you said. I was protecting someone. It was my son. The man I killed was going to blackmail him and my husband because of me. He was going to wreck my son's life and my husband's career because of what I was and what I am now. That's why I couldn't speak. That's why I can never speak. In God's name, please don't ask me to tell. Don't ask me to give up my life for nothing. I'm not afraid to die if I know that he'll be safe. He's my son. My son whom I've never known and who's never known me. You can take my life. It's a worthless thing anyway, but please let him have his.
Oh, she's fainted. Here, get a doctor, quick.
How is she, Penny? Has she come around yet?
Not quite. She's in pretty bad shape, Alan. Where's Raymond?
I asked him to wait in the corridor.
Did you tell him about Jacqueline?
Yes. It wasn't easy, Penny.
How did he take it?
He wanted to come in to see her. I made him wait for the jury to come back. He'll get an acquittal. It's almost sure.
I wonder how much good it will do, Alan.
What do you mean?
Oh.
She's coming too.
Jacqueline, do you hear me?
Alan.
Yes, darling.
I saw you in the court. I was so afraid you'd tell.
I wanted to, Jacqueline.
No. Better this way. Much better.
I know everything you've done has been for me and Raymond. I can't tell you.
Don't cry.
You told me once that I'd never forgive myself for what I did. I never have, Jacqueline. I tried to find you. Oh, so many times. But I'll make it all up to you. I swear I will. I'll make you happy again, Jacqueline.
I'm happy now. So very happy.
Come here, Raymond.
Raymond? Does he know?
Yes, I know, Mother.
Oh, Raymond.
It's all over, Mother. The jury's come in and they've acquitted you. We can go home now.
Home? I only wish I could.
But you can. You're going to.
Give me your hand, Raymond. My son. All these years I've been so proud of you. And all these years you've thought of me as a dream mother who died long ago when she was young and pretty. Please, try to go on thinking that. For my sake.
But I've found you, Mother. I can't lose you again so quickly.
That isn't in our hands, Raymond.
I don't know what you mean.
Now, you mustn't be sad. And you mustn't think too much about me. Because I'm not sad. I'm happy, Raymond. Happier than I've ever been in all my life.
Mother? Dr. Chesney, what is it?
We found her. Too late, my boy.
Anne Harding and James Stewart step from their tragic roles and speak to us as themselves in just a moment. From a different part of the country, we now present another Madam X and her son, whose name also is Raymond. They will tell their own story, this time the actual story of a mother and son lost to each other for 18 years. Today they're reunited, but up until now have refused all requests to tell their amazing story to the world. This evening they consented to come to the Lux Radio Theater and tell it in person. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the young gentleman and his mother, who present their proof of the adage that truth is often stranger than fiction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Raymond Meir and his mother, who speak to you from New York.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
For the last 18 years, I have believed my mother dead. Every time I asked my father about her, the only answer I could get was that she had died when I was 3 years old. My father had remarried in the meantime, and 2 years ago, he died. A year and a half ago, I got a job ushering at the Paramount here in New York, where I am now assistant chief usher. 2 months ago, on my day off, I was in the neighborhood and happened to stop in at the theater, and there I was handed a message. It was sent by my stepmother, and all it said was, "Your mother is in town and wants to speak to you." I have read stories like that, and I have seen such things happen in the movies. Madam X is one, I remember. But I never thought it would happen to me. But you had known, hadn't you, Mother, that someday it would happen?
Yes, Raymond. I just knew that you were alive, and even if I couldn't find you, I could hope I might someday.
Do you know why my father would never let you see me?
He had his ideas of how to bring you up, and I had mine. We couldn't agree. We separated, and he traveled a great deal, and once he took you with him. I never saw you again. But, Raymond, you tell the story.
All right.
I'd rather just listen to you.
All right. My mother tried every means to find me for 15 years, but she never could. Finally, 2 months ago, she did discover a clue to where I had been working. She went to that firm in New York, and as it turned out, the woman she interviewed there was my stepmother. Neither knew who the other was. My mother asked for me, and my stepmother, not knowing her, was very cautious at first. They took a liking to each other, and finally, my mother revealed her identity. Then my stepmother did the same. The whole story came out then, and convinced of the truth of it, my stepmother sent that message to me at the Paramount. I went to her office immediately, and she told me to go to a certain address where my mother was staying with friends. I went, and when I walked into the room and saw Mother, I thought I must be looking into a mirror. We looked so much alike.
Raymond, I never even asked you. How did you feel when you first saw me?
I don't really know. I was so stunned that I don't know whether I felt anything, really. I can't even remember what I said. And I'm not sure I know what you said, do you?
No, I just remember. All of a sudden, I couldn't see you. I guess I was crying.
Very soon after my mother and I were reunited, we began checking over places we had been, where we might have met. We discovered that 1 month before she found me, she had been in New York, and some friends insisted that she go to the movies with them. They went to the Paramount, and as my mother still says, it was very dark inside. Maybe you are the young man who took me to my seat. And now, Mother, I think it's time we said goodbye.
From Hollywood, we send our thanks to Mr. Meir and his mother, and the hope that their newfound happiness will be with them always. Before Mr. DeMille brings Ann Harding and James Stewart back to the microphone, may I remind you that the Lux Radio Theater comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. The familiar blue box has a friendly place in most of the homes you know. These gentle flakes are made especially to safeguard fine silks and woolens. You'll find them kind to everything that is safe in clear water alone. Again, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Back to our microphone. Come Ann Harding and James Stewart, giving us, among other things, a chance to learn from Miss Harding her impressions of the stage and screen in England.
Well, I'm afraid I'm hardly the right person to ask about English pictures, Mr. DeMille. I did make a picture in England, but an American produced it, an American directed it, and the cameraman was an American.
Well, then how about the English stage, Miss Harding?
Well, now, it isn't safe to start me on that subject. Playing on the English stage was a marvelous experience.
Isn't it rather strange that George Bernard Shaw's play, Candida, wasn't given a major production in London for 37 years? In fact, not till you went over to star in it.
Well, I could hardly believe it when they told me that. It was pretty exciting to find that it was such a success. What have you been doing, Mr. Stewart? When I left Hollywood a year ago, everyone was talking about that amazing young actor who lived with Henry Fonda, owned 30 cats, and played the accordion.
We know Henry Fonda married, but what happened to the cats and the accordion?
I don't know. Whatever attracted the cats in the first place, I don't know. They just seemed to come around. They haven't caught up with me yet. Every night I play the accordion to sort of discourage them.
Are the neighbors in sympathy?
Well, I just asked them which they'd prefer, an accordion or a troop of 30 yowling cats. I guess it's a case of the lesser of two evils.
What do they say to that?
Well, sir, I hardly ever get a civil answer. But, Mr. DeMille, I meant to ask you about this. In case you need an accordion player for the Buccaneer, you remember Stewart's name.
Thanks, Jimmy. But after all, even the pirate can endure just so much. Goodbye, Jimmy. You're a very remarkable fellow. Thank you, Miss Harding and Mr. Stewart. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Next week's Stars and Play will be told shortly by Mr. DeMille. James Stewart appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new picture, This Is My Affair. Our play was based on John Raphael's adaptation of the original by Alexandre Besson. And here is Mr. DeMille.
To the ever-popular Booth Tarkington, we're indebted for the story which comes to us next Monday night. A story whose suspense and delightful romance have ranked it as a classic of its kind ever since Richard Mansfield brought it to the stage many years ago. Its title, Monsieur Beaucaire. I'm especially pleased to announce that filling the title role will be one of the greatest artists of our time, Mr. Leslie Howard. And starring with him, Alyssa Landy. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Alyssa Landy in Monsieur Beaucaire. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, even in this modern day of scientific thinking, there are those who still hold to some of the old philosophies. Ideas such as when you get older, you can't learn new ideas, that the people in the out-of-the-way parts of the country are less intelligent than the folks in the city areas, and so forth. Now, some of these thoughts come from our young people of today. Some would call them know-it-alls, but I disagree. I'd rather say these attitudes come from youthful energy and impatience. Our story today is wrapped around these things. A battle between youth and age, the university and the backwoods. It's the story, An Old Horse Learns New Tricks.
Boy, I'm glad the teachers' convention is on. We'll have a long weekend, and I can be out here. Classroom was never like this, I can tell you. Oh, boys, just smell the pines and the fresh air.
I know how you feel, pal. It's murder to have to stay inside a lot after you're used to being out in the Lord's country.
Now, you speak plenty truth, but education necessary.
Yes, Grey Wolf, it surely is. Most necessary. Yep. A fella don't want to grow up to be a pumpkinhead.
Don't get me wrong, fellas. I'm not belittling education. I intend to get all I can and then some. Yes, sir, but those pines sure smell good.
Yeah, sure.
You think we make second elk herd before dark, Bill?
I hope so, Grey Wolf. We better step on the gas, though. Come on, Storm Boy, let's go.
Come on, boy.
What's the matter, Storm?
Hey, come on! Let's go back, fellas.
Easy, Storm Boy.
Hey, what's wrong with Storm?
I don't know. I'll take a look at his hooves. Easy, boy. That's right.
Hooves
Easy
all right,
does it.
Bill?
Yes, they're in perfect condition. I don't see anything that would be irritating them.
Boy, he sure doesn't look like his old self suddenly. He hasn't any zip.
I don't like this, Sonny. We'd better make camp right here and now. I think we got a sick animal on our hands. Whoa, big boy. Let's cooperate. We'll finish your examination in a few minutes. Now open your mouth. Don't bite my hands. Watch your Bill. He's bashful about letting folks look at his teeth. You're telling me. Storm, open your mouth now. That's a good fella. Now shine a light inside, pal. We'll have a look.
How's this?
That's fine.
Mouth in good condition. You look like you're in good health so far.
Yes, it does. Okay, Storm, we're all through. You can go and graze now. Whatever is ailing that wonderful horse is something we can't see. It's deep down inside. Yeah, you're right, old friend. Storm is sick, and we can't tell what's wrong.
Jumping grasshoppers. What are we going to do?
We've got to get Storm to a veterinarian.
Tonight?
No, not unless he suddenly takes a serious turn for the worse. We'll get him to the vet at the crack of dawn.
You plan to watch him all night, Bill?
Right. You fellas go ahead and turn in. I'll keep an eye on him.
We take turns watch Storm.
Nonsense. I'll stay up with him. You fellas get your sleep.
But why can't we take turns?
Leave him be for now, Sonny. He'll change his mind after he gets tired enough.
Bill, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You haven't slept a wink yet.
Yeah, I know, pal.
Well, why not let me sit up while you sleep? I'll be glad to do it.
I'm glad to stay up, too. You get sleep now, plenty quick.
Yeah, I think I'll accept your offer.
Oh, good.
I told you he'd give in and listen to sense when he got tired enough. Go back to sleep, you old walrus. I want you to know that this old walrus has been sleeping with one eye open all night. I know. Who do you think you're fooling? Myself? How's Storm?
He not look worse.
I don't think his condition has changed much.
Well, that's good news. Boy, it's bad enough when an old horse gets sick. But a 4-year? Why, he's in the prime of life.
You said it. Wake me up at the crack of dawn. And I mean crack.
This fire feels good. Boy, there's a real chill in the air.
Winter just around Mountain, Henry.
Yeah, you said it. Pretty soon we'll have the old snowmobile out. Hey, Storm's lying down.
Maybe he rest.
I hope so. Should we take a look at him?
Just to be on safe side.
Come on.
Storm, you okay?
I wonder if he's really resting, Grey Wolf.
I think he too weak to stand on feet. We find out plenty soon. Storm, get up, boy. Come on, get up, boy. Storm.
He wants to, but he can't. What a terrible shame to see a beautiful horse like this dying.
I think you speak more truth than we know.
Do you really think he's dying?
It looked that way.
Oh, no. Not Storm.
I think we better wake Bill up right now so he can do something for Storm.
Do you think that he's really...
Yes,
really?
pal. Storm is slowly dying.
But how can this happen? Why, one day he's fine and healthy. Next day he's passing slowly out of the picture. What's wrong with him?
It's my opinion that the beautiful animal's got something working on his spine and nervous system. You have something there, old-timer. He's lost control of his legs.
Do you think he's got a tumor?
Could be.
Well, can anything be done for him? Or are you going to have to shoot him?
I'm not giving up yet, pal.
Not good. What you plan to do, Bill?
Yeah, tell us.
It'll be daylight in another hour. I'm going to call a cargo helicopter and have him land in that clearing over there.
Oh, but that's 300 yards away. How are we going to get Storm to the copter?
We'll improvise a skid and roll him onto it and then pull the skid with your horses.
Oh, that sounds great.
How are you going to get Storm on the whirlimajig? We'll pull the skid right up the cargo ramp with your horses, and we'll all go for a ride.
What do we wait for?
Henry, you find the best way for us to pull the skid to the clearing. When you've done that, break camp and get the gear packed.
Right.
Stumpy, Grey Wolf, you fellas start cutting saplings and young trees to make the skid.
We do plenty quick.
I'll radio for the copter and figure out some way to mark the clearing for the pilot. Then I'll help with the skid. Come on, let's get to work. I want to get Storm out of here as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir. One question, Bill.
Yes, pal?
Do you think that the Lord would hear my prayer for Storm? Can we pray for animals?
Well, I don't know of any reason why we can't pray for animals, Henry. The Lord made them just as He made us. They're part of His creation. I don't remember anything in the Bible that restricts what we pray for, as long as we're sincere and pray in faith, believing that what happens is the Lord's will.
Thanks, Bill. We pray for people we love or care about. I don't see why the Lord wouldn't hear prayers for animals we love. After all, they can't help themselves.
You're right, young feller. I think you'll find us all doing the same thing as we work.
Praying?
Yep. Now let's get to work. Henry, will you run down to the clearing and bring Barney up here?
Sure thing.
We can use another man to get Storm on the skid.
Right. There's no reason why he should wait around in the clearing by his lonesome. How you coming, old-timer? Yeah, gotta whittle this down a bit. Now, pull that rope, Grey Wolf.
Right.
Yeah, I'm all finished.
Me too.
Looks like you're taking the last hitch in the lashing, sonny. Yep. There we are. This skid ought to carry Storm.
That's right. Henry and Barney come back soon. Then we move Storm.
Right. In the meantime, let's get ropes fastened to the saddle horns of your horses and get ready to move out quickly. As soon as Storm's on the skid, you can bring your horses in, and I'll tie your ropes to the skid, and we'll head for the copter pronto.
How are we going to do this, Bill? He's a big horse.
You said it.
We'll roll him over and onto the skid. Henry and Barney, you take his forelegs. Grey Wolf and Stumpy, you take his rear legs. I'll handle his head and shoulders. You understand?
Right.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
All ready now? When I say go, easy, Storm boy. We're trying to help you. You all ready, fellas? All right, go. Come on. Easy, boy. Easy, Storm. More. That's it. That's right. More. Little more. That's it. Easy, fella. Easy. There we go. Whew. That rascal weighs plenty, all right, but we got him on.
I think we do a good job. Even Storm know we try to help him.
Good work, boys. Now get your horses. We'll get Storm aboard the copter. use your radio, Barney?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. Bill Jefferson calling State University Station. Ranger Bill Jefferson calling State U. Over.
State U calling Ranger Bill Jefferson. Over.
I want to talk to Dr. Clem of the veterinary school.
All right, sir. You'll have to stand by until we can get him to the station. Over and standing by.
I'll stand by. Thank you. Over and standing by.
Where are we going to land?
There are several small pastures close to the agricultural college. We can set down in one of them, and we'll pull Storm up to the hospital.
Well, then what? How are you going to get him inside?
They got power lifting devices there, Barney. They'll be able to handle the big fellow easily.
Oh, good. We should be at State U within half an hour.
That'll be fine. I'm going back to check with the fellas. Let me know when Dr. Clem's on the air. Hello, Dr. Clem.
Why, hello, Bill. How are you? It's been months since we've talked together.
That's right, Doctor.
Say, are you in a plane or at an airport?
I'm in a helicopter with my horse, and he's very sick.
Oh, well, any idea what's wrong?
No, I don't. It seems to be all internal.
Mm-hmm. Well, bring him in, Bill. We'll take a look at him. Be waiting for you.
Doc's giving him a going over with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the country, pal. You'll find out what's wrong, that's one thing for sure.
Oh, I hope so. Storm getting bad fast.
I'll say he is. That sling they've got him rigged up in is supporting his whole weight. Yeah, completely lost the use of his legs. Well, what's the answer, Dr. Clem?
I wish I knew.
What? You mean to tell me you can't find out what's wrong, Doc?
That's what I mean to tell you. You're right, Bill. It is something internal, but I can't find a thing wrong with that animal.
Now what do we do?
Yes, Doctor. Now what do we do?
Whatever you do, it got to be soon.
Well, I'm going to X-ray.
Now you're talking sense. Them there ray machines will find it.
Don't get overly optimistic, old-timer. There's some conditions that, well, even X-rays won't find. We'll just have to hope for the best.
How long will it take before we'll know for sure?
Oh, 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours? He'll be dead by then.
No, there's no immediate cause for alarm. He's lost his power of locomotion, but he'll live for a few days yet.
Now, let's get out of here and let the man work. There's no sense in us standing around here.
You said it, Sonny. We're acting like a bunch of worried parents. Now, let's take a walk around and look at the farm. And maybe we'll feel better.
Boy, I never knew 4 or 5 hours could be so long.
You ain't just joking there, young feller. I suppose it'll be 5 instead of 4.
I don't know, old friend.
What are we going to do if the doc can't find out what's wrong by X-ray?
We not worry about next bridge to cross until we come to it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Come on, let's walk around and burn up some more of our worrying.
Hey, here comes the doc.
He seems to be lost deep in thought. He ain't seen us yet.
How'd you make out, Doctor?
Oh, I didn't see you. Oh, it's times like these that make me wonder what we really know. It turns out to be very little, or nothing.
You mean it doesn't look so good for Storm?
No good at all. The X-rays didn't show a thing, other than he was put together correctly at birth.
Jumping catfish! You're supposed to be the best vet in this part of the country and have the best possible equipment here for treating sick animals. You tell us you can't find out what's wrong?
Henry, hold your tongue. This man is only human.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Henry. I'm just as disturbed as you are that we can't find the answer.
Let's go take a look at our four-footed friend, shall we?
What are we going to do? Hold his hoof while he dies? We've got a horse in our hands that's dying in his primal life, and not one of us can do a thing about it. Not a thing.
Bill, I'd say he won't live more than 3 or 4 days in this condition. I'd like your permission to do an autopsy on him after he dies. We can't help him, but we might be able to save other horses with the same sickness.
Dr. Clem, would you mind if I called in another veterinarian?
Why, I don't know. Who is the man?
Jeremiah Sutter, from the village of Many Pines.
Bill, I'm surprised at you. Why, that man isn't a vet. He just calls himself one. Why, he's nothing but a backwoods quack.
That's beside the point. The man's done some remarkable things with sick animals.
Oh, yes, I've heard stories about those, too. If they're fact and not fiction, well, the man's had some pieces of good fortune.
You still haven't answered my question.
I can't. I'll have to talk to my superior.
Will you do that, please?
Well, Bill, I don't know. Don't you think you'd better reconsider...
Dr. Clem, need I remind you that Storm is my horse?
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Boy, how long does it take for that Dr. Clem to ask whoever he's going to ask?
Plenty long time now.
Did you hear about that crazy ranger
Listen,
asking
Henry.
Doc Clem if he could have the old hermit from Many Pines brought in here to look at his horse?
Yeah, he must have holes in his head. Well, the dean would never allow a quack like Jeremiah Sutter to come in here. Some of the students are hot under the collar about it, too.
And they might as well call him an Indian medicine man as call him that guy.
Yeah, you said it. If they let him come, I'm going to do plenty of squawking and right to the dean.
How you like that? They talk like they have hole in head, not us.
Hey, maybe that's Dr. Clem coming now.
Bill, I've talked with the dean, and, well, his answer is no.
Where's the dean's office?
I'll be glad to show you, but I know it won't do any good.
We'll see about that. Let's go.
Dean Rogers, this is Bill Jefferson.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, apparently you feel that your powers of persuasion are greater than Dr. Clem's?
That's beside the point. Why won't you let Jeremiah Sutter come in here and take a look at my horse?
Well, he's an old hermit of the woods, Mr. Jefferson. I don't think that he'd be able to help your horse, and also we'd be the laughing stock of the school.
Dean, my horse is dying. It's almost the same thing to me as if one of my men were in the same situation.
You mean you think more of your horse than you do of your men?
Apparently you haven't got your hearing aid turned up high enough.
I don't wear such a device. My hearing's perfectly normal.
Then you heard what I said before. An animal gets to be a part of you when you live with him day in and day out on the trail and on the range. He's been a faithful friend, always willing to do my bidding. And I'll be hanged by the neck if I'm going to let him die without first exhausting every avenue of help.
That's all very touching. The answer's still no.
I'm sorry to see that your professional jealousy is showing.
What did you say?
Need I repeat it? If you were as big a man as you think you are, you'd be glad to have Quack Sutter grace this campus. Or are you afraid you might learn something from him?
Bill, aren't you getting a little strong?
And how? I know what I'm saying, and I'd say it for any one sick animal.
All right, Mr. Jefferson, bring in Jeremiah Sutter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I hope he can help your horse, but I rather doubt it. He probably hasn't read a vet medical journal or book since Hector was a pup.
Now, easy, Storm. Let old Doc here take a look and find out what's wrong.
Why is Doc Sutter spending so much time on Storm's neck?
I don't know, pal.
Dr. Clem?
Yes, sir?
How quick can you set up for surgery?
Oh, 20 minutes.
Would you do that, please?
Yes. Sid, Rick, get the operating gear ready and set up in 20 minutes. Plenty of undergraduates to help you.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Thank you, Doctor.
Have you made a diagnosis, sir?
Yes, I have.
Wonderful. Will Storm recover, Mr. Sutter?
I believe so. There's no reason why he shouldn't. But this will be dangerous surgery.
Well, in the name of common sense, sir, what is your diagnosis?
Yeah, don't keep us hanging in the air so long, Jeremiah.
This animal has an intramuscular tumor. And the tumor is pressing on the spinal column in his neck. If it isn't malignant, he'll be fine as soon as we remove it.
What are the chances of it being malignant?
Very small, Bill. He's a youngster, and I think we've caught it in time.
Thank the Lord.
How did you find it? We couldn't with X-ray.
Out in the backwoods, we don't have X-rays, Doctor. We have to see through our fingertips. Well, there we are, Bill. As soon as that youngster comes out of the anesthetic, he'll stand up on his feet again. His feet and legs will do as his brain orders, and the orders won't be short-stopped by the tumor.
You don't know how much we appreciate what you've done, Jeremiah. I'll find some way to express my thanks. Is the tumor malignant?
No, not in the least. I've had several cases of these fast intramuscular tumors in my time. They're nasty unless you get them quickly enough.
Isn't it wonderful to know that Storm's going to be all right?
You said it, young feller. I kind of tickle all over inside as the joy bubbles bounce around.
I'm plenty happy, too. You do a great operation, Jeremiah. Yeah, that's what I came for. I'll pack my bag and go back home now. The job's done.
Oh, Mr. Sutter.
Oh, Dean Rogers.
I have an apology to make. We've done you a great injustice, sir, and I want to be the first to admit it. Your ability and knowledge are remarkable.
Well, thank you, Dean. But I came merely to do a job.
Bill, who is this man, really?
Jeremiah Sutter, backwoods veterinarian. Really.
Oh, come on, Bill. I know better.
He's right, Doctor. Don't let the fact that I am from the backwoods bother you. Come out sometime and visit my lab and see my library. Us hill country folk keep up to date, too, you know.
You sure do, Jeremiah. The trouble with these fellers is that they think you can't teach an old horse new tricks.
You're right, Stumpy. Sometimes we do feel that an old horse can't be taught new tricks. But I'd say it depends on the horse, whether he wants to learn or not. Say, aren't you glad the Lord worked things out by having Jeremiah Sutter right handy when he was so desperately needed? I am. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Again. Our program today gives me, Ranger Bill, just a little time to talk to you moms and dads about our adventure stories and why we're on the air. We all know that every time a boy or girl listens to one of our programs, he gets some impression of the Christian life and the character of the people involved. So we must be constantly alert to guard the image that's presented, to make it realistic and truthful, neither setting up false ivory tower heroes
for fellas and gals to aspire to, or creating the impression that Christianity is an impossible goal in this day and age. We also try to present Christians as people, something which they are. The faults of a Christian don't have to be glossed over. He's human too. So we try to present to you, the listener, a story that from your point of view is a factual photograph of a way of life, namely the Christian way, and showing individuals living, seeing, understanding this way of life, or maybe missing it completely. Let's all be honest before God so that truth can survive, and our young people will turn out to be the good citizens and real Christians that we want them to be, 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 that we want them to.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Kay Kaiser, yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, Jerry Hausner, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
As we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie seated at the soda fountain at the corner drugstore.
There you are, Mrs. Burns. A double banana split with 6 kinds of ice cream, hot fudge, marshmallow syrup, maraschino cherries, nuts, and whipped cream.
Thanks, Al.
Now, what would you like to drink with that?
Oh, better make it grape juice. I'm trying to lose weight.
Okay.
Say, Al, isn't that Kay Kaiser heading over this way?
Yeah, that's the old professor.
Oh, my goodness, he looks like he's in a trance.
Well, he's been that way ever since his new baby arrived. He has to take care of it, and it keeps him up all night.
Oh, the poor man.
Let me have a milkshake, Al.
What flavor, Mr. Kaiser?
Cod liver oil. I mean chocolate. And pass me the nipples. I mean the straws. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Kay.
I hope you'll excuse my appearance, Gracie. I'm really bushed.
Yeah, you do need a shave.
I mean, I'm tired.
Oh, well, congratulations on your new baby, Kay. I'd love to see it. Brand new babies are so cute.
Yeah, they look like little wrinkled-up old men.
Yes.
That reminds me, how's George?
He's fine. Oh, and how's your beautiful wife, Georgia?
Well, Georgia's doing fine, but walking the floor all night with little Carol Amanda is sure killing me. Gracie, you know where I can find a good baby nurse?
No. All the nurses I know are grown up.
No, I mean someone to take care of the baby, especially tonight. The doctor says Georgia can get out for the first time, and my sponsors invited us to dinner, but there's nobody to stay with the baby.
Oh, I wish I could do it for you, Kay, but this is my club meeting night. And, say, wait a minute. George will do it. He loves children.
He does?
Oh, sure, he's crazy about me.
Gracie, you've saved my life. I'm sure George will make a wonderful babysitter.
George, you know who I saw at the drugstore? Kay Kaiser.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He just had a new baby.
I know. Say, that reminds me, did you send the baby a present?
Yeah, I sent it a bottle of champagne.
Sent the baby a bottle of champagne?
Well, I heard they were going to christen it.
Gracie, that's not for christening babies. You would only send champagne to people who had a new boat.
Oh, George, how can you be so ignorant? People don't have boats.
What I was trying to say
Oh,
is...
now, that sounds silly. Mother and Canoe doing well.
What I'm trying to say
Well,
is...
how would it sound for a mother to call the doctor and say, "Come quick, Junior's got barnacles"?
What I'm trying to say
really,
is that...
Judge, for a man with no education, you can be awfully dumb at times.
Drop the whole subject. Kay Kaiser can drink the champagne.
Oh, and he needs it, Judge. The poor man is a wreck.
Kay? How come?
Well, he's been taking care of that new baby, and it's really got him worn out. You'd hardly recognize him. You know how he used to look?
Yeah.
Well, now he looks even worse.
That's impossible.
You feel sorry for him, don't you, George?
You bet.
Well, good, because...
Boy, there's something I wouldn't do for $1 million.
What?
Take care of a baby.
You wouldn't?
No, sir.
But,
Not
George,
me.
George, taking care of a baby would be easy. You don't even have to wash them nowadays.
You don't have to wash them.
No, they have baby laundries.
Well, still wouldn't like to take care of a baby.
Oh, shame on you. Don't you have any mother instinct?
No. I was an incubator baby.
I don't believe it. Your father'd never been happy married to one of those.
Go away. Let me read the paper.
Meredith, I called you over because I need your help.
There's trouble, Gracie?
Well, yes. George is going to be a mother tonight, but he doesn't know yet.
Gee, we better rush him to the hospital.
No, I mean, I promised Kay Kaiser that George would take care of his baby. But George has no mother instinct.
Perhaps I can stir that emotion in his bosom if I regale him with a tender story.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, Meredith. Come on, he's in the den.
Hello, George.
Hiya, man.
George, would you like to hear the story of a baby I used to take care of back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa?
Definitely no.
Well, sir,
Why do you ask me?
That blue-eyed, golden-haired infant I wanted to tell you about. That infant and I spent many happy hours together playing patty cake, crawling around on the floor, or both of us riding piggyback.
How could you both ride piggyback?
We have very large pigs in Iowa.
Look, Meredith.
Well, sir, after I left Mason City, I often thought of that child, blossoming into blue-eyed, golden-haired womanhood. And I swore someday to return and make her my bride.
Oh, how sweet. Why didn't you do it?
There'd been a slight miscalculation. When I returned, the infant had blossomed into a blue-eyed, golden-haired fullback on the Iowa football team.
Is that all?
Yes, George. In my humble way, I've tried to show you the meaning of love.
Thanks. Now I've something to show you.
What is it?
The door.
Very attractive door. Oak, isn't it?
I want you to see it from the outside.
Well, if one side is oak, surely the other side must be.
Well, Meredith has got a point.
Yeah, you ought to wear a hat to cover it. Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, all. What a schmo.
Well, he didn't change your mind about liking to take care of babies?
No. What's all this talk about taking care of babies all of it? What? Don't tell me he's back. Come in.
Hello, George.
Well, Kay, congratulations on that new baby. How's Georgia?
Georgia's fine. I just dropped by to thank you.
Thank me? Oh, for the champagne.
Well, not only that, but for what you're going to...
Tell us about your little girl. What school does she go to now?
School? Gracie, she's only 3 weeks old. She can't even crawl yet.
Oh, well, let her go on the bus.
She's still a little young, Gracie, but when she gets old enough, I'm going to send her to my old alma mater, the University of North Carolina, down in my home state.
Oh, well, I'm surprised to hear you're from North Carolina, Kay.
Why, Gracie?
Well, you don't talk like a man from the North. I thought you were from some southern state like South Dakota.
George, should I try to explain it?
Do you want to look like me?
No.
Then let it go.
Anyway, Gracie, I want my little girl to go to school in the greatest state in the Union, North Carolina.
Oh, look, here comes our Texas friend, Mr. Judson. I'll go fix some refreshments for her.
Okay, Gracie. Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Hello, Mr. Judson. Like you to meet our friend, Mr. K. Kaiser.
Happy to make your acquaintance, Mr. Kaiser. Well, the pleasure is all mine, sir.
Say, you don't sound like a Californian.
I'm not. I'm a citizen of the greatest state in the Union.
Is that right?
Sure.
What part of Texas you from?
I'm not from Texas. I'm from the tobacco state, North Carolina.
North what?
Carolina. Don't tell me you never heard of North Carolina.
I never heard of no part of Carolina.
We're in a little trouble here.
Well, now, for your information, sir, there's a place down south where thousands and thousands of happy, industrious people live in an earthly paradise that stretches for hundreds of miles. And do you know what that place is?
If it was a little bigger, it could be Fort Worth.
George, will you tell him there really is a North Carolina?
Sure. Mr. Judson, Texas isn't the only southern state. There's North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia.
Well, now, maybe there is a North Carolina, but I bet it don't amount to nothing.
Don't amount to nothing? Why, man, North Carolina turns out 1 million bales of cotton every year.
That ain't enough cotton to keep Dallas in dish rags.
Mr. Judson, stop picking on Kay. The poor guy's worried enough now. He just had a baby.
You had a baby?
Well, I don't deserve all the credit. I had some help from Georgia.
I knew North Carolina couldn't handle it alone.
Now, listen, you
Easy,
long-eared,
Kay.
longhorn...
Easy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Well, howdy, little lady.
Kay and Mr. Judson almost got into a brawl about Texas and North Carolina.
Oh, now, I was just joshing him. Now, to show there's no hard feelings, Mr. Kaiser, I'd like to send that new baby of yours a present.
Well, thank you.
Could she use a perambulator?
Oh, no, she's too young to make coffee.
She's too...
Somebody Loves Me, I Wonder Who. You know, Meredith, that title must have been inspired by an unsigned Valentine.
Not by any of the Valentines my zany friends send me, Toby. It's much too pretty a song.
Ah, but it's the pretty cards I was thinking of. I mean the hearts and flowers type. The traditional Valentines with satin hearts, clusters of forget-me-nots, lace frills. Yes, and the poetic message filled with expressions of love and endearment. The tender sentiments that make February 14th such a fond and romantic part of our American scene. Yes, and just as much a part of the American scene as our fondness for a friendly cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. We Americans love a cup of good coffee, which points out this fact. Today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. This nationwide preference has been won for Maxwell House by flavor, that mellow, good to the last drop flavor, which you can credit to the skilled blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. and Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All painstakingly combined in a truly great blend, Radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you roaster fresh 2 ways, either in the familiar blue tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. So, friends, are you now enjoying the extra flavor of America's favorite coffee? You can do it for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Hello? Hello, Georgia. This is Kay, honey. I'll be right home, and I got some good news. We can go to dinner with the sponsor tonight. Yeah, George Burns is going to stay with the baby. George Burns. No, he won't frighten it. Yeah. Now, listen, you get yourself all putted up, and we'll go to that.
Say, Gracie, when Kay Kaiser left for home, he said he wanted to thank me for the favor I'm doing for him tonight.
Uh-oh.
What favor am I doing for him?
Favor?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
Doing?
Yeah.
For him?
Yeah, I'm doing him a favor.
Really? What is it?
That's what I asked you. Now, come on. What did you tell Kay I'd do?
Well, I guess I'll have to tell you. You see, he's got a radio program.
I know that.
It's sponsored by Colgate Palmolive Peter.
You mean Colgate Palmolive Pete.
I don't know him that well.
Let it go. What did you tell Kay I'd do?
Well, you see, Kay wants to make a good impression on his sponsor tonight, and that's where you come in.
Oh, I get it. He wants me to sing on his program.
Huh?
From time to time and every climb, blessings come from above.
George, look, that's not what Kay wants.
Oh, he wants me to swing it, huh? Boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows. Oh,
George,
my
George,
beloved
George,
soul.
George,
Oh,
George,
oh,
George,
oh,
George.
What do you want?
You still don't understand what Kay wants.
Look, honey, with that orchestra of his, I'll give him anything he wants. He's got a fine group of musicians. Now, you run and press my tuxedo.
Well, I don't think you'll need your tuxedo.
Certainly I will. I'm gonna wear it tonight when I wait for him.
Well, all right. But you better wear an apron over it.
Oh, go on and have it pressed. Well, Kay, here I am, all ready to go to work.
Oh, that's swell. But, George, why the tuxedo?
For the job tonight. Makes me irresistible.
Yeah?
Sure. When I wear this, they drool over me.
Well, it's your tuxedo.
And now, Kay, about tonight. You better give me a few instructions. Do you want me to swing it?
Swing it?
Yeah, you know, rock it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't rock it too much. Just burp it.
Burp it? Does Sinatra do that?
Certainly. And I wish I had a nickel for every one Crosby has burped.
I guess there are tricks in every trade.
Yeah, but tell me, George, do you mind doing this sort of thing?
Mind? I should say not. This is what I like to do. Kay, I'm tired of telling jokes on the radio. I want to make a change.
Well, brother, this is opportunity night.
Kay, it'll be a pleasure to do this for you. Believe me, you've got a mighty sweet little group.
Well, thanks, George. Maybe you'll have one someday.
I'd like to. Little group of about 8 or 10. Be quite a surprise to Gracie, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I guess it would.
Later on, I might increase it to 20 or 25.
You should live so long.
Naturally, I'd get permission from Petrillo first.
You would?
Sure. Didn't you have to get his permission?
No. Believe it or not, that's the one thing I didn't have to check with Petrillo. What do you know? Well, George, I hate to rush, but my wife and the sponsor are waiting at the Derby.
That's okay. I'm ready.
It sure is wonderful of you to stay with the baby.
Oh, I'm good.
What? Gracie said you'd do it, but I didn't believe it till you showed up.
Gracie said I'd stay with the
Well,
baby.
I'm late. So
But,
long.
Kay,
I'm so long.
I'm all set to vocalize.
So is the baby. Good luck. Oh, no. Oh,
Ah, what a night. Nursemaid to Kay Kaiser's baby. Maybe she would stop crying if she thought I was a father. Evening, folks. How are you all? Let's dance. Let's be happy. Let's shut up. Come in.
Hello, dear. I brought Bill Goodwin over to cheer you up.
Yeah, cheer up, George. You've been wanting a new automobile.
What do you mean?
Here's the latest model Kaiser.
Nobody is going to steal that.
George, I just thought I'd tell a joke and cheer you up.
Well, you didn't do either one.
What a cute little baby. Oh, just think of the wonderful thrills life holds in store for her. Her first tooth.
Her first step.
Her first word.
Her first day at school.
Her first date.
Her first party dress.
And then the one great thrill that comes to every girl. That glorious moment she waits for. Dreams about.
Her first cup of Maxwell House coffee. You know, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. Hey, won't that be a thrill, baby?
But, Bill... I had in mind her wedding day, when she'd marry a wonderful man, one like I got. Won't that be a thrill, baby?
Wait a minute, what are you trying to do, discourage the kid? Oh, there, baby. You won't have to marry the bad old man. The only drip in your life will be Maxwell House. You know, baby, with thousands of brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yeah.
Bill, that baby can't understand a word you're saying, so you can stop telling it about Maxwell House.
Look, George, aren't you staying with the baby so Kay Kaiser can make a hit with his sponsor?
Yeah?
So don't louse me up with mine. And you know, baby, Maxwell House comes to you roaster fresh 2 ways now. In the familiar blue vacuum tin or in the new ultra vacuum glass jar. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah?
George, this is really a cute baby.
Well, if you think she's so cute, maybe you'd like to spend an evening with her.
Well, you bet I would. I'll be back later.
How soon?
About 18 years. So long.
Well, this is great. Even at that age, they cry for Goodwin.
Well, Goodbye, dear. I'm off to the bridge club.
You're staying right here and help me take care of this baby.
But, George, you don't need me. Look, here's a list of instructions Kay left for you.
Let's see what it says. 8 o'clock, baby's feeding time. Be sure nipples, rubber bottle caps, and strainer are thoroughly boiled.
Oh, my goodness. How can she digest that stuff?
You gotta dunk it first to soften it.
You think Kay Kaiser could afford to buy a cow and give his baby milk?
Gracie, the baby does get milk. The formula's right here. It gets acidophilus milk.
Well, I think it should have cow milk. You never know what an acidophilus has been eating.
Well, I'll read some more of the instructions. Be sure to keep the baby well powdered.
Well, now, if that isn't ridiculous, who cares if the baby has a shiny nose? Isn't that what you say, baby?
Now, listen, this is great. Between you and the baby, I'll go crazy. I'm going to call a professional babysitting service and turn the job over to them. Come in.
Hello. I'm the sitter from the babysitting service.
Well, you're right here on time. Hey, I know you. You're the guy with that terrible temper who's always quitting your job.
Well, that's because those other jobs were too hard on me. When I was a mechanic, I had to work with my hands. When I was a delivery boy, I had to use my feet. Now I'm a babysitter.
Well, come in and get to work.
I'm so happy with this job.
Well, I'm happy for you. How much do you charge?
Well, the fee is $1, but I'd do it for nothing. It thrills me to think that the babies I sit with may be the famous citizens of tomorrow. Governors, congressmen.
Well, here's your $1.
Someday I may walk up to one and say, Senator, I was with you the first time you ever opened your mouth and put your foot in it.
Take the $1.
I'm so happy with this job. Look at that precious little cherub lying there. So sweet, so innocent. And those toys beside her crib. The little teddy bear, the toy drum.
I see the drum. Take the $1.
I'm so happy with this job. Thrill it must be for you to come home at night and see that little toy drum on the floor. Wait a minute. If it's dark, you might not see the drum.
I'll make it $2.
You'll stumble over it. You'll lose your balance. You'll crash to the floor.
$10.
You'll break your leg. You'll fracture your arm. You might even break your neck.
I'll throw on my tuxedo.
And all because that baby left its drum on the floor. Well, they can't force me to sit with this demon in diapers who breaks people's necks. I'll quit this stinking job. All right, I'll get rid of this drum.
No.
I'll break it.
No.
I'll rip it.
No,
I'll crush it.
You'll wake up.
You'll wake up. You'll wake up. There. I've saved your neck. Goodbye.
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the ball breaks, the cradle will fall. Well, what do you know? My singing put the baby to sleep.
Oh, I knew your voice would do it, darling. When you sing, even grown-ups have trouble staying awake.
Oh, thanks.
When you open your mouth to sing, it's like opening a bottle of chloroform.
Thanks again.
Well, folks, I'm back. Did you have any trouble with the baby?
Oh, not a bit, Kay. George sang it to sleep.
Really? Can George sing?
Can George sing? That's like asking if Cougar can fight.
Yeah, Kay, I was hoping to sing on your program.
Give him a sample, Sugar Throat. Show him how you sang the baby to sleep.
Okay.
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows. George! Hey, listen, boy. That key's good enough for me. Yes, sir. That key is good enough for me, boy. I'd like to sign you to a 5-year exclusive contract right now.
Oh, now you see, George, and you thought I got you in trouble.
You mean it, Kay? An exclusive contract? Yes, sir, George. From now on, you do all my babysitting.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato! Here's where we smash a parole racket!
Miss Case,
Yes, Mr. Reed. How do you like it?
I want you to bring in that editorial about... Hey, you look different.
Do I?
Yeah, there's something... that isn't the new dress.
Oh, good gosh. I've worn this for a month
Now,
now.
don't tell me. Let me see. Same dress, same face.
Of course, I put on new makeup every morning.
A very nice face, too. But there might be just a little too much rouge on your cheeks.
Oh, that's how much you know. I don't use rouge.
Oh. Well, it's very nice, anyhow.
Well, thanks. Coming from the boss, them flattering words.
You're looking almost pretty enough to take my mind off business.
Gosh, that's a
I
triumph.
said almost. Now about this editorial.
Oh, well, there's $5 wasted.
I want you... Huh? What's wasted?
$5. Good grief. Don't men ever notice a new hairdo?
Oh, that's it. You've had your hair fixed differently.
Skip it. As you said, business comes first.
Huh? Oh, yeah. A secretary like you, Miss Case, business is a pleasure.
Thanks. Some of the first kind words I've heard around this newspaper in ages.
Oh, remind me of it again tomorrow. Right now, I want to do some blue penciling on that editorial, the one about the parole boy.
This one?
Yeah, that's it. It's not half strong enough.
Not strong enough.
The Sentinel's going to use names, Miss Case. I'm tired of trying to arouse the public about the parole situation with generality. From now on, we're going to be specific.
You mean Michael?
Right. Michael in capital letters. That politician has had things too easy so far. He's been running that parole board to suit himself.
He's a big shot, Mr. Reed.
And the Sentinel's going to whittle him down. Go through this and stick his name in wherever it fits.
Okay, you're the doctor.
I'll look it over after you get through.
If you say so.
You don't approve, do you?
The Sentinel's going to get socked with a nice libel suit, Mr. Reed. Why not let it go as it is?
No, Michael's name goes in. You can't make a political football out of the parole board and get away with it.
He'd have to use the Sentinel for a football.
Let him try. We'll rip his libel suit to shreds.
Maybe.
Miss Case, you don't have to tell me it's thin ice. I know it as well as you do. But somebody's got to start sticking pins into that parole board situation, and it might...
it has to be the Sentinel.
Right. Now, go ahead. I'll take that.
Daily Sentinel, Mr. Reed's office. Oh, just a moment, Commissioner.
For me, Miss Case?
Commissioner Barnsley, Mr. Reed.
Police commissioner, huh? I'll take that. Hello, Barnsley. Reed talking. Oh, yes, I'm getting on that. Right. And just as we discussed it at dinner last night. The Sentinel's going to tear into Michael with both fists.
Galahad rides again.
Huh? No, just my secretary being sarcastic. He thinks we're heading for trouble. Yes, I know we are, but the parole board needs cleaning up, and the Sentinel's out to do it. What's that? You've got something else on the calendar. Uh-huh. Yeah. I see. Okay, Barnsley, thanks. Yes, we certainly will. I'll get reporters on it fast. Goodbye. This case got Gunnigan.
Yes, sir. Sally, give me the news desk. What's it about, Mr. Reed?
Commissioner Barnsley is staging a checkup on men who've been paroled recently. I want Sentinel reporters in on that party.
I see.
How about Gunnigan?
I'm trying now. He doesn't answer, Sally? Oh.
Well?
We'll try another phone. They're not... I had a girl.
Does Gunnigan use all the phones all the time?
The operator says they're busy. He's trying
Never mind, Miss Case. I can get to Gunnigan faster by going there.
Oh, Reed, you are in a hurry. Never mind, Sally.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Reed, where are you going?
Gunnigan.
Is something going on?
Gunnigan!
Yeah, I blue pencil that story. Written like a kindergarten tale. Do a rewrite. And for Pete's sake...
Gunnigan, how many legmen have you got free?
Oh, about 6, Reed. What's up?
I just got a tip from Commissioner Barnsley.
Yeah? Well, okay, Danny, never mind the alibis. Just toss that yarn in the ash can. Do a rewrite. Do it now. That's all. I'm hanging up.
Sorry, Reed, can you use me? The police are staging a special checkup, Gunnigan.
Checkup? You mean a roundup, don't you?
No, I mean what I said. Gunnigan, I want all the legmen you can spare to accompany the police.
Okay, Reed. Who are they checking up on?
Same thing the Sentinel's been after for weeks.
Oh, the parole situation, huh?
Right. Michael has been paroling a lot of known criminals.
But suffering snakes, Reed. There ain't no crime in that. After all, maybe they're going straight like they promised.
Well, promises are easy to make, actually.
But, Reed,
Of course, Michael is within his rights. Those criminals are entitled to parole consideration. But they're getting too much consideration.
So the police are checking up, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, technically, those men are supposed to report what they're doing and why to the parole board once every
Holy
week.
crow, you mean they ain't reporting?
Oh, yes, they're reporting. The police department would like to know whether they're actually doing what their parole reports say they are.
I get it.
So get those legmen, have them tag along with the police. The Sentinel could use a scoop on this.
Okay, Reed. Hello, operator. Round up the boys for me. By golly, Reed, I'm going over to headquarters myself.
You actually?
Sure. Didn't I used to be on the force? Sergeant Moran's me pal. If he goes out, I'll be tagging right alongside of him.
Well,
Where are the usual places?
okay, Exford, you're on assignment. Go on.
I'm on my way right now. Try Murphy's bar, the one-armed lunch around the corner. Tell them to call in. Hey, Expert. Gunnigan, I'm in a rush. The same goes for you. If you pick up a story, use the phone. Get it in here fast or I'll boil you in oil. To check up on first, Moran.
Where do you get that we stuff, Ashford? You're not a cop anymore.
No, I'm a reporter, but...
But nothing. You report, and I'll police. Get it?
Okay. Hey, where are you going?
Hey, you. I want to talk to you.
Who are you calling?
Corrales, just a second.
Listen, Bud, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You tried to duck around the corner.
I didn't hear you call me. Well, if I knowed it was my old pal, Sergeant Moran, I'd... Yeah, I know.
Is he your buddy, Moran?
Him? Why, I'm the guy who arrested this rat. And now you're out on parole, eh? What about it? Well, I can't blame the guys in jail for wanting to get rid of you. You'd smell up any jail.
Hey, listen, copper.
Right down. What are you doing now?
Taking a walk, wise guy.
Come on. Where are you working?
Nuts, I don't have to tell you. I report to the parole officers, not to you.
You're reporting to me now.
You ain't got no right. I know my law.
Yeah, you ought to. Got you in jail often enough.
Well, if you gotta know, I'm working for Liggett, see? Liggett? Him that owns the big sporting goods store? Yeah, that's right. He ain't working now. I don't go on till the afternoon. Come in sometime, Sarge. I'll sell you a mask for that ugly mug of yours.
Work for Liggett, huh?
Hey, that's a stick of gum you got in your hand? Huh? You got another stick, I
Hold him, Ashford. Where'd he throw it?
Let go. No, you don't. Moran says to hold you. That's what I'm doing. Moran, what are you looking for?
He threw the wrapper from that gum someplace.
Holy crow, what do you want that for?
The guy's bat.
Nobody asked you, you crook. You stand still.
Here it is. I found it.
What's all the fuss about?
Lucky thing you saw him unwrapping that piece of gum, Ashford. I'd never have noticed he was throwing the wrapper away.
Golly, Moran, you must be screwy. What's a chewing gum wrapper in party for?
I thought so.
Oh?
Here, look at this. On the inside of the wrapper.
Golly, numbers.
Yeah, policy numbers, Axford. Huh? It's an old stall, but it almost worked, Corrales.
You can't book me for having numbers inside a gum wrapper.
You're in the policy racket, Corrales. Now, come on. We're putting you in the junk.
Hey, you can't. I got my right.
We can and we are. Now, get moving, Rat. You can call your lawyer from the station house. I hope he don't answer.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm calling from the clink. I'm booked under suspicion. They found them policy numbers on me. You're my lawyer. That's why I called you. Get me out of here or I'll talk. You know who to get to. Tell him I'll talk, understand? I'll spill the whole works. Yeah, get me out on bail or... I don't care how, but make it snappy or I'll start spilling the works.
Hello? Yeah, this is Michael. Who is it? Oh, it's you. What? Corrales arrested? He's threatening to talk. Good Lord, he can ruin the whole setup. He's one of the ones I paroled myself. Yes, anything. Get him out before he tells all he knows about the policy activities and me. It's dangerous. He's just the sort to spill everything. Get him out and take care of it.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Liggett talking. What about Corrales? In jail for peddling policy numbers. Why, I can't believe it. He's always been perfectly honest with me. He was paroled because I had a job for him in my store. Why, naturally I want to bail him out. I'm certain the man hasn't done anything wrong. After all, he was paroled to me, and I'm responsible for him. I can't believe the crowd would do anything like
That's what I'm telling you, Reed. I was with Moran when we picked up this guy, Corrales. He's in the cooler.
You had policy slips with him, Axford?
Yeah, all of them written on wrappers from sticks of gum. Thought he could get rid of them. Only I was too smart for him.
You were too smart for him.
Well, that is, I mean, me and Moran both.
Has Corrales talked?
Oh, he ain't talked yet. He was telling his lawyer to get him bailed out, or else he'd talk fast.
Wait a minute. Isn't Corrales out on parole?
Yeah, that's him. He was supposed to be working for Liggett.
Liggett?
Yeah, the fellow that owns the big sporting goods store. Liggett's been doing some convicts like Corrales a good turn by getting them paroled. And golly, Corrales turns around and bites the hand that helps him.
You mean Liggett doesn't know that Corrales has been peddling policy on the side, Axford?
Oh, Reed, Liggett's on the level. He's got a swell reputation.
Yeah, that's true.
Corrales must have been pulling the wool over Liggett's face, carrying on without Liggett knowing it.
There's no doubt it looks that way.
Just a second, Reed.
Yes, Gunnigan?
If Corrales is on parole and was caught with policy slips, he isn't entitled to bail.
Huh? That's true. A man on parole can be jailed merely on suspicion that he's engaged.
Oh, yeah. But you see, Reed, there ain't no real way of proving them numbers was policy numbers.
So they're allowing him to try and get bail.
Yeah, then he can be brung up to trial later on.
Yeah. And what'll you bet, Reed? The guy who goes bail for him will be Liggett. He's probably sorry for the little scut.
Well, let's hope there's a delay so Corrales will start talking beforehand.
He was all set to talk, Reed.
There's Des. Gannigan.
Hello. Gunnigan? This is Sergeant Moran. Is Axford there?
Moran, huh? Never mind Axford. Tell me.
Liggett just went bail for Corrales.
He did. Listen, Moran. Hold Corrales there a while.
But Gunnigan,
Don't butt me, Moran. The Sentinel's done plenty of favors for the police. Stall Corrales, that's all.
Out on bail, Gunnigan?
Yeah, Reed. Moran's going to keep Corrales there on some excuse. I want Axford to go over there.
Me? No?
Good idea, Gunnigan. Get over there, Axford. When Corrales leaves the station house, I want you to be right with him. Maybe he's talked or maybe he hasn't, but tag along with him.
Axford, of all people. Why haven't I got a real reporter?
Ah, quit your kidding, Gunnigan. Holy crow, I'll stick to Corrales like he had another shadow walking with him. It's about time I got out of that cooler. I've got a good mind to do some talking anyhow. You can talk to me, Corrales. Huh? Where'd you come from? So you're out on bail, huh? Go on, feed it, will you? The street's free, ain't it? I can walk where I want to. You reporters and the cops, I ought to... What the... Somebody's shooting, huh? Get back, you fool. That's what the rifle shot. What are you talking about? Can't you hear me?
Hey, what's going on?
But I'm some guy using a rifle from that apartment across the street.
Corrales, get back here.
Come on, grab him. He just stands there like he was... Come on, you dumb fool. Both of them. Nay. Corrales.
No use, Axford. He's dead.
There you have the whole story, Reed. I'm telling it to you just like I told Gunnigan over the phone this afternoon.
Corrales dead, eh? Shot from his second-floor apartment across the street from the police station. No one knows who did it.
Me and Moran went up to the apartment, Reed. It was empty except for the murder weapon.
Yes, a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight.
Somebody must have been waiting for Corrales to come out. And when he did, they got him.
No fingerprints, no marks of any kind in the room?
Nah, it was empty. The building was just finished. It was open for people to look at, but...
I see.
And here's a funny thing, Reed. You know who owned the building?
Who?
None other than Liggett.
Liggett? The man who had Corrales working for him?
Yeah, but Liggett ain't got nothing to do with the shooting. He's a respectable businessman.
That's true. Liggett has a fine reputation all over town.
If you want a theory, Reed, I've been figuring it out.
You have?
The guys what done it was afraid Corrales might have talked. So they bumped him off so he couldn't go into court and tell about the racket.
Well, which racket do you mean?
Huh?
Well, apparently there are two. There's the numbers racket
Yeah.
and the parole situation. The way Michael was handling that, I'd certainly call it a racket.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Only Michael must be working with someone else. That's the guy I mean, the boss of the work.
That's true. Get the man behind the policy racket, and I'm certain it can be shown that Michael is using the parole board to supply men for that racket.
Reed, what would you say if I was to tell you it's the Green Hornet?
Oh, Axford, there's been no sign of the Green Hornet in this.
That's just what I'm driving at.
What?
Well, if it's all so secret-like, then the Hornet must be the answer.
Axford, sometimes you amaze me.
You see, I figured it this way, Reed. First I asked myself, who could be the big shot? And the answer is, nobody knows.
Uh-huh.
Then I asked myself, who is the guy that nobody knows? And right away I get the answer. The Green Hornet is the guy what nobody knows.
Axford.
There, you see? It's as simple as putting two and two together.
I see.
Oh, golly, Reed, I guess I'm pretty good when it comes to deducing.
Good. Axford, that's 2 miles. You're colossal.
Now, all I got to do is find the Hornet and then...
Then why are you still sitting at the dinner table?
Huh?
Well, you're a man of action. Why don't you get busy?
Golly, Reed, you're right. This time I was moving out. I'm going out to see Moran and get some more dope. No more coffee, Miss Oxford? No, thanks, Cato. I'm going to be too busy for stopping.
Good luck, Axford.
I'm going to nab the Green Hornet. Pull on. You go fast, Mr. Red.
Yes, Cato. It's time for us to go fast, too. There's been a racket murder committed, and we're going to find the answer.
How about the police?
Too much red tape in the police department, Cato. Already the tracks of this murder are covered by delay. If we move out now, we can slice through red tape and perhaps get someplace.
You go out as a Green Hornet, Mr. Red?
Yes, Cato, it's the Green Hornet. And never mind telling me how dangerous it is. It's always been dangerous, but we'll take that chance.
Tonight?
Yes, at once. I brought home a list of names from the Sentinel, Cato. Where is it?
Here.
Thanks. This list contains the names of all the men who have recently been released on parole by Michael. Now, I'm betting that plenty of them are mixed up in the policy racket. The only difference is Corrales was caught with the goods on him.
Yes, sir.
Now, most of these men are hardened criminals. Men who deserve parole about as much as a killer deserves mercy. But we're going to talk to them in a language they understand.
How's that?
I want the gas weapon and the Green Hornet mask.
I get them.
Once I put that mask on, Cato, I'm a criminal. The Green Hornet, hunted by the police, wanted for every crime on the books.
That is true.
Keep that list and let's get going. These men won't talk for the police, but the Green Hornet's one of their own kind. They may not enjoy it, but they'll talk.
When Cato returned with the gas weapon and the Green Hornet mask, Britt Reed opened a secret panel concealed by his clothes press. He led the way along a narrow passage built within the wall, which connected directly with an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building was in reality the hiding place of the streamlined, high-speed Black Beauty, car of the Green Hornet.
You drive the Black Beauty, Cato. I'll check over the names on this list.
Well?
Just start going. I'll tell you where to stop. We'll hit fast and get out again. Stay just long enough to get things started. Now get going.
Scar, look. A car outside.
What are you talking about?
I'm stopping in, Scar. Where's your boss?
It's the Hornet.
Give him this. Tell him I was here.
It's gone.
Left a sticker. The Green Hornet. 120, 125.
I'll take that, Monk.
What? The Green Hornet.
Get back!
Tell him the Hornet called. The Green Hornet. What's that collar? Look out. He threw something in the window. Hey, this says the Green Hornet. That car. Listen, it's a Hornet. Gotta tell the boss. What's going on?
It's the Hornet.
He's muscling in.
It's the Hornet.
The Green Hornet. Boss, hey.
The Hornet.
Who's that?
It's me, boss. Dutch.
I didn't send for you.
I had to come. The Hornet, he was...
Fool, why didn't you phone?
I tried that a couple of times. Your phone was tied up.
Of course it was. I was busy.
I got tired of waiting. I come over myself.
But if the police followed you here...
I was careful. But listen, you don't get it. I come over to tell you the Hornet paid me a call.
Yes.
He busted in the room, grabbed all the dough, the policy dough. I was counting it up. He said he was moving in.
You fool, you think I don't know?
But I... Huh?
Why do you think that phone was busy? I've had calls from all the rest telling me the same thing.
About the Hornet?
Yes. He's been all over town in the last few hours. Now get out of here. Go ahead, get out and get back where you came from.
But, boss, the Hornet...
You heard me, Dutch. Looks like the Hornet is trying to step in on the take. Well, he can get the same sort of treatment that Corrales got.
I got to hand it to you. You're a pretty cool customer.
It might have been better for you if you were cooler.
Well, I done my best.
Do what you're told. Leave the brain work to me and Michael.
Michael?
Yes, Michael. He's coming over here tomorrow night to discuss this.
Tomorrow night? What's the matter with now?
You fool. With all the town buzzing with Corrales' murder, how do I know the police aren't watching?
Yeah, I would have spotted him.
Nevertheless, it's tomorrow. If the Hornet is interested in this racket, he's got to come to me eventually. Tomorrow night's time enough.
The gang's worried.
Will you get out?
Yeah, sure.
You're on parole now. One word from me, and Michael will have that parole canceled.
Well, I was only trying to help.
There's the door.
Okay.
And tell the rest of them off I'm having this. And I'll keep on. Now close that door from the outside.
Yeah, sure. This guy's got a trigger finger in his brain. I'm getting out fast.
Thanks, Dutch.
Your mask.
I thought one of you'd come over here.
It's you, the Hornet.
Keep your voice down.
Don't shoot
Who
me.
killed Corrales?
Who
killed him?
Listen, he'll bump me off.
Is it the man inside, the one you just saw?
Hornet, listen.
You needn't answer. I can tell by looking at you. So he's the boss, huh?
Let me go.
I suspected as much. That's why I came here. That's why I wanted to see if one of you'd show up. And you did. And I'm telling you the same thing. Now get out.
Huh?
I heard enough of what went on in there. Get out and do exactly as he told you. And keep your mouth shut about seeing the Green Hornet. You understand?
Yeah, sure. I won't say nothing. No one.
There he goes, Cato. Yes, sir. You know all we need. The name of the man who killed Corrales, and the man who heads the policy racket.
You seen now, Mr. Ritz?
No? No, Cato, we'll wait until tomorrow night. That's when Michael is coming here for a conference. We're going to see the Duchess here also.
Yes?
But right now we're going over to police headquarters.
Mr. Ritz.
There's some records, Cato. Records of Corrales' voice. Axford mentioned them this evening. We're going to get those records.
The Dingers?
Not as much as you'd think. There's a window in that office where they keep the records. At this time of night, we can do it easily. I want those records for a very definite reason.
Hey, Cassie. Where's Reed? Golly, the Hornet's been over to police headquarters.
Mr. Reed isn't in today, actually. Here. What did he say?
There's some watch records missing. The kind the cops use to take down what people say.
How could he get in?
Don't ask me how, Casey. All I know is what Moran told me. The records was near the window. This morning, when Moran went to look for them, they was gone. And there was a Hornet seal there instead.
Good grief, what would the Green Hornet want with those?
That's what me and Moran is going to find out tonight, Casey. You see, they're still trying to smash the racket by finding out who murdered Corrales. And them was records of Corrales' voice.
Just how are you going to find out tonight, Axford?
Because there was an address on the back of the Hornet seal. And me and Moran is going to be right there waiting.
Be careful, Cato. Be sure you leave no fingerprints. And don't drop that record. You put it on the dictaphone while I hook up the loudspeaker.
Yes, Mr. Bates.
Michael is in the next room with Liggett. Dutch should be there any minute now. I'll call him and tell him to show up. I also learned from this case that Axford was coming over here with Moran.
This was put together, Mr. Bates?
Yeah, that's it. I have a loudspeaker shoved right against the wall where it can be heard in Liggett's office. All right, start the dictaphone. Put the needle on the wax.
2 seconds to reach the recording of the voice. Now follow me. We're getting up and
Well, Michael, what about this Hornet business?
I don't like it.
That's why I got you here, so we could discuss it in private. Now, Jesse.
Dutch!
What are you doing here?
A phone call, Liggett. Said to come here.
I didn't call you. Why, you
Take
little...
it easy, Liggett.
Don't tell me what to do, Michael.
Don't fly off the handle. You're apt to make another mistake.
Mistake? What do you mean?
Listen, I think... Shut up, Dutch. You know very well what I mean, Liggett. Apparently, you're a respectable businessman, but you
Get
see...
to the point.
Only a few of us know we're running a policy racket. That you're heading it.
Well, don't you get paid plenty for proling to me the men I want to use in the racket?
But there wasn't any necessity for murdering Corrales.
Why, you told them...
I don't like being mixed up in a murder.
Don't be a fool. Corrales might have talked. Besides, I'm running this.
Don't lose your head about it.
They want me to talk. What? What's that?
Liggett, that voice. It sounds like...
What was it?
Bail me out. Bail me out or I'll talk.
Good Lord, it's him.
Corrales. It can't be. He's dead.
I'll spill the whole works. I'll talk. Make it snappy.
It's him! It's Corales!
Stop, you fool.
It's his ghost! I can't stand it! In the next room. Let's come back.
One side, Michael. I've got a gun.
Don't shoot. Liggett, you
Drop
can't
that
do
gun,
that.
you rat.
It's Corales! It's his ghost!
Shut up.
Shut
up, all of you.
What does this mean?
It means a pinch, Michael. A pinch for murder. Take that gun away from Liggett, Axford.
I got it, Moran. And I'll try nothing, Liggett. Oh, well, I heard his voice. It's Corales. I heard it.
Yes, the voice. It was on a loudspeaker, Michael. We located it and turned it off. But it sure started you three talking.
Liggett was going to plug me. He was going to put me on the spot just like he done Corales. Keep talking, Dutch.
Dutch, if you open your mouth again, I'll...
You can't scare me now. I ain't going to get a dose of lead from nobody. He done it. Liggett shot Corales. I bought that rifle for him. I was there. I can prove it.
You'll have a chance to, Dutch. Okay, Liggett. Stick out your hands. I'm putting the cuffs on.
I had a theory it was Liggett all along, Moran. Him letting on he was a respectable businessman. And all the time he was running a racket.
Michael, this is ridiculous.
Don't ask Michael for help. He's in the racket, too.
I told you not to commit murder, Liggett.
What? Why,
I'm not
you...
taking a murder rap with you. I'm not that dumb.
Why, you double-crossing chiseler. You take money from me,
But I won't share a murder. You can count me in, Sergeant. I'll talk just as much as Dutch and more.
Take me out of here. I keep hearing that voice.
That's what it was. Where'd it come from?
The dictaphone.
Who put it there? If it hadn't been for that, we'd be
If
out.
you want to know, Liggett, it was the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? You mean he did this?
Holy Chloe, that's what I'm telling you. Now go on. You're heading for the chair. And golly, if I had me way, the Hornet would be right beside you.
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the western United States, the career of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains has been told and retold until the present day. He did more than any other individual to bring law and order to the lawless frontier. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he roamed the West, fighting crime wherever he found it. And now, the thundering hoofs of Silver return us to those days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said there was trouble on the trail ahead. Nearly 12 miles from the town of Cranston, 2 men, hidden in a gully, watched the approach of a horseman. The older of the two, Ed Scott, was in his 40s, with features that bore the marks of his years of crime. The younger, Lefty Cullen, was under 30, but his mouth was thin and cruel. The stock of the rifle he held to his shoulder revealed notches representing a dozen killings. They stared at the nearing rider until he came within range, and then...
There. I reckon we got him all right, Lefty.
Looks like it, Ed. We sure knocked him out of his saddle anyhow.
Pretty good shooting, I calls it, for that distance.
Yeah.
We'll get on our horses and make sure he's done for.
Here's hoping he's got them papers on him.
He'll have him. He told me when I was in jail with him over to town that the sheriff was holding them for him. He aimed to get him just as soon as his term was up. Steady there, Paint.
Gosh, Ed, I can't savvy a fella like him. Here he's owned the Lazy Y spread in Texas ever since he was a young fella. He's never claimed it. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Get along.
Get up there.
Sure he claimed it. He only stayed there long enough to put his wife and kid on the place, then lit out.
You're sure his wife is dead?
You're blame right I am. So's the lawyer that handled the spread when his uncle left it to him.
I never heard of a sweeter setup.
With them papers, there's nobody can prove I ain't Jim Bear.
I'm sure hoping that girl of his ain't hitched up yet.
If she is, we'll sell the ranch and split what we get 2 ways.
That won't be so bad either. From what I've heard, the Lazy Y's a mighty big outfit.
Yeah. There he is. He's done for all right.
Uh-huh.
Whoa there.
Now to get them papers.
What's that in his pocket? Ain't that them?
Well, just a second. Yeah. Papers, sure enough. I don't know whether they're the ones we want or not, though.
Let me look at them.
Here you are.
Yep. These are them, all right.
Good enough.
Come on, let's get going. It wouldn't do to have anybody find us here.
Now, what about Bear?
Leave him be. Won't nobody know who he is. We got all he had to identify himself.
How about the sheriff that jailed him?
Shucks, he never told nobody but me his real name. He told the sheriff his name was Simmons. Come on, we gotta hurry.
Just as you say.
We're heading for Texas, and we ain't wasting no time. Get up. Get on.
Get up. Come on. Get up.
We see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding toward the town of Cranston. It is 3 days later, and the burning afternoon sun sends up waves of heat from the dry earth.
I hope we reach town soon, Tonto. Our canteens are empty. We'll fill them and buy more provisions. Look! What is it, Kimosabe? Look! Head! There's something on the ground. Man there. Yes, we'll find out what's happened. Come on, Silver.
White fella.
It looks as though he's been shot. And I think he's dead. Come on, Silver.
Him not move.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella.
Oh,
Poor fellow. He was murdered without being given a chance to defend himself.
Why? Why you say that?
See? He was killed by bullets from a rifle. Someone shot him from long range.
Oh. That's right.
Wonder who he is.
Tonto not know him.
I'll see if he has any identification on him. There should be something to tell his name. There's nothing in his pockets, though. That's strange.
Wait.
Do you see something, Tonto?
There, paper.
Yes. I have it.
It was beneath him. Probably fell from his pocket when he was shot, or... No, Tonto, this didn't fall from his pocket.
What you mean?
Tonto, he placed that paper there on purpose.
Huh?
I think I know what happened now.
What, that?
You remember that I said he was shot from long range?
Yeah.
He didn't die immediately. He must have written this in the last few moments of his life, hoping his killers wouldn't discover it.
What it say?
He was shot by Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen.
Them plenty bad feller.
Yes, I've heard of them, but I've never seen them.
Tonto not see 'em.
He must have died before the note was finished. He named the killers and started to write something else, but the sentence isn't completed.
What him write?
The Lazy Y. He has that much written, but no more. I wonder what it was he wanted to say about the Lazy Y.
Tonto know that place.
Yes, I remember it, too. It's a big ranch in the northern part of Texas.
That right?
Wait, Tonto. This note tells us more than I thought at first.
Oh, that's good.
He didn't live to sign this. But it's on the back of a letter he'd already written. The handwriting is the same on both sides. And the letter is signed Jim Bayer.
What letter say?
There's nothing there to help us, Kimosabe. This is the last sheet, and it contains only a few words besides the signature.
Oh.
How long would you say Bayer had been dead, Tonto?
Maybe 2, 3 days.
Which means that the killers have had 2 or 3 days to get out of the country. I wonder why the body wasn't discovered before.
This trail not used much.
That must be it.
What we do now?
First, we'll give this man a decent burial and inform the authorities of his death.
Oh.
And then we'll try to find his murderers.
That'd be plenty hard.
Yes. We don't know where they are, and we don't know what they look like.
That's right.
But we have 3 clues. The names of the killers, the name of the dead man, and the Lazy Y.
Them maybe help.
This note alone wouldn't convict anybody. But we're going to the Lazy Y and see what we can learn there.
That plenty long way.
It's many miles from here, and it may lead us on a false trail. But we're going there, Kimosabe. And if we can, we'll bring the murderers of this man to justice.
With the papers they had stolen from Bayer, Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen lost no time getting to Butler City, near the Lazy Y Ranch. There, the 2 men carefully investigated the situation before Scott announced himself as the owner of the ranch. We see them, 2 days after their arrival, in the living room of the ranch house. Also present are Catherine Bayer, the daughter of the murdered man, Bill Landis, the young sheriff of the county, and Tim Brady, foreman of the Lazy Y for many years. Ed Scott is speaking.
Well, you've all seen my papers. I reckon there ain't no doubt in anybody's mind but when I'm the rightful owner of this outfit. What you got to say, Sheriff?
As far as I can see, everything's legal.
You just bet it is.
That's your marriage license to Kate's mother. And there's the papers Lawyer Peebles drawed up for you when your uncle left you his ranch.
It's them, all right.
So I reckon that settles it. I guess this here's your pa, sure enough, Kate.
Yes, I guess so.
You needn't look so doggone sorrowful about it. Ain't you glad to see me?
Why, of course I am, but it just seems sort of strange at first.
Uh-huh. Maybe so. But I don't like to see folks around me that scowls. You better smile a little for a change.
I'll try.
As long as I'm your pa, I'll ask you to call me that same.
Yes, Father.
Yeah, that's better. I reckon it'll come easier to you by the time I've sold the ranch and we're heading east.
You mean to sell the ranch?
Say, Mr. Bayer, you wouldn't do that, would you?
You got any objections?
Well, by golly,
Wait, Tim. You see, Tim knows this place is home to me, Father. He knows how hard it'd be for me to leave it.
I don't give a hoot what he knows or thinks. He's only the foreman, and I don't stand for the help talking up.
I reckon you don't savvy, Mr. Bayer. I've been sort of a pa to Kate ever since her ma died.
And so you figure that gives you the right to forget your place. Well, it don't. If you forget it again, I'll find me a new foreman.
Say, if that's the way you feel, you can...
Please, Tim. I'm sure he didn't mean just what he said.
I ain't in the habit of saying nothing I don't mean.
Look here, Mr. Bayer, you'd really take Kate east away from her friends and all?
You ain't fooling me none, Sheriff.
But
I've seen enough these last couple of days to savvy what's going on. You're sort of sweet on Kate, ain't you?
Well, we've been keeping company for quite a spell.
Bill and I are real good friends, Father.
Good enough friends to call him by his first name, huh?
Well, there's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, you ain't going to no more. You ain't keeping company with him either.
But, Father...
Just because you got a lot of cash in the bank, he figures it'd be a good idea to play up to you. But I'm putting a stop to it right here and now. And don't you think different.
Just hold on a second, Mr. Bayer. Kate's got the right to see anybody she's a mind to.
Are you trying to set my own daughter against me?
Please, both of you, don't argue.
You stay out of this.
It ain't true that I'm after Kate's money. I'd like her if she didn't have a penny.
I know better than that. The only time I want to see you on my place, Sheriff, is when I call you here on business. The business you come on today is over. Now you can get.
Father, don't say that.
This is my ranch, and nobody can set foot on it unless I tell them they can.
All right, I'll go. But I'm telling you right now, you ain't going to come between Kate and me.
I ain't bluffing, Sheriff. You stay away from the ranch and stay away from Kate.
We'll see about that. That skunk leaves Kate alone for 20 years, then comes back and starts raising Cain. If he weren't Kate's pa, I'd have taken a punch at him. Steady there, boy. Yeah. Poor Kate. There was only something I could do. Come on, get up there, boy. Get up there, come on.
Sheriff, I want to speak to you.
What the? A masked man and a redskin. Hold it.
They're not outlaws.
My golly,
Careful, Sheriff. You forced me to draw. I only want to ask you some questions.
How'd you know who I was?
I saw your badge, and I believe I have information in which the law would be interested.
Right now, I'm too darn mad to talk to anybody, outlaws or not.
But you're going to answer my questions.
It's lucky for you that you got the drop on me.
I want to know something about this ranch, the Lazy Y.
What do you want to know?
Who owns this ranch?
Well, up to a couple of days ago, it was Kate Bayer's. But now her pa showed up.
Kate Bayer, you say?
Yeah.
And her father only arrived here a couple of days ago?
That's what I said, ain't it? He come here with a rat-faced young fella that I'd feel right pleased to fill full of lead.
Bayer? Name on paper.
It is, Tonto. I wondered what connection there was between Bayer and the Lazy Y. But now I believe I can guess a part of it.
Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my bridle.
Sheriff, you and I have a lot of talking to do. You're coming with me.
But look here, listen.
And you're coming right now. Hi-yo, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. A man named Bayer was murdered by two outlaws, Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen, to gain possession of a ranch Bayer had inherited 20 years before. The outlaws stole Bayer's identification and rode to Texas. There, Scott posed as the rightful owner of the Lazy Y Ranch. The Lone Ranger found a note written by Bayer, telling enough to send him on the trail of the killers. In Texas, the masked man met the young sheriff, and we see them now in the Lone Ranger's small, well-hidden camp.
So that's the story, Sheriff. We found this note beside the dead man's body. And we believe him to have been the real Bayer, and the man at the ranch an imposter.
I don't know. You wasn't masked like an outlaw, I'd have more reason to believe what you say.
I think I can get proof that the man who claims to be Kate's father is the outlaw, Ed Scott.
Don't get me wrong, stranger. I don't cotton to this fella that come here, none at all. He started to mistreat Kate already. If he ain't Bayer, there ain't nobody more anxious to find it out than me.
Then give me the chance to prove it.
I was just thinking. It hadn't ought to be hard to prove whether he's Bayer or not.
Yes?
Being an outlaw, he's been in jail. I could send out letters to the peace officers around the country, and maybe one of them could identify him.
That would prove nothing.
And why not?
Everyone knows that Bayer left his family because he was an outlaw. It would have been natural for him to have changed his name.
Yeah,
and
but
Scott could insist that he had changed his name from Bayer to Scott to hide his disgrace.
Could you prove that he hadn't? I reckon I couldn't. And even if you could, Scott would likely sell the ranch and disappear before you got your evidence.
Mm-hmm. He seemed mighty set on selling out.
I may be wrong. I came here only because the name Lazy Y was written on that note.
I was wondering how you come to figure things out.
But I think I know now what happened. You said that these two men arrived with papers showing the older man to be Bayer. Bayer had been gone so many years no one could identify him by sight.
Yeah.
Then obviously the real Bayer was killed for those papers.
That could have happened all right. But just a minute. How about that note you showed me? That's hanging evidence right there.
Not by itself. It isn't signed. The only signature the paper bears is on the other side of the sheet with the last few words of a letter that mean nothing.
By golly, there don't seem to be no way at all of getting anything on them fellas.
But I have a plan that will.
Yeah? What do you figure on getting out at?
Nothing.
Well, that don't make sense. Nobody'd go to all this trouble just for the fun of it. Except maybe one fella I've heard of.
Yes?
He's a fella that travels with an engine and calls his horse... Say, didn't I hear you call that horse yours Silver?
You did?
Thundering buzzards. Why didn't I think of that before? Go right ahead, stranger. Tell me what you got in mind. And whatever it is, I'm with you.
Early the following morning, Ed Scott inspected the ranch he had stolen. Before the day was done, he'd seen enough to convince him that the Lazy Y was even more valuable than he'd expected. When he re-entered the ranch house that evening, Catherine Bayer was in the living room.
Well, Kate, I've been over as much as the ranch as I could cover in one day. And I'm here to say I ain't never seen a finer spread anywhere.
Tim should get the credit for that, Father. He's been a wonderful manager.
Don't mention that old fool to me. I ain't got no use for him. If I wasn't selling out real quick, I'd chase him off the place.
But Tim has been honest and loyal. I can't understand why you've taken this dislike to him.
He's a meddling fool, for one thing. And even if he did run the place good, it wouldn't surprise me to find out it was because he figured on getting the place for himself some way.
I guess it won't do any good to tell you that isn't so.
You're darn right it won't.
But, Father,
Huh?
I do wish you wouldn't sell. Don't you think that you could learn to like it here?
I'm selling the place, and that's that. Now, let me see. What do you think it might be worth?
It can't be worth any less than $150,000.
That's just fine. Then I shouldn't have no trouble at all making a quick sale for $75,000 or $100,000.
You wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't I, though? I want to get out of here without wasting no time.
But why?
I don't like it here, that's why. And one reason is I don't want that no-good sheriff around where you are.
I wanted to talk about that. Bill isn't after my money. I know he isn't.
You don't know a blame thing about it. He looks like a mighty crooked customer to me. And anyway, I got other plans for you.
I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't seem possible that you can be...
That I can be what?
Oh, nothing. It wasn't anything important. What other plans have you?
Well, Lefty, the young fella that come here with me, is a mighty fine hombre. It'd please me a lot if you and him got hitched.
Oh, no.
Say, what have you got agin him?
Well, I just couldn't, that's all. I couldn't.
Now, hold on there. I'm your pa, ain't I?
Yes.
Then, by golly, don't you be so pesky high and mighty. It ain't right for a girl to set herself agin her pa.
Ever since I can remember, I was hoping my father would come back to me, but no.
You needn't go to crying. It won't change what I said none. You're too used to having your own way and everything. That's all that's wrong with you.
Hello there, Mr. Bear.
Yeah, come on in. We were just talking about you.
Yeah? Howdy, Miss Kate.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk with you.
What where do you think you're going?
I'm going to my room.
All right, get to your room and stay there. While you're in it, you can start packing.
Packing? What for?
Because we're starting east tomorrow. And you're going along. Maybe I can't tell you who to marry, but I sure as the dickens can tell you where you're going to live. And I don't want no argument.
I can't help it. Even if you want my father, I hate you. I hate you.
Well, doggone if she ain't got a sight more spunk than I figured she had.
Yeah? Well, I'll take it out of her.
Did you mean that about leaving tomorrow?
Uh-huh. There's a fella up Denver way I think he'll buy the ranch. I aim to see him.
Shucks, I'm beginning to like the place. I'd just soon stay on.
Then what if something happens to show the law I ain't really Bear?
Yeah, that's so. I reckon it's good sense to get out.
As the stage goes by here tomorrow noon, we can get that and make connections with the train that goes by west of here.
Gosh, I don't know whether I want to ride one of them things or not. If I got to get someplace, a horse looks a heap safer to me.
Uh-huh. But there ain't a horse alive that can catch us once we're on that train. And that's what I'm thinking of.
Well, I don't like 'em, but I'll take the chance if you want to.
So far, everything's going fine. Except for that blame girl.
Yeah?
It was me saying I wanted her to marry you that got her riled just now.
Look here, Ed, you leave her to me. Maybe you're smarter than me in some things, but when it comes to women, I ain't so bad. Before I'm done, she'll be downright glad to marry me.
The Lone Ranger had explained his plan to the sheriff, who agreed to help, but certain arrangements prevented their acting at once. It was 2 days later when the masked man, Tonto, and the sheriff reined in their mounts at the Lazy Y Ranch house.
Oh, Silver,
The house looks deserted. I wonder where they could have gone.
It's plenty strange.
Golly, I don't know. Kate's usually sitting on the porch about this time of day. Say, there's Tim over there. We'll ask him.
Yes, we've got to find them.
Tim! Hi there, Tim.
Is that you, Sheriff?
Come over here. We want to ask some questions.
By thunderation, Sheriff. I'm sure glad you come. Who's the masked fella?
I ain't got time to explain. Where's Kate and them 2 fellas that come to the ranch the other day?
They've gone.
Gone?
That's why I was so glad to see you. Looks fishy to me, them lighting out so fast. They're on the stage, aiming to catch the eastbound train.
What?
How long ago did they leave?
About an hour past. They ought to be more than halfway there by now.
Then they got away from us.
Say, what the...
They haven't escaped yet, Sheriff. It's up to us to stop that train before they've gone.
We can't do it. We ain't got the time.
But we'll try.
Listen here, what's all this about?
We must hurry.
Get him up, White Fire!
The 3 men raced across country to reach the railroad ahead of the stagecoach. But when they topped the last hill, they saw in the distance smoke puffing from the stack of the engine as it slowly got underway. The Lone Ranger turned in his saddle and shouted to his companions.
I'm going ahead. What say it? I'm going to stop that engine. And you and Tonto can board the train and take Scott and Cullen off.
You can't catch that train. It's going faster all the time.
Do as I tell you.
But I tell you.
Silver knows that we're depending on him. He won't fail us.
No horse can run as fast as the train can go.
Watch. Come on, Silver.
Good luck to you. We'll get there as fast as we can. Get up there. Get along there, boy.
All right, Silver, old boy. It's up to you now. Come on, Silver.
Hey, look! Look at that white horse coming!
Men, stop that engine!
Guys, the feller's mad! I bet it's a holdup!
Stop that engine, I tell you!
Get away from here! We ain't stopping for nobody!
If I am in the air that time, the next time I'll mean business!
Blast you! If it wasn't for that white horse of yours! Come on, Landy, he's got us all right! You better stop him before he shoots us through a hole!
Fellas, they just rode up.
It was the sheriff and the redskin wanted it, Lefty.
Yeah, and a masked fellow that rode on ahead of them.
What is it? What's the matter?
Keep still. Lefty, you don't figure they're after us, do you?
Well, I don't know.
They ain't going to do nothing to us. They can't do a thing.
There is something wrong, I know it.
Keep your fool mouth shut, will you?
The sheriff got on the train. Him and the redskin are coming this way.
Keep your head, Lefty. I tell you, there ain't nothing they can do.
Hey there, Bear. I'm arresting you for murder.
What the?
You hear that?
Don't try to get away or I'll shoot.
What's the idea? You can't arrest us.
I can't, eh? Take a look at this reward notice.
$5,000 for the capture of Jim Bear, dead or alive, wanted for murder. Well, Father, what...
You want Jim Bear? Me for murder?
You can read the handbill, can't you?
Why, you...
Don't go for your gun, Bear. I have you covered.
Don't talk, Ed. Don't you say nothing.
But I ain't killed nobody. I ain't going to hang for what somebody else done.
Shut up, will you? You're going to spoil everything.
Don't interfere, Lefty. Let him say what he has to say.
Go ahead, Bear, and talk fast.
Well, I ain't Bear. I ain't the fella you want at all.
You aren't my father?
Honest, Sheriff. I'm giving it to you straight. You can't hang me for what Bear done. I'm Ed Scott.
Say that again. Maybe I didn't hear you clear.
I was just pretending to be Jim Bear. That's the truth. I swear it's the truth.
What have you to say, Lefty?
Ain't no use me saying any different. The yellow rat's lost his nerve and told everything now.
So you see, Sheriff, you can't hang me. I ain't Bayer at all.
Has everybody here heard this man's confession? And I reckon it won't hurt none to tell you this reward notice don't mean nothing at all.
What's that?
You heard me. Your pa was an outlaw, all right, Cade, but he warn't no murderer.
You tricked us.
Yep, and it was the masked fella's scheme. He told me to have this notice printed and run a bluff on you.
We'll get him. We'll fix him for this.
No, you won't. Because now I'm arresting you for the murder of Jim Bayer and for trying to steal the Lazy Y.
Hey, you can't do that.
We got all the evidence we need. We got a note Bayer wrote accusing you both of shooting him.
But you can't...
Hold on, I'll do the talking. That note weren't no good till we proved that Scott here warn't Jim Bayer.
I told you not to shoot off your mouth, Ed.
But now that you admit you ain't Bayer, it stands to reason you stole them papers. And together with that note Bayer wrote, there ain't a judge in this country would believe you killed him to get them.
I reckon they got us, Lefty. Blast him.
And it only goes to show that when you try a stunt like this, be careful you don't run up again the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's justice to be done on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Rally.
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That Fenneman's a nice kid. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take away all this money?
We invited some high school students to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Myrno Elliott and Melvin Knorr. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. High school students, eh? Well, it's nice to have you here. Mervyn Knorr, is that right?
Melvin.
Melvin, huh? Where are you from, Mel?
Eagle Rock High School.
Where?
Eagle Rock High School.
Eagle Rock, huh? Oh. And before that, where are you from?
Well, I was born 2 blocks north of the Warner Brothers studio in North Hollywood.
Is that with sound or without? Huh? And where are you employed?
I don't work.
I'll keep you secret, but answer my question. Where are you employed? Huh?
I don't work. I go to high school.
You're right the first time. You don't work. Mino Elliott, that's you, Mino?
That's right.
That's kind of an odd name for a girl, isn't it, Mino?
Well, I had a little cousin who was 3 years old, and he couldn't say my given name, which is really Muriel, and he came out with Myrno, and we liked it so well it just stuck.
What happened to this kid that christened you, huh?
Oh, he's still a nice little boy.
Boopity boopity boop. That wasn't very nice of me to do that, Mino, but you sounded so young, and, well, I just couldn't resist it, that's all. What school do you attend, Mino?
I just graduated from Van Nuys High School.
Oh, well, congratulations. Now that you graduated from school, what are your plans? Are you going to look for a job?
I have a job keeping house for my husband.
Your husband? You mean you just graduated from high school and you've already got a husband? Did he come with a diploma?
I've had him for almost 19 years.
You had a husband for 19 years? What did you do, get married when you were 3 years old?
No, I was 14.
Well, you married late in life, didn't you? You've been married 19 years and you were 14. That comes to around, let's see, 22, 23. 33 years old you are?
Yes, sir.
No, how old are you, 26?
I'm 33. It sounds horrible, but it doesn't feel bad.
You certainly don't look bad, huh? You're 33 years old, you've got a husband, and you just graduated from high school?
Well, I was sort of detained a little, you know. When I ran away and got married, I didn't really think I'd ever get to finish, although I always wanted to. And you see, my daughter, Aloha, was going to the school, too. And
Who?
My daughter, Aloha, was in the school with me, and everybody thought we were sisters, and we were listed in the records that way, so it wouldn't discombobulate the teachers or the kids either one, you know. So
They wouldn't what, did you say? I'd like to add that to my vocabulary.
discombobulate, that's...
Discombobulate, huh? What do you look under? Discomboob or... Tell me, did any of the high school boys try to make dates with you?
Well...
Foolish question.
A few times, but...
2 times, huh? How about the teachers?
I know.
Just the students, huh?
That's right.
And what'd you tell them? You said,
Well, this one boy used to hide around the staircases. He kept getting so persistent, so I got him in the corner and I told him that Aloha was my daughter instead of my sister to cool him off.
Did that cool him off? Wouldn't have cooled me off, huh? Well, who signed your report card? Your husband? Huh?
Oh, I had a system. You see, I was listed at school as Myrno Elliott, so when I took the card to him, I'd sign the cards as Mrs. H.W. Elliott, and then it looked all right.
What kind of grades did you get, Mino?
Well, I was very fortunate. I was able to get all A's for all 3 semesters I was there.
Oh, that's wonderful. What grade is your daughter in?
Well, she's just a year behind me in school.
She's just a year behind you? And is her daughter only a year behind that? Now, Mel, you're still here, aren't you, Mel? You know, you could have graduated while I was talking to you. Well, where do you work, Melvin?
I go to high school.
You're still in that school, huh? Well, do you hold any class offices like treasurer?
Well, I was a basketball manager.
Basketball? I've often wondered about that. Why don't they have a bottom in that basket so the ball doesn't keep dropping out all the time? Tell me, do they still have 6 players on the side?
That's girls' basketball.
I thought I was on the wrong team. Your basketball manager you were? How much is your salary?
I don't get a salary.
What'd they do, pay you off in dribbles? Now, what do you do as a basketball manager?
Well, I keep score for most of the games, time the games, clean the basketballs, and clean the gym floors.
You have a pretty important job there, huh? That's like a vice president in an advertising agency. Now, what kind of work do you do?
I go to high school.
Still going to school, eh? You better look out. You'll be 33, too, before you graduate. Well, it's been enlightening having you two here, and may I say you're a remarkable woman. And if you play your cards right, pretty soon you'll be the prettiest grandmother in Van Nuys High School. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to get you a chance to try for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
The Groucho Marx program, friends, is being brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And their reason for presenting this program is to tell you something about themselves, to extend a cordial invitation to you to come in and get acquainted with them. For they're sure, once you've paid them that first visit, you'll be back whenever you need anything pertaining to cars. The reason they're so certain about this is that they, and by they, I mean everyone in a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's place of business, are out to see that you are satisfied. No matter what make of car you drive, no matter what year it is, the folks at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers will do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely. That's their creed. That's your best reason for driving in wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now, let's see if 2 high school pupils will get the chance at the $3,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs of the 20s as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet? And talk right up into the microphone.
10.
This song was first popular in 1925. What's the name of it? What's the
Eyes of Blue.
That's right, 5 foot 2 eyes.
Well, they're on their way. They have $30 now, Groucho.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you bet?
20.
All right, give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
When the Red Robin Kings Bob.
When the Red Robin Kings Obama.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
$40. Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry?
Sitting on top of the world.
I'm sitting on top of the world.
They now have $90.
All right, you got $90. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. What is the name of this song?
You belong to me. Button up your overcoat.
But and they wind up with $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now stick around. Who knows? You may be the ones who get the chance at the $3,500 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still table. Perhaps the next couple will say it. we invited some deputy district attorneys.
Deputy district turnips, did you say? Why, that's a vegetable. That man doesn't look like a vegetable to me.
I was trying to say that we invited some deputy district attorneys.
Well, why don't you say that, Fenneman, huh?
To the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Bill Ritzy. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Lillian Watkins. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Hello? Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A district attorney and a housewife, eh? Practically the same thing. Now, D.A., are you married? Answer yes or no.
Yes.
How'd you meet your wife? And remember, you're under oath.
Well, frankly, she's a minister's
Now,
daughter.
just call me Groucho, huh? Frankly left about 10 minutes ago.
She's a minister's daughter, and I happen to be taking the collection.
Oh, did you take the whole collection?
No, there were two of us.
Oh. I see. Well, you split it, huh? Tell me, isn't it customary to turn in something to the church?
Well, we try to turn in all of it.
Oh, I see.
In any event, while taking the collection, she asked me how was business, and...
You mean she was a crook, too? Well, anyhow, you must have got the wedding for nothing, didn't you?
No, I had to
you
pay
had to
for
pay.
that.
You had to pay your old man. So did you get a rebate later on?
No, I didn't.
Are you married, Mrs. Watkins?
You've been calling me Mrs.
I'm married, and nobody calls me Mrs. How'd you meet your husband, Mrs. Watkins?
Well, I was working at the Denver Dry Goods in the ladies' suit and dress department. So one day the buyer says, well, won't you take some down to the window trimmer? So I went down there, and I didn't hear the window trimmers come back. And finally, one of them says to the other, well, where did that new dummy come from anyway? And I turned around. I was very angry, and I says, well, I'm no dummy, and here's your dresses. And I walked out. And he says, well, you don't need to get so mad, do you?
And what'd you say?
And I said, yes, if you come up in our department, we treat you nice.
And what was your department?
The ladies' dress department.
Ladies' dresses.
Yeah.
Now, Bill Ritzy, as the district attorney, just what do you do?
Well, I'm not the district attorney. I'm a district attorney.
The question was, what do you do? Not what are you? And as long as you brought it up, what's the difference between the district attorney and a district attorney?
Well, I'm under the district attorney.
Must get pretty stuffy under there. Well, as an assistant DA, what do you do as an assistant district attorney?
Well, I'm not an assistant district attorney. I'm a deputy district attorney.
Don't tell me you're under him, too, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, it sounds to me you're low man on the totem pole. Well, what do you do as a deputy district attorney? So far, you haven't done anything. Just go to sleep under two men, right?
We prosecute criminal cases. I happen to be assigned to one of the trial divisions, and...
Do you handle burglaries?
Yes.
Have you ever been caught? Where do you get your business, D.A.? Do you advertise in the newspaper? Like Crook Wanted?
No, about 95% of our business comes in from the various police departments here in the county, and, of course, the rest come in from private citizens.
Well, sounds pretty reasonable. Anything going on in your neighborhood, Mrs. Watkins, that you'd like to bring to the attention of the district attorney?
No, not that I can think of.
You mean all is serene in your life? Can't
Well,
you think of anything you'd like to complain about?
Not all. The lady on my party line just talks too much.
She keeps talking, and I suppose you don't get a chance to use the telephone.
No,
huh?
I don't. Sometimes 10, 15, 20 minutes. she's
What do
talking.
they talk about? No?
Oh, she's always talking about what...
think we got a case here for the DA. The district attorney, what's the penalty for wiretapping? Well, I've grilled our district attorney, but it was all in fun. Nobody knows any better than I do what a great job the district attorney does for the taxpayer. Now, please, don't laugh at that, huh? That's to square me with the cops. Now, you're going to play your bet your life for $3,500. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The 33-year-old high school girl and her partner won $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of Latin American countries as your category, right? All right, you have $20. How much you going to bet? And talk right into the microphone and loud.
$10.
$10. Here's your first question. What is the capital city of Peru?
Lima.
Lima is right.
And they're on their way with $30.
All but 10.
You're going to bet $20. Is that right? What is the capital city of Argentina?
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires is right. You now have $50. Huh?
Bet the whole 50.
The whole 50. All right. What is the capital city of Chile? Chile.
Santiago.
Santiago is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $100.
All right, you got $100. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 100 will you bet?
Bet it all.
All right, what is the capital city of Ecuador?
Quito.
Quito is right.
And they wind up with $200.
Hey, watch yourself. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, it won't be long before we meet the last couple, and then we know who gets the chance at the $3,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
The deputy district attorney and the housewife with $200. And the secret word is still table. We invited some dog trainers and some piano teachers to the show tonight. And here come the two selected to be on our show with the studio audience just before we went on the air. Mr. Carl Spitz and Mrs. Inez Murray meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Maury, is that right?
Yes.
Inez Maury?
Yes.
You're a piano teacher, huh?
Yes, I am.
Very attractive piano teacher, huh? I've been thinking of taking up the piano lately.
I'd love to have you.
And Mr. Spitz, you're the dog trainer?
Yes.
Well, there's been a horrible mistake here. We asked for a dog trainer, and we got a dog. Are you from Spitzenberg?
No, quite a bit distant from Spitzbergen. I'm
Where?
from near Heidelberg in Germany.
Oh, well, you must be a beer expert, huh?
Sometimes.
Miss, are you married, Inez?
Yes, I am.
You are. How'd you meet your husband?
Oh, it was very unromantic at first.
How long was it unromantic?
Dear. Mutual friends arranged a meeting. The friends said, we think you two musicians should meet each other.
Oh, what does he play?
He's a pianist, too.
Did you have the piano movers carry you over the threshold when you got married? Mr. Spitz, you're the dog trainer, is that right?
So far, yes.
Well, then we can start from scratch. Now, I want to ask you a question. You're a dog trainer. Is it true a barking dog never bites?
Not as long as he bikes.
Well, they say every dog has his day. It certainly doesn't seem to be mine. What's the best age to start training dogs, Mr. Spitz?
Oh, about 8 months.
You mean you've been training dogs since you were 8 months old?
No, I mean the dog is 8 months old.
Well, that's better. After all, after 8 months, you weren't very well trained yourself. Now, tell me, Chopsticks, what are some of the typical excuses your students give you for not practicing?
Oh, heavens. There are thousands of them.
Well, give us 900, huh?
Oh, dear. Sore fingers,
Daddy sleeps all day. The keys of the piano are stuck, won't sound.
What sort of excuses do your dogs use to get out of their lessons?
Well, the dogs have no excuses.
I thought they might say, excuse me, but I have to see a dog about a man. What makes one dog vicious and one dog gentle, Mr. Spitz?
Well, fundamental, I don't think there's any vicious dogs.
Not if you're on the mantle, no, but I mean... Do dogs ever become psychiatric cases? Do they have dog psychologists?
Yes.
Which dogs make the best psychologists? I suppose the dog lies on a couch and talks about the days when he was a kitten, huh? Well, let's get back to you, Arpeggio. Do you think you could teach me to play the piano, Inez?
Yes, I'm sure I could. Could you sing a scale?
Scale? I think so. Would you join me in a duet?
Yeah.
Huh? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Wonderful.
Gad, that was beautiful, Inez. From now on, that will be our song. Now you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. And if you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $3,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The deputy district attorney and the housewife are ahead with $200.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected royalty as your category, is that right? You have $20. How much you going to try?
10.
What is the name of the Emperor of Japan?
Hirohito.
Hirohito.
Now they have $30.
$30. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
Should we try 20?
What is the name of the exiled king of Belgium?
King Leopold.
Leopold is right.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
You got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
You decide.
25.
Okay, the little king of Italy abdicated his throne in 1946 and died a year later. What was his name?
Emmanuel.
Victor Emmanuel is right.
They now have $75.
Well, you got $75. How much of the 75 will you go for?
50.
What is the name of the emperor of Ethiopia?
Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie, happy land.
And they wind up with $125. And that means the deputy district attorney and the housewife get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. A while back, I suggested that you folks drive in and get acquainted with the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. While you're there, visit the service shop. Notice the fine equipment. This equipment is there for you, for use on your car. Every DeSoto Plymouth dealer has special tools and equipment in his shop, the kind you won't find just anywhere. These tools and equipment are factory designed and approved. In the hands of skilled mechanics, you'll find these tools can save hours of time on a job. They help a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's service experts do better work faster. That, of course, means money in your pocket, as well as a car that serves you faithfully and economically mile after mile. So visit that DeSoto Plymouth dealer real soon, will you? Get to know the folks in the office, the men in the shop. And you'll find that this knowledge will be a big comfort in the thousands of car miles that lie ahead of you. Tomorrow, drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here is the housewife and the deputy district attorney, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $3,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. There is only one active volcano in the United States. What is this volcano? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
I'm going to take a guess. Mount Lassen.
Mount Lassen is right. That's right. You win $3,500. What are you going to do with all that money? What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I got a house that needs going over from top to bottom.
I'll go over it for $3,000. Huh? I'll go under it for $2,000. What about you, D.A.? What are you going to do with the money? Give that money back in the church? What are you going to do with this, Luca?
We haven't any youngsters yet, but I'm sure we are going to have some. And that's...
Well, let's see. You win $3,500 plus $200 in the quiz. You say you really cleaned up tonight, huh? Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. The highway is no place for a surprise party. Always signal when you stop, slow down, turn, or change direction. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, before we sign off for the morning, I would just like to say that if you enjoyed You Bet Your Life, I would like to recommend a book available on Amazon, Groucho Marx's autobiography, Groucho and Me. It is a fascinating look at the late days of vaudeville through the early days of television through a very satirical and entertaining lens. So you can get it on Amazon. This is not sponsored. I just think it would be something most people would enjoy. And I would like to recommend the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. What does that have to do with anything? Well, it's the only book you've ever been able to read, isn't it? Well, yeah. See you tonight, folks, at 8. Yep, see you tonight at 8. See ya.